symmetrical field, meaning that it's not the normal symmetrical layout that you're used to seeing out here. So we're going to be calling sides by, like Snake Dorito will be over here, and the Snake Dorito for the other team will be on the other side of the field. All right, so TPP crew into this Snake Dorito. He's looking across, looking at that snake of the opposite team. You're going to hear a lot of that today. We have presence up the middle for TPP crew. What do you got on the smoke side, shock side?
That's what I'm trying to find now. We have the... It's hard to tell with the sun. I can't tell where he just ran to.
First morning broadcast, always a problem. We are into snake over there for shock now.
Definitely snake 2.
Yep.
And it looks like the snake insert. Oh, here we go. The Dorito insert. Technically the 4 bunker.
So we're going to see a lot of play today up the middle to this little box, right dead center, 30-yard line-ish. It can be used to kind of do control work on either side of the field. And it's easy to get to, so I think you're going to see players there every single game.
Looks like Shock just lost a Dorito-sided player, but the insert just filled out to the corner.
Shock now spread wide. They've got nothing in the middle at the moment. TPP crew losing that Snake Dorito. He had already done a lot of damage, so they're okay with that. And then Shock goes ahead and moves to the 50.
Shock is coming down hard on the snake side right now.
50 on their snake side. Dorito 2 for TPP crew. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure anybody on TPP crew has picked up on that presence of the 50 wedge.
That's a negative.
Well, that can knows, but he's not going to get a chance to communicate it because he's taken. So that leaves just 2 players left for TPP crew, the middle brick and the Dorito 2.
And they're both looking technically snake side?
So I don't know if the view, there we go. They did not see that move up the Dorito side for Shock. They still don't know about it. There it is. Immediately pays dividends. Taking that brick. It leaves 1 TPP crew in the Dorito 2. This is Rooney about to do some damage, or already doing damage. He's just going to finish it out. TPP crew about to get bunkered. Doesn't.
Yep.
You know what? He just hit his own player. There's a pack hit on the other Shock player. I hope he doesn't hit the button. Yeah. Smartly, Rooney hits the button.
So again, as we were talking about before the point started, this wedge over here is phenomenal. It seems.
The 50 wedge here on the...
Yes. Whether you're on the snake side or the D side, if you make it there, it appears to be a very good bunker.
I'll choose to believe you. I got shot out of it when I played it. So once again, welcome to Cincinnati NXL 2025. This is event 3. I am Matt Falby. I am out of AG Paintball up in Ware, New Hampshire. I'm joined by my friend Krista Gonzalez, also AG.
Yeah.
And for those old enough from the New Hampshire area, we're both alumni of Bulp University, Littlefield and Lee, New Hampshire.
Miss it every day.
All right, we are welcoming to the field. We got Virginia Vendetta versus Murder Goons. I have to root for Murder Goons just based on their name.
Looks like Murder Goon's going to be on the right-hand side.
All right, there is an advantage for Murder Goons here because looking directly into the sunlight, but Virginia Vendetta crosses the 50 to the other team's brick. I think we're going to see that a lot this weekend.
Those bricks give off a lot of shade, too, especially when you're going into the sun.
So player walking off for Murder Goons already on the back line.
Yep, at least 1. Possibly 2. No, it's definitely 2. They're down 2 right now.
So Virginia Vendetta immediately into a strong position, now starting to make their secondaries. Both bricks up the middle. Vendetta completely controlling this game. So what's interesting is the coach for Vendetta really called what is a pretty aggressive breakout on their very first point of the weekend. It's not something I'm not, as a coach, I might have held that in my back pocket for a later, more important game.
A little bunker action in the middle, all the way through.
He's going to do twice and the buzzer.
That was a guaranteed at least 2-pack.
Wow.
I think he got 1 off the break as well.
Yeah, that was a dominant game for Virginia Vendetta. Again, like I was saying, rolling out a very aggressive breakout that maybe you hold on to for later because you've now tipped your hand. I think all the teams are sooner or later going to figure that out, that you can cross the 50 right up the middle off the bat. Krista, you and I talked about it a little bit, about the potential plays up the middle.
There's a lot of opportunity if you can make it in alive. Once you make the spot, you can kind of hang out and shoot either side of the field, or if you're super aggressive, you can also get into, technically, I would assume, their snake. And pretty much come all the way down the field and wrap everybody.
On the break.
Yep.
It is a play that can be done. I experimented with a little bit playing this layout last week. It's definitely possible. You run at your brick up the middle. You dive to your left into their middle brick, and then you can stay there, do some damage, or crawl down their snake, and hopefully do a lot more damage. All right.
And those bricks are phenomenal.
All right, Shock on the left, TPP crew with the sun at their back.
Ooh, Shock losing one off the break from the home.
Great shooting by TPP crew to take a home player.
TPP is completely alive, double stacked at the home.
That is a very small home bunker to double stack at.
And they didn't really leave themselves anywhere to fill out into just yet. Spread out on the back line with one in the snake, moving up towards the 30 brick.
Shock up to the mini wall in the snake. He's trying to turn inside, look at that home. Now choosing to crawl to Snake Dorito. That's an easy bump.
Lots of guns on the snake side of the field right now for TPP. TPP, sorry.
So Nest for Shock now looking to his left over to their snake side. Game's entered a little bit of a static phase.
We just dropped out.
My audio dropped out from my headset.
Okay.
So we've entered a bit of a static period. Nest here at the Snake Dorito for Shock, looking left, trying to find some kills. This is one of the things I thought about this field. There might be a little bit of a lull period. It definitely could be a sit and shoot field.
I'm interested to see the bounce shot off of that snake wedge that's actually in the snake into the snake 3 bunker.
Yeah,
They're shooting it right now, but I don't know if it has the angle from where it's coming from.
I think the distance away from this Dorito, I think that's a bounce shot that's going to be a little bit tough to pull off.
Yep. I wonder as it starts to get humid later, it might be easier to achieve.
Oh, Nest might have taken one off the hopper. He's going to take a walk. Good move. He did not see the TPP crew move into that snake wedge, and that's what did him. All right, Shock with an early opening strength in this game, but it's starting to peel off. They're losing bodies. Now they're home.
This move that Shock just made, number 21, into...
Hopper hit.
What do you see?
Sorry, number 19 has a hopper hit. Doesn't matter. He's gonna get plinked in a different manner, and that's gonna be it. Leaving one player left. He's gonna get double bunkered. That is a bad ending to that game for Shock.
So this move from this Snake 2 into the Snake 3 is almost a free move if you can get low enough.
Yeah, drop and crawl. There's a little bit of an opportunity for something in the middle, say that middle brick, to shoot you during that bump, but it's a real small window.
It's very tight.
Francis, can you hear us in the van? We're not hearing anything. We were rolling back out with Murder Goons versus Virginia Vendetta. Virginia Vendetta with dominant point one on that one. Very aggressive run up the middle. They doubled up. They actually took their middle brick and the other team's middle brick, which is very doable. And that point led to a run through for Virginia Vendetta, taking 2 more players and the buzzer. I'm not sure what the play is for Goons to prevent another run up like that. Virginia Vendetta with a more passive breakout on this one. Goons are going to lose their backhand, and they're going to get a minor for their trouble. Lose their snake player. Attempting to spread the field, slow down the damage. So now 3 alive for Goons. Goons doing a good job spreading the field, trying to slow down the damage.
Alrighty.
All right, Vendetta's already done their damage. They're up by a point. Now a drop back.
Nice drop back.
Yeah, they're at kill 3 now for Virginia Vendetta. They're completely controlling this game.
This back line for Vendetta.
There's the towel.
Very, very tight.
So Dragoons coach has seen enough. He's going to towel out of that one, putting Virginia Vendetta up 2-0 on this match. So Virginia Vendetta's been able to do it both ways. That was a passive breakout.
Yep.
They got their kills. Of course, the flag never hurts. And the first game, they threw a very, very aggressive breakout and easily won that one, too.
Into the sun.
Yeah. All right, we're going to roll back out to TPP Crew versus Shock. Shock coming into this event at 10th place overall. TPP Crew coming in at 7th. Crew took the first event down at Tampa looking dominant doing it. Stumbled a little bit on event 2, dropped to 14. And for Shock, they took 15th, and then a stronger finish on the second one at 6th.
Very matched breakout, it looks like. That's what I was trying to figure out there for both teams on this one.
TPP Crew losing their home player, so 4 bodies alive for Crew.
Looks like 5 still alive for Shock. I know I saw 1 go into the snake, or I'm pretty sure I did. The sun is unforgiving.
So Crew with no presence on the Dorito side right now. They do have snake 2.
Shock moving up in the Dorito 2.
I'd love to see Shock get a gun. They already do have a gun, but I'd like to make sure they concentrate on not allowing Crew to get after that Dorito corner. They have a real advantage here if they can stop that. Just keep a gun on that Dorito insert, the mini temple.
TPP making it into the snake 3. Looking cross field.
As I say that, TPP Crew goes ahead and ignores the gun and gets to the Dorito corner. Why does nobody listen to me, Krista? Oh!
That looked like the home for Shock may have gotten clipped. It was very hard to tell.
Crew in their snake Dorito. Shock into D2. There's no line of sight there because of this wedge at about the 50-yard line. Sticks out just enough. Crew's going to lose their home player down to 3 bodies.
Shock player moving up
Crew
to Dorito 3.
communications actually being very silent. I'm not hearing a lot of talk from the Crew
No,
side.
it's very, very quiet.
Yeah.
Shock doubled up in the Dorito side now, Dorito 2 and 3.
So Shock moves up to D3 again. No clear line of sight. Shock player thinking that there might be something behind that wedge.
He wants to go. There we go.
Crew Dorito player gets shot cross field. Going to take a walk. That leaves Crew with just 2 players left. They are in the corner, so at least they can cross it up. Hopefully Shock makes some mistakes. That's what TPP Crew needs to do, is have Shock players running through guns.
Shock abandoning, doubling up the Dorito side.
Crew snake player attempts a wide shot. Doesn't work, so he's going to retreat back to the bunker, safety of the bunker.
Shock player getting a check, and he is clean.
Shock all across the 50s at this point. Crew's going to lose their Dorito corner, leaving just the snake 1.
And he's about to get it.
Yeah, he's playing wide. He's going to get blown up.
Yeah, he just got shot.
That was a good game, and more to the point, I think that's a game, the style of game I think we're going to see a lot this weekend on this. You're going to have to wait to get 1 or 2 kills, and then really have to fight your way to get to
conservative
the 50s.
Breakouts, and then moving from there.
You're going to have to really fight for those moves upfield. And then, massive closeout. Obviously, Virginia Vendetta had a wild breakout. I say wild. I think there's a lot of opportunity for run up the middles on this field. I think as the weekend goes along, we're not going to consider that a wild breakout anymore. We're going to consider that kind of a standard breakout.
10 seconds, and then we're back to Vendetta and the Murdergoons. Murdergoons are going to be on the right. Vendetta is on your left.
If there's any cosmic justice, Murdergoons should become a Saturday morning cartoon name.
Ooh!
All right, Vendetta going back to their old plays. Actually, both teams up the middle to the
up
bricks.
at the brick. Vendetta already into the snake 3, looking cross field and starting to take the bodies with them.
Goon's going to lose their brick. Good communication for Virginia Vendetta.
Murdergoons down 1. Moving up towards the snake wedge.
Vendetta up 2 kills.
Into the snake wedge. Vendetta moving up to the Dorito side wedge and starting to wrap. Looking inside on the Murdagoons. Oh, sorry. Very disciplined play right here for Vendetta. Very patient, looking into the sun.
Yeah, so Vendetta controls this Dorito side, which allows him to attempt to wrap this this wedge.
Can you see from your angle if there's anything in the Dorito side for?
No, Dorito side is cleared out for goons.
So it's just that insert, the number 4 bunker?
Yeah, the mini temple. Mini temple, we've got Snake. They're playing the inside of the Snake wedge over there for goons. Virginia Vendetta player now going to try to wrap that. Oh,
That was very
frankly
close.
he got a little bit lucky.
Very disciplined defensive play right now, even though they have aggressive positions.
That's Austin Salento. He misses the drop back by the goon, though. He's still locked onto that Snake wedge. He doesn't see. Wow, the goon player. Wow, drops all the way back and all the way cross field to their Dorito corner. Doesn't matter. The goon coach has seen enough. He's going to try to save clock. Fouls out of that one.
And there is plenty of time left. It's definitely an interesting layout. When it got released and you're looking at it on an iPhone, it's you're not quite sure what to expect.
I think interesting is a nice word to put it.
Yeah.
I like it, but I got to be honest, the internet's was kind of divided on their opinion of this layout. They did not like it.
I was looking for the ew, brother, ew meme from last year.
Yeah. Because it's not a normal symmetrical layout, I think it makes players uncomfortable.
Yep.
And players don't like uncomfortable.
And they forget what they're shooting at. You
Yeah.
think you're shooting at your mirror and you start calling out the wrong bunker. We've got Shock on our left with TPP on the right. TPP
Shock.
straight into the 50 break.
Shock with 5 alive. The Dorito corner's getting a check. Their home pushes into the inside of the Snake wedge. So, by the way, from that Snake wedge, this Shock player is free to drop and crawl to the middle brick.
Yeah. At the same token, he can lock down this Dorito side and stop movements. So in order for the Shock player to protect number 3, I can't quite see his name, Rojas? He can protect Rojas from that Snake brick and Snake wedge and keep him alive. Oh, that was close.
We're going to lose our back
I feel
can
like
on the Snake side for Shock.
I feel like we should probably come up with bunker names for these wedges since they're going to be so popular.
So you're going to hear a lot of us today saying a bunker name shooting at the same bunker name when in fact we're shooting cross field instead of, down the tape.
Great communication by Shock.
All right, the game has hit that kind of lull stage we talked about. Early probing, things slow down. No push up the Dorito side. As a matter of fact, today so far we've seen not much pushing up the Dorito side. It's a tough bump, Dorito to Dorito.
The gaps in between each bunker are very difficult to make unless you have gun dominancy on the opposite side of the field.
Yeah, you're gonna see the Dorito players wrapping, trying to get gun dominance on especially the home and that middle brick to allow themselves to make their own bump. They cannot rely on a back player getting them upfield. They have to do it on their own.
Oh, he's getting shot from somewhere.
Yeah,
where did he get shot from?
Taylor, number 7, is going to take a walk for
they
Shock.
wrapped the snake wedge on the opposite side of the field. TPP.
Shock has definitely switched to the, hey, please stay alive mode. I love that communication. Just don't die, please. That's all I'm asking of you as a teammate.
Still 3.5 minutes left, which is a lot of time for paintball.
All right. TPP crew down a point. Shock up by 1. Shock, I'll say, hasn't necessary to bleed time, but if they lose this point, then really it doesn't matter how much time they bleed.
Yeah.
If they win this point, of course, the more time they can bleed just will help secure that dominant position.
They're in good spots to cross up and lock it down.
So the Shock player here in the Dorito is not taking any heat from cross. And honestly, the snake side, the straight up the field from him can't see. He could bump. Oh, he's going to lose his back player.
Oh, TPP is in the 50 brick.
Shock down to just 2 players.
TPP is starting to make their moves now. There's that bounce shot we were talking about.
Yeah, they're trying it.
Yep.
I think it can at least harass a player. I'm not sure you're going to get a kill off.
If you watch the shell, it's actually getting very close to hitting him.
Yeah.
But I think you're correct. I think it's more of a
harassment.
Oh, look how tight that is.
It's working. It's
Yep.
harassing him. He's not even willing to look out that Dorito side now
And that's
because
coming
of
from that
swing.
50 brick.
Yep.
So that's definitely something we need to keep an eye on for the next couple days and see if it works.
Again, as a player, if you got a stream of even if it's shell, you're just not going to risk putting your face into it.
Down to 2 minutes now.
All right, Shock should be content to sit here and milk clock. It's crew that needs to feel a sense of urgency.
Yep. And he wants to. He's about to move into Shock's Dorito side.
Yep.
Here he goes.
Nobody has picked up on it. Well, the pod trick has just been attempted. The pod trick has entered the chat.
Unfortunately, no one was looking, so no one took the bait.
So all you did was lose a pod worth of paint. Your sponsors, thank you. There we go. Crew is showing some urgency now.
Starting to spread out.
Yeah, crew middle brick is going to transition to that tower. Rojas picks up in the presence of that Dorito. I hear that the communication from the Dorito corner for Shock is great.
He's very loud.
Rojas is being a little bit quieter though.
Down to a minute.
Crew has to think about launching here.
They have to.
And
As long as Shock crosses up. Oh, here we go.
That's it. There's the opportunity. It's just Rojas left. He's going to get bunkered.
Yep.
Bunkered by 3 different directions.
Oh, a little extra at the end there. Run in for the point.
This one's going to close out at about 30 seconds. Unless, no, I think they're actually going to try to let it go under 10. They'd rather do an overtime point than risk a 30-second point.
Yeah.
Kind of a push there. I'm not sure if tactically which is more valuable. I guess if you think your team is not a fast team, maybe.
Or if
out
you're
for them.
concerned about getting majors.
Yeah, then if you know your team is prone to getting majors.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
guess
feel like
that's
it's a
true.
very smart play if you want to guarantee to not get that swing point from a major.
That's true. And there you go. They waited till under 10 seconds, hit the buzzer. That guarantees they will not have to play a short time point. They'll go right to overtime.
I think that's a smart play. Just from a safety standpoint.
If there's any team, here's my only counter to that.
Okay.
If there's any team that, at least what I've seen this season, is able to win some crazy 30-second point, it's probably TPP Crew.
Yeah.
They were hands down the most aggressive team playing Tampa at the beginning of the season, and it totally worked. Oh, is that an old school JT sock hat I'm seeing in one of the
So I
prototypes?
saw that a minute ago, but I wasn't 100% sure.
Oh, I do. I know. I can smell sock hat from 50 miles.
Love it.
That's my
Absolutely love it.
era. As a child of the 1990s paintball scene, sock hats, I still have a few hiding out. All right.
Straight up to the middle for Murdagoons.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip by number 13 for Goons, but it gets in there safe. Goons being very aggressive. They're up to Dorito, Snake Dorito.
Conservative breakout for Vendetta, who is obviously up 3-0 right now.
However, ref coming in on Goons. Going to check that Dorito mini temple. Call him clean. Calls him clean. All right, Goons 5 alive.
Vendetta spread across the whole back line right now. Doubled up at home, the can, the mini temple, and the Dorito corner.
For Virginia Vendetta, that double up at home is going to get real small real
Yes.
fast. Now, Virginia Vendetta's up by 3 points with just about 10.5 on the clock. This is kind of too early to worry about clock kill.
How much time is left?
10.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
I would just worry about winning the game, not trying to kill clock at this point. But right now, the Vendetta's being kind of conservative. Maybe they are trying to kill clock.
They could be. Or maybe as opposed to gunfighting, they're just baiting them to come out.
Certainly, as the weekend goes along, you're going to get a better perspective on your opponent's tendencies. You can start setting up traps because you know they're going to make certain bumps. Probably a little bit too early for Virginia Vendetta.
I would agree, but it would behoove them because they do have the sun to their back. So if they can hide in the shadows, and these the Murdergoons make some bumps up, they might accidentally move right into a lane.
Come to the Premier Field webcast, you get words like behoove dropped down.
Behoove.
Well
you like
done,
that?
Krista.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Bring in the class.
You're welcome. I did go to school for it, so I'm here all weekend.
Yeah, remember to tip your waitress. All right, now Goons sliding up. Oh, he's going right into their snake beam, going up to their snake wedge.
We are finally seeing it.
It's about time.
Oh.
Did he get taken?
I think he got shot through the crack in the beam to the wedge.
All right, however, chaos is upon us. Virginia Vendetta is now a little bit shaky. Goons take advantage of that by starting to make their own moves. They're up to the D2. They're up to their snake side wedge. Now they're up to D3.
It is so hard to tell hits on that green hopper.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an advantage there. Goon's going to lose a backline player over here on the snake side.
I know it's early in the event, but the reffing on this field seems to be very, very good.
From a sideline perspective, the reffing is very good on this field. As a player, you always think the ref screwed you. No matter how good the reffing is. I think this is a very good reffing crew. I've been watching them for years. All right, Goons slowed down a little bit after that move up to that snake beam. They took advantage of it, made their bumps. Now they're slowing down a little bit.
8 minutes remaining.
They're at D3 and at the snake side wedge.
It's hard for me to tell from here. Is that a photographer on the far side of the field, or is that someone in a bunker?
No, we have a photographer
Okay.
over the 50 over there.
All I see is a face and a knee.
However, Goons do have the Dorito 2 and Dorito 3. They're going to be at the 50 here in a second.
Yep.
Oh, they're going to lose their Dorito 2. Home is not look... Okay, so Dorito 3 is being held up by the Dorito 2
Correct.
of Virginia Vendetta. He just needs to get gun dominance for a second. He should be able to make that bump.
The snake wedge for Murdergoons is being held up by the home. Oh, that was a beautiful shot for the Murdergoons.
Nicely done.
Oh,
What a lost opportunity for the Goons.
and they traded.
There you go, Goons. Wow, what a lost opportunity for the Goons.
Absolutely.
They were so in control of that at the midpoint of that game.
They had fantastic spots.
Oh. And now they're going to be down 4-0.
Welcome
right.
to the first overtime of the Mid-Atlantic Open.
Well,
Not
actually-
Mid-Atlantic Open. Oh, my goodness gracious.
You're a month behind.
Yep, I'm falling
Where
behind.
are you?
Falling behind.
There is a conversation going on between coaches about whether or not they want to play out that 4 seconds. I don't think it's an option. That's not an option. So they're going right. They should go to overtime. Generally speaking, under 10 seconds, a point is just flat out not run. It's just. Yeah, there we go. So we got 5 minutes on the clock. So we talked about whether or not we thought this field might be a slow field.
Yep.
Because the difficulty of pushing until you've got a bunch of kills.
Yep.
This match is going to go to overtime 2-2. That's not a wildly low score, but it's certainly not.
There was a lot of slower points.
Yeah.
But it really was smart, methodical paintball.
So if you look at the differential in time, the other match going on here with
Yes.
Goons, they got like 9 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. There's a confused breakout, however, for TPP Crew, but it looks like they're going to be 5 alive. They started out tripled up at home and then started making their bumps.
It would appear that Shock is 5 alive as well from this angle. Big
TPP
push
Crew.
to the Snake 3.
Crew immediately into this Snake Dorito. He's wrapping. Shock takes advantage of the momentary lapse in shooting and dives into the Snake themselves.
The Shock player is on it right now. Can you tell who that is? In the Snake? In front of us?
All right, both teams being fairly conservative. They made some bumps, but mostly they're ready to just sit, try to get kills first.
Oh, he's Pit Crow.
He's Pit Crow.
Gotcha.
Yeah, we got Pit Crow playing the Snake. That's a hybrid. You can both collect pods and use pods at the same time. Yeah, that's the future of paintball. Every player will be a pod runner. I hear TPP Crew using what I think Cuba as a bunker call out.
Yes.
TPP Crew is from Puerto Rico, so that makes sense. They're using regional locations.
Yeah, this Shock player is just laying down paint on the Snake. From the Snake side can into the Snake 3 for TPP.
So for this Crew player, quote-unquote Pit Crew,
Yes.
if he can wrap like he's done, get gun dominance, he could go ahead and make his bump right now.
Yeah, he's only getting heat from the inside, so there's really nothing stopping him unless there's a kill that he's specifically trying to get.
Yeah, perhaps he's got a job and he's doing his job, but
So now he's getting heat from the inside. It appears to be the small Aztec on the Dorito side.
so the Crew here, the Crew player here in the Snake Dorito gave up gun dominance to go back to shooting inside. Obviously, his game plan he's been given by his coach is stay there. Crew is still 5 alive. They got home. Backline can, backline mini temple, middle brick. Mini temple now spreading out to that Dorito corner. We are at 2.5 minutes.
Shock's in the can on the Snake side, the mini temple on the Dorito side, and that's all that I can see from this
So they
angle.
dove into the Snake. I don't know where their Snake player is at the moment, but I did see a player dive in for
Oh.
Shock.
Snake 3.
Snake 3,
Yep,
thank you.
the small Dorito. I just saw movement.
There it is, yep. Now he's going to look cross at the opposite Dorito. Oh, there is pods being traded on the back line of TPP Crew. Their home players tossing pods to their can.
A minute 45 remaining.
So that can's got to move forward. If you're out of paint
It's time
and
to
you're
go.
in an overtime game with about a minute and a half remaining, do not sit.
Correct
Go.
me if I'm wrong. It doesn't seem like he's getting much heat either.
No,
There's not much paint on the bunker, and he's kind of just hanging out.
I think he could probably move to the Snake, the inside of the Snake wedge, and then crawl up to the Snake 50. Whatever the case, we're at a minute 20. He's out of paint. Gotta go, folks.
Shock now doubled up in the Snake.
So I believe if this goes to overtime, I'm sorry, it will not go to double overtime. We will not be seeing one-on-ones. We wait for that action for the playoffs.
Yep. Shock double up in the Snake, both looking inside. 1 minute remaining.
We're at 60. Oh, he might have gotten him. He
Yep.
did. The Crew player pulls out the
Pit Crew just
opposite
shot the
mirror
Shock.
Dorito.
There may be a Shock player at their 50 brick as well. It's blocked out by this tall temple.
Another kill. We're now down to 45 seconds. Crew is starting to rack up kills, although they just lost their Snake Dorito. I think this may be going to...
35 seconds.
yeah, I think it's maybe going to time. Big move out into the Snake by Shock from their home. at 25.
TPP
Losing their middle
getting a
brick.
shot in the middle. 20 seconds. Time to put the heat on.
Well, I think it's unlikely you can pull off a win here at this point with only about 20 seconds, 15 seconds on the clock. It would require a crazy run-through, which risks a major penalty.
And that
We're at 5.
just about that. Oh, running down the D side.
There it is. His
Running down.
attempt.
He's
Not enough. All right, that's a tough one as a
conservative
coach.
breakouts.
Do you value more not losing, or do you value more winning? Pulling
So-
a tie at risk of losing.
So that's a hard one because a gray is better than a red,
Yeah.
but a green is better than all of them. So what is your definition of better?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on. I guess it really depends, and you can't tell the future. If you think tiebreakers are going to come down to deciding who goes in the playoffs.
Okay.
If you could see the future and know that there's tiebreakers, then a tie is better than taking a risk of a loss and certainly the win. But I didn't see two teams out there that were willing to take risks to win the game, which also risked losing it.
It was conservative breakouts, and they were crossed up, and they were trying to get the bodies, but there wasn't any aggression.
If they did not get a bunch of kills, they were okay with letting it go to time. Both teams. All right, Vendetta in a 4-0 lead here.
Vendetta's on the left, Murdagoon's on the right. Vendetta straight up to the brick and moved into the Murdagoon's brick in the 50.
They're mirrored up at that brick, though. They don't know.
He's going to go get him.
Here we go.
And
Here's the gun
they're
reach,
gone.
and it works.
Yep.
Vendetta player might have taken one of the elbow. Nope, he's still alive. Number
Yep.
803 there in the middle.
He's got a 2-pack so far.
So this goes back to the first game plan that Vendetta rolled out in this match. They did this to the Goons at the very first point. This really aggressive move up the
Murdagoon's
middle.
just walking off.
Now the run through. Really just that corner player left trying to fend this all off. I have a hard time believing it's going to work without a major at least.
Here it comes.
Now the bunkering.
Oh!
Vendetta
Yeah, he got
loses
shot.
2 players
Yep.
in that, but that's okay because they're still going to have players left alive.
803.
Yeah, they just need to finish this out.
So that aggressive play that Vendetta just did matched the one that you were just talking about, and it was on the same side of the field. So as we were talking about earlier, I think they're using the sun to their advantage
Well,
to kind of just appear in your face.
so plus and minus on that. When you're running into the sun like Vendetta is, granted you have better cut. Once you're in a bunker, the shadow's working in your favor. But while you're running at them, you're fairly blinded
Yes.
to seeing what's coming at you. This is every single event goes like this. The 8 a.m. games, the
Yes.
sun actually matters, the sun position. All right. As long as it is clean. There it is.
Sounds like it would be clean.
All right. Well, congratulations to Virginia Vendetta for TPP Crew and Shock. No, we are going to we're going to a double overtime 2-minute game. I stand corrected, sir.
Fantastic. This is the paintball you want to see first thing Friday morning.
Here's some tension on this game. We are in a one-on-one situation.
No number on his back from what I can tell. That may be pit crew.
It's our most versatile player. All right, one-on-one paintball. That's what you came here for, folks. Crew player playing a little bit of mind games with his starting position.
Shock looks like they're coming out D side. They
Crew-
did.
Crew chooses to stay home. Now out to the can.
Shock player just standing
Pretty well.
out in the open.
Pretty well mirrored up. Now here's a disadvantage for the crew. He's looking directly into the sun.
Yep.
This is a chance for the Shock player if he wants to get sneaky, which one-on-ones are almost always decided by a sneaky.
They're both head checking like crazy. Thinking about what to do.
I think the crew player is uncertain that the Shock player is still at that mini temple.
It is unbelievably hard for that TPP player to see right now.
We're at about 1:15.
Here we go. TPP moving to the middle.
All right, he is correct. The Shock player has not moved. Shot players have to going to come out into gun dominance. That's a little bit of a risky play. So, in my humble opinion, if you can get gun dominance in this situation, you should be moving.
I would agree.
No reason to stay at the same bunker. If you can change up position, come at them from a different angle, you're not suspecting.
Especially this mini temple. This is not a good spot to be.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Congratulations to TPP crew winning
Well
a one-on-one.
done.
The very first match, not of just their weekend, but of the entire weekend. TPP crew is going to win a one-on-one. Moving on.
And there's the point.
There you go.
That
also,
was entertainment.
Congratulations to Virginia Vendetta with a really dominant win over Murder Goons. Virginia Vendetta, certainly an experienced team. I wouldn't hang my head if I'm Murder Goons. Plus, if you're Murder Goons, you've got the best name in the entire league.
That's a really good name.
That's worth something. All right.
Yes.
You have somebody here. You are not playing this weekend.
I am not. No, I'm not.
By the way, Krista was part of the winning AG Rebellion team that took first.
No. I didn't go to
say that on air. Say just
well,
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, man, there you go.
I believe in
Winner.
integrity, sir.
And
yes,
you
my
have
son is here.
son
Playing in the Youth Advanced. This is his first national event ever, and his first season.
All right. Well, shout out to Tyler.
Yes, Tyler Gonzalez
Before
doing
we-
big things out there.
Good work, young man. Also, shout out to Chris Ouellette Jr., I'm sure watching, another long-suffering Bengals fan. So I'm. All right, we are going to go to commercial. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back to you with round 2 action here at Cincinnati WNXL. Thank you so much for being with us.
To thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing 2 heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
All right, everybody, welcome back to NXL action here in 2025. We are in Cincinnati, Ohio. We are in Fairfield, Ohio, which, by the way, is extremely special to me. This is where I was born.
Really?
These fields, this grass,
Yeah.
I played soccer on as like a 5-year-old. I was
That's
bad at
awesome.
soccer, let me be honest. But this is not just my home. This is literally like I've touched this grass as
That's
a 5-year-old.
amazing.
At Joyce Park here in Fairfield, Ohio. This is incredibly special. All right, we are off.
Oh! Shut up, we're trying getting shot off the break from the home.
Oh, and they're going to lose their can. They're doubled up a
They've
can.
only got
So
3
dropping
alive
2
now.
bodies for Shut Up, We're Trying immediately. Texas Demo now pushing up the middle.
Demolition, did they go up to the brick? Could
Shut
you
Up,
see
We're
that?
Trying. Shut Up, We're Trying losing another player down to just 2 alive.
Demolition moving out to the snake, and there's the concede.
Wow.
So you were talking about playing soccer here, not being very good at it. But
Yes.
I don't know if you want to know something.
Sure. I
But
like knowing.
one thing you're very good at is being a fantastic friend.
It's
It's been a long time.
That sounds like a concession.
It's been a long time.
Love you too. Yeah, so I was born in Hamilton Hospital, roughly that direction, about
Okay.
a mile and a half from here. And my home, my little, the home I grew up in, was in that direction again, about a mile and a half from here.
That's awesome.
Yep, I would ride my bike here to Joyce Park in Fairfield, Ohio as a kid. I'd come here to do. My father would bring us here. There used to be a mini golf course right behind where we are. Yeah, this is super my home.
That's fantastic.
It's super emotional for me to be here.
That's amazing. I love that.
It's awesome.
BR
Absolutely awesome.
Factory and Sacramento Damage. BR Factory is on the left. Sacramento is on the right.
All right,
Big
BR
breakout
Factory dresses
straight
up the
into
middle.
the 50.
We've seen this play before.
Moving
out of
straight down the
Vendetta.
snake. Falvey, watch the right-hand side. BR Factory pushing all the way up the snake on the right-hand side of the field.
BR Factory also going to the snake themselves. Snake 2. BR Factory now out to Dorito corner. And
That
into
was the
snake
exact
3.
breakout that you were talking about during the last game, Matt. Moving straight down the snake on the opposite side of the field.
All right, snake Dorito here for
Home player getting checked for
BR
demolition,
Factory wrapping
and
on the
there's
home.
a
It's
bird.
that's going to be a minor. Yellow birds flying, folks. They're all recalling story time here for BR Factory.
This snake player is about to catch it right now. And another one.
I love the call for story time, and as he says it, immediately one of his teammates
Yeah.
goes racing down the entire baseline.
Story time stabbings.
Never mind.
Oh, good morning, BR Factory. Nice to see you.
Well done. Very strong first game.
Did you see their breakout up the middle? It was
Yes.
gorgeous.
Yes. So I'm going to take a moment. Shut Up, We're Trying is going to roll back out here versus Texas Demo. I want to actually say a special hello to Logan Hansel of Shut Up, We're Trying. He is not here today because he is somewhere in a hospital awaiting the birth of his first son.
Amazing.
So hopefully that happens today. Hopefully we get confirmation of that. He has often joined me in the booth here to do webcasting, so I'm going to miss him this weekend. But he's got a very, very good excuse.
Fantastic.
All right, we are off. Texas Demo on your left. They're going to go up the middle of that brick also.
Straight up to the middle. Oh, and he gets hit on the way in. Demolition losing one body off the break. Potentially a second one. He's getting checked at the home, and he's clean.
All right. So 4 alive for Texas Demo.
Shut up, we're trying. Just lost what looks to be 2. Shut up, we're trying. Have 2 people walking off the field right now. Texas Demolition with 1. Demolition moving straight up to the opposite side, 50 brick. And again with that snake move, Matt. Moving up on the far side of the field.
However, they're going to lose their player on that backline can.
It's confusing to talk about the snakes at the same time on opposite sides of the field.
Yes, it's very weird.
It makes me happy that the people are able to watch the video and not try to understand what we're talking about.
So I actually had to look this up. I had to look up a little bit of, not trigonometry. I had to look up my shapes and colors, basically.
Okay.
So what this is not symmetrical. It is point symmetrical.
Okay.
And what point symmetrical means is imagine building a half of a field, right, on a layout, putting a dot in the middle 50, and then rotating a copy of that 180 degrees. So this field is point symmetrical. It's not lateral symmetrical. It's point symmetrical.
Okay.
I don't think anybody cares about that,
Well,
except for the fact that it's a very confusing. It's just not, your brain is just not wired as a paintball player.
Interesting tidbit. We've now taught each other something in these past two matches, so this is a good opportunity for both of us.
We're here to learn, folks.
Sacramento on the left, BR Factory on the right. BR with a conservative breakout, staying tight to the home. Here we go, moving up to the 50 brick.
DMG doubled up at home, 5 alive, both teams.
BR Factory losing one.
Actually, both teams losing one, so 4 and 4.
No, they lost 2. Sacramento has
You
down
are
2.
correct.
Yep. BR Factory losing another one. So we should be down to a 3-on-3. I can't see anything in this Dorito side.
We've settled into a little bit of a lull here. Advantage BR
Oh,
Factory there.
BR
now at the
Factory
middle.
starting to make the move. Moving up in Sacramento Snake, 50 brick. Sacramento moving up Snake 2, looking inside.
DMG losing a player on the Dorito side. Now they're going to lose their home. And get a
there's
minor
another
for their
bird.
trouble. That is it. It is a walk-in win here for BR Factory. BR Factory is going to go up 2-0 on this match. BR Factory coming in first place overall for the season so far. Certainly if they can take another, let's say, top 5 finish, they're in an incredibly strong position to look at maybe go for pro slot at the end
Absolutely,
of the
yeah.
year. So top team, if you don't know this at home, top team from semi-pro at the end of the year gets a free ticket to ride
Yeah.
to the pro division, and you're locked in for the next year.
And
Now, on
so
the-
far, they're only 2 points in, but they have a very dominant showing.
Yeah, they look really good. So
Smart paintball.
They've taken second place twice in
Yep.
a row. Frankly, I'm sure their aim is here to take first place, but like I said, even a top 5 finish, and they're going to be in a very strong position for the rest of the year.
Absolutely.
On the flip side of that, if you're a pro team and you're the 20th ranked pro team, you're living dangerously.
You're sweating.
You will get relegated down to semi-pro. All right, we'll take a moment to thank AlabamaPaintball.com. They actually have 3 locations. If you're in the Alabama area, go check them out. They have locations dedicated purely just to running private groups. They have locations for, I believe that's their Quest location, that has more of a mixed usage, meaning if you're an experienced player, you want to play some speedball, go there. Give them a chance.
Shut up, we're trying on the left. Texas Demolition on the right.
Shut up,
Demolition
we're
with a
trying
pocket play.
Shut up, we're trying player living in the open and then making a move up to the middle.
Demolition losing 1. Refs going in to check the shut up, we're trying player moving into the snake. That is a very close check.
And that is rough for the shut up,
Clean.
we're trying player because it also gives away what was a very sneaky move.
Correct.
The refs have to go in and make those checks. They don't have a choice, but it's just unfortunate when you're...
Demolition losing their snake player. That's leaving that side of the field open. The furthest right that Demolition is would be this can, and he is getting an unbelievable amount of heat.
Shut up, we're trying down by 2 points. We got 12.5 on the clock.
Demolition's locked up on the back line right now. And now they just lost their home and their snakes. So they're down to, and that would be
wow. Bodies just peeling off for Demo. That wasn't even with a flag. That was just, we all decided to die at the same time.
That was a snake player.
Wow.
You got to be careful, those snake players. They'll bite you.
They're dangerous. Is it a venomous one or a poisonous one?
I'm not sure. We have to ask
They're
him.
not the same thing. All right, shut up or try. I'm going to win that one. Bring the score to a 1-2 with about 12 minutes on the clock. So this is essentially a fresh game. A 1-point deficit with 12 minutes is a ton of time.
Yep. I was just checking the scores for the Division 4 right now because we have Suicide Squad playing Eastside Bandits right now. Eastside Bandits, good friends of mine. Suicide Squad as well. They're from our home field.
Yep. We'll talk local here for a second. After I talked about being a local to this region, for Krista and I, we're both from the New Hampshire area and the New England area in general. New England has, I think, in the last 5 years, seen kind of a resurgence of a lot of strong teams.
Yep.
Today you're going to see, today or tomorrow, you're going to see P-Mob here,
yep,
who took first place at the last event. They're a local team.
And they are a force to be reckoned with.
I think Shut Up, we're trying.
They're trying to get
Might
somebody.
be asking for a timeout. It's not. They're not up to play right now. But all right, PR Factory on your left, up 2-0.
Sacramento on your right. Sacramento with what appears to be a pocket play, possibly out to the Dorito corner.
There's going to be a
That's
trade
a big
up
possibility.
the middle here. So 4-on-4. All right, BR Factory up to this wedge that Krista has told us is the death wedge.
The wedge, it is a fantastic bunker. But the downfall is he is playing into the sun.
Yep. BR Factory gets another kill, however, they lose a player off their back line.
He's jumping up and down, quite happy. Oh, they are mirrored up crossfield now.
Do they know it?
I believe that 32 does know it, but I don't think he can see him.
No, there's no vision.
Yeah, he saw him now.
Vision. That'll do it.
That hit would count, Matt.
Yeah, that's Paintball 101.
Hey, kill the Viper, kill 3 at least. No, let's kill 4, man. Kill 4.
And that would be, once again, story time.
Let's see if it works this time. Story time is no guarantee that your teammates will sit down.
And once again, BR Factory going out there and putting it on them.
Yeah, rolling out there. So Sacramento GMG 9th place coming into this event. Certainly, you give a little bit of favor to BR Factory winning this matchup, but at this level, of course, any team can win it. Literally, any team can win it.
What is P-Mob at right now?
P-Mob is currently for the year at 11th.
Okay.
P-Mob won the last event at Atlantic City and had an absolutely disastrous event one at Tampa.
Yeah.
They came in 22nd at Tampa. They're gonna be mad I'm even saying that out loud.
Don't say it out loud.
Yeah,
Knock on plastic wood.
I'm sorry, Noel Tran, but
they had a dominant showing at Atlantic City, though.
Huge bounce back. So this weekend's obviously very important. There's, if they can show that, they're going to show which one was a fluke. Let's put it this way. They're going to show us whether Tampa was a fluke or whether Atlantic City was a fluke. I mean, I hope for their sake Tampa was the fluke.
I think Tampa was the fluke based off the practice they had with a line from who I play for, Rebellion. They had a fantastic practice last weekend.
All right, here we go. Texas demo on your left. Shut up, we're trying on your right. Shut up down by 1 point, but tons of time on the clock. Both teams making their secondary moves.
Shut up, we're trying
Texas
across
demo,
the back
up the middle
line.
to this brick.
Moving into the snake.
Playing the
Shut up, we're
inside
trying
of
is
that
up to the
snake
snake.
wedge.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you. Shut up, we're trying at the snake 3. Taking bodies.
Demo's going to lose their player in the brick up the middle. It's a big kill.
Shut up, we're trying, losing 1. Demolition moving into the snake.
Shut up, we're trying with good, strong positioning over in their snake. They got both Dorito and
Very
the inside of
strong.
that wedge. Now reinforcing it with a move out to the can on the snake side.
Leaving the Dorito player on a bit of an island, and there's a major for Texas Demolition.
Oh.
Was it Texas?
That is going to gut them. We're
Yeah,
at
Texas
just about
Demolition.
11 minutes left. How many bodies? Was that 3 bodies pulled for a penalty? Because that's a major. That's a gross major.
It was definitely a major, and they were talking about if it was a gross major.
If it was a wiping penalty, then that's 3 bodies pulled on top of the offender. It could be that a player was just hit at that particular time and walked off on his own volition. May not have been a gross major. All right, well, shut up. We're trying. Really giving a gift there with 4 bodies walking off
Definitely.
in a span of about 3 seconds. This is going to be a walk-in victory for them. Actually, nobody's hitting the buzzer. Maybe the scoreboard hasn't updated. That should not be a game-ending clock stoppage, right? So even a gross major, there was still 4 bodies left alive for demo, right? So even a gross major would have just left them with no bodies, in which case the clock keeps running.
Correct.
Shut up, we're trying would need to go hit the buzzer. But they've stopped the clock.
Yep.
So there might
5
be
runners are on the field, and the refs are definitely talking about something.
There might have been other shenanigans afoot on that one.
They're having a very in-depth conversation to our right.
I will say, you could say this is good or bad, but on the semi-pro field here at the NXL for the last few years, there are often long ref conversations, not because the reffing crew is bad, but because I think the reffing crew is really good and they're willing to go and fix situations. They will stop.
That's the way it seems.
They'll have a conversation about what just happened and whether or not they should. Oh, they're starting with 4. I just heard the ref saying they're starting with 4. You know what?
That was.
Yeah.
No, that was. Why can I not think of his first name?
One of the Luckow brothers?
Yeah. He said that they're starting with 4.
He's talking to Shut Up, We're Trying.
Yeah, because he held his fingers up and said 4, so I'm assuming that.
Unless he's indicating the other team starting with 4. I don't know. There's so many questions.
Hornet's Nest.
Question for you is, am I going to Hornet's Nest? And the answer is yes, you should. Hornet's Nest, located in New York. You can tell by the New York Yankees logo on the shoulder. Boy, that's really divisive. Am I welcome as a Boston Red Sox fan?
I don't know if we can even be talking about this. Yeah. That Hornet definitely works out.
Yeah, he's swole. It's a
all
swole
right,
Hornet.
BR Factory is on your right with Sacramento Damage on your left. BR lined up on the back line, losing a body off the break from the D side. Made it into the snake clean all the way to the snake 3. And there's a minor for BR Factory, losing the entire back line. Snake 3 and the can is all. Oh, they are into the Dorito 3 for Sacramento DMG now. BR Factory looking cross field, starting to shoot people in the back.
DMG going to lose their mini temple over on the Dorito side.
DMG is completely stuck on the snake side with a single BR Factory in their Doritos. And taking bodies with him. Sacramento making it into the snake side for BR Factory, looking cross field, trying to shoot. Oh, he didn't get him.
Caden Spencer trying to close it out, moving to their Dorito 3.
BR Factory down to 1 player on Sacramento Damages.
Caden is going to work.
Dorito
all the way
side.
down to their Dorito corner.
There it is. Now, if BR Factory didn't get that penalty, I do feel that his player moving into DMG's Dorito side, that point could have gone a very different direction.
All right, I'm going to take a moment to rant about penalties and math. I don't know if you're ready for this. So we had 3v3 yesterday. We have 10-man going on. Here's my math problem. Why is a minor penalty a body pulled, regardless of how many bodies the format allows? So my argument is that if you're playing a 10-man and you get a minor, it should probably be 2 bodies, not 1 body pulled. We're 5-man, one body for a minor makes sense, and of course majors more. But in any case, I was just talking about scaling the penalties based on the format. So I feel like in 10-man, if you get a minor, you should be getting 2 bodies pulled. Right, because you got 10 players.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah,
it's just math.
It is math, and we're teaching again.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what's happening this weekend.
All right, here we go. Shut Up, We're Trying on the left. They're tied up 2-2 with Texas Demo.
Demo on the right. Demo with a pocket play and losing a body off the break.
Shut Up,
Demo
We're
up
Trying
to the
losing
middle.
both home players.
Goodness gracious, bodies are dropping.
So 3 left alive for Shut Up, We're Trying.
And there's the concede.
That is a very quick concede by Texas Demo. extremely quick concede. That was about 20 seconds off the clock in that game before a concession.
Absolutely.
That was rough. All right, well, shut up. We're crawling back into this one. They're now in lead on this. They started the match down. Hey, thank you to all our sponsors. Really, if you're at home watching this, you have a chance, go support some of these sponsors because they really, really are what makes this happen.
Absolutely.
If it weren't for sponsors, you would get no webcast on this side. For free, brought to you, the Paintball Hungry Public. So thank you. Thank you to all those sponsors.
There are a lot of them.
Yeah, and some of them like Hertz. I don't know if you noticed Hertz rental car.
Yeah.
In the past, I assume they're still doing it. They have a deal with Hertz where if you use them as a rental car, I think you get a VIP parking pass.
Oh,
yeah,
that's fantastic.
I'm not sure how many players even know about it or taking it.
I wish I had known because I am indeed using Hertz.
I'm using Hertz too.
BR Factory on your left, Sacramento DMG on your right. Sacramento 5 alive off the break.
Corner. Hertz down 3 players. I'm sorry, I said Hertz. BR Factory down to 3 players. Now into Snake for DMG.
DMG doubled up in the Snake. Snake 2 and 3.
So for BR Factory to win this point, I think that middle brick really needs to get some kills.
Correct.
They do take the home. So DMG loses their home player. No presence whatsoever on the Dorito side for BR Factory. It's kind of all up the middle now for them.
It would appear that DMG is stuck at the temple.
Side, but their home player bailing out, moving into Snake for BR Factory. They've got nothing over on the Dorito side
and
now.
Making it clean. Snake 2 player for DMG just dumped over the beam and crawled all the way to the 50 brick. DMG's
is not in panic mode here.
No.
They're really calm about this situation. Oh, there's a bunkering coming through. It's going to be clean. That is a dangerous spin.
That was a very big spin. I'm amazed.
I don't think he pulled the trigger.
I don't think so either.
No. But that's a very dangerous thing to even attempt that spin. Frankly, if the reffing wasn't as good, that would have been a major simply because that
the
player...
spin.
Well, the DMG player actually got hit by a different BR Factory player, not the guy that spun.
Oh, okay.
But that could have looked like a gross, well, like a major. All right, BR Factory now pinned into this corner over here on their Snake side.
If we were rating spins, I would say that was a fantastic spin. It was a nice little jump with a pirouette.
Really high on the Drama Factory.
Yes.
And the spin Oscar goes to BR Factory player.
I'm starting to think that this BR player in the Snake can is starting to get a little low on paint. He's being very methodical with his shots right now.
And DMG takes advantage of that low paint situation. They move into the other team's Dorito 3. Now up the middle to the
and
brick.
the 50 brick.
You know, you could say for BR Factory, maybe milk the clock, but they're only up by 2 points, and there's still almost 7 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a drop back by the BR Factory Snake player.
I feel like that's a good move, specifically to cross it up and try to stay alive.
I agree. Has any of them picked up on that Dorito, though?
I don't believe so.
No. You are absolutely correct. Listen to the fire rate of this can.
Yeah.
He's shooting 1 ball at a time, as slow as possible.
The DMG player at the 50 brick here, I'm not 100% sure that he knows the body count. He was doing a lot of, bobbing and weaving, trying to meerkat his way to figure out what the story is.
Here we go. Here's the run through. He's going to run right through a gun, though. Yeah, that did not work. No, it did work. He traded.
Yep, he got one.
That's a great trade if you're DMG.
This can is not a great place to be.
No, he's going to get blown up by that Dorito. There it is.
Well done.
Yeah, good game. But DMG went up immediately with a nice off the break kill of the Snake diver for BR Factory. But from that point forward, they just tighten that noose. If I have any complaints, if I'm BR Factory, it's that your players, even in a down body situation, kept shoving resources over here to the Snake side instead of trying to spread it wide and limit the damage. That might have been a mistake.
Did you call him a Snake diver?
Yes. Yeah.
I like that.
Well, you transition from being a Snake runner to a Snake diver and then to a Snake crawler. It's kind of like an evolution.
Like a frog?
Yeah, or a butterfly. I was going butterfly.
Okay.
Yeah, like a frog. You know what? I think most players would rather be called a frog than a butterfly.
Yes.
for masculinity reasons.
But that pirouette on that spin,
That was
that would
beautiful.
be a butterfly.
That was beautiful.
I hope that is on camera.
All right.
Texas
Let's
demo
count-
on the left, shut up, we're
let's
trying
count
on the right.
bodies. I think we're looking at 5-on-5. So
5-on-5,
that
correct.
Not a thing.
That looked like a pack hit
Possible.
for Texas Demolition, and he is hit.
There it is.
That was a beautiful shot.
All right. Demo down 4-5.
Shut up, we're trying, still 5 alive. Spread out pretty well, all the way to the 50 brick, looking snake side.
So the score is 3-2. There is 10 minutes left on the clock.
10
which is
minutes?
insane for this
Goodness. But this plays into the fact that we were talking about the slow play points.
layout. These teams are not choosing to play slow. To have a 3-2 score with 10 minutes on the clock.
No, I mean like the time frame from the last matches. The amount of points on this one in comparison to the 2-2 overtime.
Yeah. Oh, Dorito player getting a check. Called rub.
So again, this player for Texas Demolition at this wedge snake, number 34, I believe it is, or 24. He's playing that the way that you and me were talking about, where you can really control and joystick that snake player and keep him alive. And you really can play that beam as if it's an actual playable bunker.
You're right. That's Aaron Sands. He's choosing to stay on the Dorito side. He's protecting his snake Dorito player.
And
Boy
it's
here.
convenient. Go ahead.
Boy here for Texas Demo, he's given the option to do whatever he wants, shoot down the tape, which honestly there's not good vision out of the tape due to that wedge.
Correct.
So he's going to switch to the inside.
With these two being so close together, you can have very clear communication without yelling at each other.
Oh, they're going to lose their, Texas Demo's going to lose their Dorito corner.
Did fill out, though.
Yeah, home player immediately fills it and then moves up to D1.
That was a very clean fill. Shut up, we're trying at the home and the Dorito Temple, and still the 50 brick and the Snake 3. Boy looking like he wants to do something. Is it boy or buoy?
Your call. I'm going boy. B-O-I. Not on the official roster. So that's likely one of the other players from Texas Demo.
Okay.
We've got Devin Lopez already walked off the field. Taylor Munoz.
They're
Randall
losing
Rinaldi,
Sains, you said?
Victor Abarca, Aaron Sands, and Patrick
Sands.
Reborn. So Sands taking a walk.
Yep. Demo down to 2 players. Opposite side of the field, and then they concede.
There you go. Texas Demo coach has seen enough. Thanks again to Alabama Paintball and their 3 locations. If you're in the area, they have a form of paintball for you, including things for younger players like Jelly Ball and low impact paintball, and of course normal 68 caliber paintball. So if you're in that area, you probably already know about them. I mean, with 3 locations, they're a big operation. And thank you for sponsoring us.
Sacramento and BR Factory.
Yep. DMG with a nice last point there. BR Factory's got to be a little bit more aware of the tactical situation if they go down bodies this time. Spread it out instead of clumping up.
BR Factory on your right. Big breakout. 2 into the snake for BR Factory. The wedge and the brick. And making it in clean.
DMG player up the middle to the mini brick. However, his mini temple on the Dorito side getting checked. He's clean. So 5 alive, both sides.
Home player for BR Factory shooting the snake. Heavy, heavy, heavy. That wedge on BR Factory. Oh, they're doubled up over on that side now. There's 3 in the snake for that side of the field, for the BR Factory side of the snake. I wish these snakes were connected.
right, the DMG player, there he goes. He's making his move up to that snake Dorito.
Beautiful slide in there, too. Crawl in there, I should say.
That's Caden Spencer now. He's going to lose his teammate, however, on the Dorito side. DMG doubling up into this snake. No Dorito side presence. BR Factory takes advantage of that by getting up to the 50 wedge.
Absolutely. BR Factory did lose one of their snake players, though.
But DMG is now kind of really clumped into a corner here again. Just like what BR Factory was dealing with the last game. Now the script is flipped.
It's interesting how the games keep getting caught in an island on the snake side. Oh, BR Factory getting shot from the Dorito 3 move. BR Factory on the run through. Doesn't look like he took anyone with him.
No.
All that aggression and nobody.
Wow, so advantage now, DMG 4-3. Just a little bit under 4 minutes on the clock. BR Factory with a slim 1-point lead. So DMG home player moves up to that mini brick. Now an attempted run through by DMG. Move to their tower.
DMG from the tower getting shots on the home and the Dorito temple, mini temple. This home player is going to have a hard time living in this spot for BR Factory.
DMG tower player has some paint underneath his right arm.
Oh, I thought that was part of the logo. Oh, yes, I do see it now. Yep.
Yeah. Very good chance it's rubbed because the ref's looking right at it.
And I don't think he made it in there. BR Factory's still alive.
Wow.
Against all odds.
BR Factory filling up sandbags. They're going for full long-term siege here. They are not leaving.
They are fighting, fighting, fighting.
I believe we're at a 3-on-1. Gerber and Spencer working up this Dorito side. Oh, that's risky to even fill. He's under that much pressure. I don't like this. DMG,
I was just about to say,
went to the snake side.
I
Instead
don't.
He goes up the middle of the tower.
I don't like how they didn't spread out.
Exactly.
You're lining yourself up, and this.
I mean, you're in an enormous advantage situation here with like 3-on-1, but
yeah,
it's still that's not the way to play it. Oh, he doesn't know how close he came to getting bunkered out of there.
That BR Factory player was literally riding that ship to the bottom.
So
well done.
And I can criticize both teams evenly.
Okay.
The previous point, we saw BR Factory probably lose tactical awareness and choose to clump up over here on the snake side when they were down bodies.
Yep.
That was a tactical mistake. And in this game, DMG, they won it, so what I'm about to say doesn't really matter. But what you and I just watched is their player, their middle player in the back had an opportunity to swing out to the snake side, completely close the noose. Instead, he bunched up with his other two remaining players over here, kind of in the middle and Dorito side. Not ideal. Doesn't matter. They won it.
Yeah.
So thin criticism there.
But if they're crossed up, there's an opportunity where that could still turn.
Yeah. All right.
Setup we're trying on the left, Texas Demolition on the right.
Hey, Florida!
Late pod runner trying to get the hell off the field. There you go.
Demolition up to this tower. I was just about to say we haven't seen him played very much, and I would assume that is why.
There you go. Commentator curse. Well done, Krista.
Oh, sorry.
Shut up, we're trying. Still doubled up at home, which is a really risky proposition. They got to get out of there. There it is. He's going to move to the mini wall. Now into the snake
Demolition
ledge.
making it clean into the snake. Stuck at the Dorito Temple and the home as well for Texas.
Oh, we're going to lose our snake player over there for Texas Demo.
Demo moving up to the 50 brick. Made it in clean. And there's the concede.
Shut up, we're trying. Strong point. They're going to go 4-2, 5-2. With about 6.5 on the clock. If if my memory serves, and it's always questionable my memory, I think Shut Up We're Trying started down at the beginning of this match and then fought their way back.
Correct.
They're now at a nice dominant position, 5-3. 6 minutes on the clock, though. It's certainly plenty of time.
And the penalties have stopped flying as well.
All right, so after this game, you're going to see TPP Crew back on the field versus KC Missouri All-Stars. You're going to see Wildside Distortion versus Virginia Vendetta. Vendetta already winning a match 5-0, if I'm not mistaken. And we saw TPP Crew, I believe they tied. No, they won their first match.
Correct.
On a overtime one-on-one situation.
Yes. Pit Crew.
Pit Crew. We think there's a player with a Pit Crew jersey.
BR Factory on your left. DMG on your right.
Game tied up with 2 minutes on the clock.
DMG with a standard breakout. BR Factory with a very aggressive up into the snake. Shooting crossfield and immediately taking bodies with him. He's got a 2-pack so far, soon to be a 3-pack. And he's about to get shot in the back from DMG's Snake 3 player.
Wow.
There it is.
Huge point there for
That
BR
was-
Factory.
That was something.
So that is exactly the move that we talked about. This was possible on this field. You run at your middle brick, you dive left into their brick at the last
Correct.
second, and then you crawl that snake beam, you can get to the other team's snake wedge. And then as long as they don't know you're there, you can do an enormous amount of damage in a very short time. And that's exactly what he did.
And he took 2 bodies with him before he got shot in the back, which is your job.
All right, Shut Up, we're trying rolling back on the field. 5-2 advantage, 6.5 on the clock. Texas Demo needs to win points in about a minute and a half to feel comfortable
Yep.
with the clock. That's a little bit to ask on this particular layout. This isn't a super fast win layout unless you go up the middle, and they don't pick up on it.
Texas on the left, Shut Up, we're trying on the right. Texas with the whole back line, moving up into the 50 brick. He makes it in clean.
Shut Up, we're trying doubled up with that can on the snake side, which is not a normal play.
Doubled up at the home, too, moving into the inside snake. Making it in clean for Shut Up, we're trying.
Texas Demo now into Dorito 1. They're now into the inside snake wedge. Snake mini wall, middle brick. D1 and can on the back line, Doritos snake side.
Texas Demolition losing their mini Dorito player.
Now there's a drop back to home by the Texas Demo can player. However, he's going to lose his life. That leaves, again, Texas Demo with nothing on the Dorito side.
Correct. And I don't think they know,
Oh,
and
that did not
they
work.
just lost their 50 as well.
Texas Demo player attempts to bounce to their brick. Gets blown up doing it. Little dangerous. He brought his gun up after starting to get shot. Again, I don't think he pulled the trigger, but don't do that, folks. Last 2 Texas Demo players over here clustered together in the snake.
Number 2's got to get to a better spot that's a little bit safer. If Shut Up, we're trying is able to wrap anything on the Dorito side, you cannot live in that spot.
Texas Demo should definitely go into story time mode here. They're up big on points. They just want to kill clock.
And here comes Shut Up, we're trying past the snake 3 into the snake wedge, and if he wraps it, he can just like that.
Both Demo players walking off at the same time. That's going to be an easy win. Texas Demo is going to concede to try to save some clock.
Still 4.5 minutes left. That's quite a bit of time. I don't know if it's enough for that kind of spread,
Yeah, and on this layout especially.
but at this point, you really need to fight for that point margin.
So this is early in the weekend.
Yes.
And even though teams have had a chance to play in this field at their home fields, I have very often had the fortune of sitting here in the webcast booth. I watch and I don't know what else to call it other than the meta. I watch the meta change on a layout like this over the course of the weekend.
Okay.
What we're seeing right now is very, very little Dorito action.
Yeah.
Very few times have I seen, except for a late game push. Late game push is a different animal.
To piggyback off of that, again, the space in between these Doritos is massive.
Yeah.
The shots from the snake side on the Doritos are unbelievable. If you can win a gunfight and get dominance, you can move, but it is a very difficult side of the field.
It's a tough move.
Big breakout by DMG. Straight up to the 50, spread across the back.
DMG's going to lose their mini tempo on this Dorito side.
BR Factory moving up. Both inside bunkers for their snake side of the field. The brick and the wedge. However, BR Factory, Dorito side player walking off.
At the same time, DMG loses their can on their snake side. We're almost at a minute. DMG has got to feel a sense of urgency here. There it is, 60 seconds left on the clock. Spencer here in
They
the
still
snake
have
for
time.
DMG. Oh, there we go.
BR Factory losing one. But they still have the brick, and the brick is popping the top.
BR Factory immediately refills that snake.
He has the height for it. DMG moving down to the Dorito side of the field.
Oh, he's wide open to that snake as the snake looks.
And he got shot.
Wow.
Oh. I thought he got shot in the pack.
Why are you not hitting the buzzer? There you go. Kills are not worth anything. Hit the buzzer.
It looked like he caught something in the pack. We're about to find out.
If he's
I am
clean,
wrong.
That was a hell of a fast game.
Unbelievable.
Hell of a fast game from DMG. Exactly what they needed.
30 seconds remaining.
Yeah. So they're going to play that last point out. Without a major penalty, it's probably going to go to time.
Yep.
You'll know within the first 3 seconds of the game which coach has said go win it in 30 seconds.
Yep.
And thanks again to one of our sponsors, BKI Paintball. If you become a member of BKI, you can use a lot of their online resources to learn how to be a better tournament player. You also have the chance to go to their pro paintball development camp. When they say pro, they mean it. They bring in a lot of pro players to act as coaches for the weekend. So this one's going to take place July 23rd up at Maynard, Massachusetts, home of Boston Paintball. So please join us.
Absolutely.
I believe you still get a free jersey out of it too, just as a keepsake. But honestly, training from pros is an amazing benefit.
Yeah, and you got to take advantage of it when you can.
All right, Shut Up. We're trying with a 4-point lead, 5 minutes on the clock.
I was not saying shut up. I apologize.
Shut Up. We're trying tripled up at home. Makes a move up to the mini brick.
Demolition on your right, doubled up in the snake. The snake can as well, and Dorito Temple.
Shut Up. We're trying playing with house money here with a 4-point lead and 4 minutes on the clock. They're being more aggressive up the middle. Why not?
We're seeing more and more of this doubled up in the snake with the wedge and the snake 3 or the snake 2 for that matter. The communication you can have there is fantastic, and you're able to really cross up the entire field.
Yeah, I'm hearing story time from Shut Up. We're trying. So they're going to go into clock kill mode.
4 minutes remaining.
A little bit of a risky pop over the top for Texas Demo player in that snake inside wedge.
Oh.
What did we just say about risk? Taking a little bit too many risks. He's going to pay for it with his life.
I saw that ref just throw something. I wasn't quite sure what that was.
Yeah, he lost his hat. I don't know what throwing a hat means for penalties, but I don't think he puts any bodies to it.
Texas Demolition, the snake player, is not quite sure where these people are right now. He's, at this point, just shooting bunkers, hoping for the best.
So, for Texas Demo, right now, this is not going well.
No.
Simply because we're now down to almost 3 minutes. There's a 4-point deficit. They needed to win this game in about a minute, which is it's a lot to ask of any team. But Texas Demo is not being aggressive enough to even come close to doing that. They apparently hear me, and they start making their secondary bumps.
He didn't make it in.
No, he took one to the goggle.
So there's still one in the snake for Texas.
Shut Up, we're trying. Not only is they control this situation, their players are actually making jokes to each other on the field.
I didn't hear what he said.
It was something about like super story time, I think is what I just heard. I could be wrong, but his snake Dorito player literally laughed when he heard that call. Yeah, we're now at about 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Oh! Definitely did not live. Doubled up in the snake side for Texas, and Texas has moved on to the Dorito side of Shut Up, We're Trying's field. Looking crossfield.
There is a desperate Texas Demo player over there trying to figure out something.
They're actually double stacked right now.
Something happened. A Texas Demo attempts
and they
to
just
take
lost their
Dorito
snake.
Corner. They lose that. They lose their snake player. This is completely falling apart.
And then there goes the
yeah, and they lose that.
Bummer.
That is it. So Texas Demo coach cannot towel out of this due to the score situation. It doesn't really matter. Shut Up, We're Trying is going to win this. Barring them a dirty hang. That's
Yes.
about the only way this could go wrong for Shut Up, We're Trying.
Real quick, big shout out to my friend Ramon from Eastside Bandits from D Block, Maryland. They 4-0'd their first game.
Oh, congrats.
Good for them.
Maryland represent.
Yeah.
I'm not from Maryland, so I don't know what they say.
I don't know. I like it, though.
I don't know. Crab cake? Something crab cake? I don't know.
Should we put that on a shirt?
Something crab cake? Yeah. Shut Up, We're Trying understands the situation now. They're just going to let the clock run.
Yeah.
Again, for Texas Demo, they've probably stopped even paying attention to the field.
Correct.
Because it's going to be a mercy win now. For
They're probably already taking their stuff out.
They're already collecting pods. All right, well, Shut Up, We're Trying started this match a little shaky, and they came roaring back. They're going to win this one 7-2. Mercy out, Texas Demo.
I like turtles.
We all love paintball. Thanks for letting us know that.
A lot of points. The polar opposite of the first match.
All right, so Texas Demo came into this weekend at 17th place overall. They've taken 10th and 20th, so probably not a threat for the year, but a strong showing would get them into the upper tier of this division. Shut Up, We're Trying coming in 8th place, having taken already 4th, and then stumbling a little bit in Atlantic City. So far, looking good.
Okay. BR Factor on your left, Sacramento DMG on your right, 4-4 with 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, let's see which
this could
team
be entertaining.
wants to try to win it.
My money is BR.
My money is neither team.
And I was wrong. That's a conservative breakout.
A little bit more aggressive here from DMG. They go up the middle to that brick. We're now at 20 seconds.
Sacramento moving up to the S3. Shooting crossfield and hitting the BR player.
Nice shot.
Sacramento losing their brick.
So that brick play from DMG was really an aggressive defensive position.
Yeah.
That was not trying to win the game. That was trying to get a gun up the middle to act as a cross shooter to stop pushes.
Yep.
So from a viewer at home, that might have looked like, oh, DMG is really trying to push this thing. That's not what that role was. And it worked. He got a kill on a bump up here over on the snake side. He paid for it with his own life, but that's fine.
Paid for it by our sponsors.
Yeah, all of this is paid for by our sponsors. Thank you so much. You are looking at the Lone Wolf field. You're looking at a lot of Lone Wolf bunkers out there being cleaned by refs. Thank you so much to Lone Wolf and all our other sponsors. So, yeah, field meta. Let's go back to that.
Yes.
Dorito side is not getting much love. We understand why. Those are tough pushes from Dorito to Dorito.
Correct.
It's tough to make those bounces. To do so, you have to do it on your own. You have to get gun dominance on the people trying to stop you and make your bumps on your own. It's doable. But
I think you also have to have a high-grade level of situational awareness. Mm-hmm. You need to know where the bodies are, specifically for the people that may be posted up and looking at you and not shooting.
Yeah, like setting a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's definitely a risk here of the middle, especially the tower, which we haven't seen used that much. But the tower can absolutely set traps for Dorito bumps.
Yeah.
Now, again, as the meta evolves, we're not seeing much pushing up the Dorito side. So as a coach, or as coach is, they're not putting guys at that tower because there's kind of no reason.
Correct.
To. Now, if that changes, and by the way, that usually does change. So the interesting thing I've seen about these layouts is most of the times there's clearly a stronger side to these layouts.
Yes.
Right? You come in, you played it, you're like, this is definitely a snake side field. Well, what happens is as coaches devote more resources to what's perceived as the strong side, opportunities start developing to play that weak side as an aggression.
Yep.
And we see over the course of most weekends, the field layouts actually start to average out in terms of how teams are pushing. But right now,
I would agree with that.
In the early stages of this weekend, clearly the snake side is kind of the push. Actually, the middle is really the push.
The middle, the middle and technically the snake side. Because you can make very aggressive moves if you are quick and you can make the spot.
So on the snake side, we're generally seeing the snake Dorito being the easiest upfield push, right?
Correct.
And then there's a little bit of a stall out. Most teams are not moving from the Dorito into this 50 wedge or 45-yard line wedge until kind of late in the game when
Yep.
they've got things under control. Snake Dorito is kind of the stopping point for most pushes over here.
The Snake Dorito is a very dominant bunker, and you can cross and get a lot of really good shots. And again, tying off of the Dorito side field, this is a big spot. It's a big open area. And if you're in anything that has any cross shot on that, your job is to literally stop that move. You don't have to shoot the whole time. You could be posted up. But if you make their brick and you're just sitting here locking this down, that's 100% something you can do.
Which is why, well, actually the scores may not indicate it, but I feared coming into this was going to be a slow field. Actually, the scores have been fairly high so far this weekend. All right, here we go. Tied up 4-4.
Conservative up to the middle for BR Factory.
BR Factory player up the middle had his hopper open.
I did not think he was still alive for a second because he just slowed way down.
Yeah, he was playing some open space. He's going to lose their mini tempo on the Dorito side, though, for BR Factory.
Using those shadows.
Here we go, up to the Snake Dorito for BR Factory.
DMG up to the Snake Dorito as well.
Oh, he's going to get a check, though.
Oh, there it is.
Minor. He's turning to... Yeah, Ronnie Tyner's going to get the minor on that one. He's going to lose a teammate for BR Factory. That is no bueno. They're down to 2 players left alive, both up the middle. You got home and that middle brick. Nothing.
The middle brick is mirrored up.
Yeah, but for BR Factory, they're down to 2 players.
Correct.
They have nothing out on the tape lines.
Sacramento could, if he really wanted to, hop over the beam and stab this brick player and kind of just put one more nail in the coffin.
You have the bodies to trade. If you're DMG and you recognize that situation, it's worth it.
A lot of heat for BR Factory in that Dorito Temple.
Sacramento DMG up to their 50 wedge. Now crossing.
And there it is.
He's going to blow up his pack. Nice move by DMG. Last player left alive for BR. He's going to get blown up. That's just too much. Too many guns on him. He's going to walk. DMG is going to win this in overtime. Win the match 5-4 over BR Factory. BR Factory, rough start to the day. As long as it's a clean hang. There it is.
Way to go, Paintball.
Way to go, Paintball. Congratulations to Paintball.
Well done, Paintball.
DMG is psyched.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
a great way to come back from, what did you say, they were 14th last event?
DMG, yes, they were 11th.
11th, yeah.
They're 9th overall for the season so far.
So they're coming into it hot and heavy.
All right. Well, congratulations, Sacramento DMG. Congratulations to Shut Up, We're Trying. That has been my time with Krista for the day, unfortunately.
I'll see you tomorrow, though.
I will absolutely
It's good to see you. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thanks for joining us on the broadcast. We're going to take a short break. We'll be back.
Have a good day.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from DIE and a BKI professor from like day negative 100, or if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball? How do you get to the pro level? This is the way to do it. We've fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turd head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com or Beak Summer Camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose DIE, and see you later.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
I'm a trendsetter.
I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, though. I can't play this game. Try to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey.
All right, welcome back. I'm Matt Falby. I'm here with Brent Catchman from CRB Carbon Paintball. I'm just going to call it Carbon. It's not, but we are going to watch TPP Crew take on KC Missouri All-Stars, which you have a rooting interest in.
Yes.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the audience.
This is BRNT from CRBN. KCMO All-Stars are one of our premier teams, led by the fearless Todd Boyer.
And what are they using today?
Using our new DRV loader that I have up here right now. Brand new, only available to CRBN teams. Retail launch coming September 1st.
So if you see them on eBay, they're stolen.
Yeah,
Let's just
exactly.
be really clear for right now. So KC Missouri All-Star sponsored by Carbon, so we'll see them out there using these loaders. I did have a chance to have some teammates using some prototypes last weekend at a tournament I played in, and they worked flawlessly even in pouring rain. Absolute pouring rain. All right, TPP Crew on your left, All-Stars on your right. TPP Crew losing their last match here on the Premier Field. Looks like we were 5 alive for both sides. No, I take that back. First body dropping from Missouri All-Stars. You wouldn't know it by the fact the All-Stars are the ones pushing the field, though. All right, TPP Crew into this snake Dorito. This is the crew player, if I'm not mistaken, the jersey reading pit crew. What do we got going on over there for the All-Stars, Brett?
Looks like they're down 2 bodies already. Had the trap set, but he got shot. Here comes TPP on the snake side.
All right,
submitted.
Yeah, Missouri All-Star coach has seen enough. Too many bodies lost and too much good positioning for TPP Crew. They're going to towel out of that one. Live to fight another day. Hey, Francis, if we have a break between points, if you go back to the booth cam, it'll give me a chance to get Brent on to camera so we can talk more about the loader. Not right now, obviously we're down to 30 seconds, but maybe between the next 2 points, go back to booth camera. Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, Virginia Vendetta versus Wildside Distortion. Wildside Distortion has an absolutely stacked roster. Virginia Vendetta, however, 5-0ing their last match here in Lone Wolf. Pick a team. Who's going to win?
Wildside for sure. They picked up some Blast Camp players.
Their roster is
have their own field, play a lot, look sharp. Late to the box, though, I guess.
Well, they're having some kind of technical issue out there, so Wildside is a little bit late to the box. I think they had a problem with the chrono or something. So they're going to pause the countdown to 5 seconds. Does anybody try to cheat the chrono anymore? I mean, you started playing and you said 94.
Yep.
I started playing around the same time. Back then, tournaments would be decided by chronoing off the field. You know, a chrono penalty was enormous, and people constantly were trying to cheat the chrono. Wow, I'm only seeing 5 bodies for Wildside. I think we must have had a gun down. Okay, you're old enough to know this. We all talk about the grand old days of paintball and how great it was. I got to be honest. I think modern paintball, with how good the reffing is and how well these tournaments are run, is better than what I grew up playing in the 90s.
The logistics are vastly superior in modern paintball.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Ready to launch. Wide breakout by Wildside Distortion appropriately. Gina Vendetta pushing up the middle.
Yeah, the trap set.
This is an easy crawl for Distortion up to that middle brick using the snake beam. Looks like first kill going to Vendetta. They pull out this snake Dorito. Have we dropped any bodies over on the Vendetta side?
Oh, they're 5 up. In the snake with a trap set on Distortion snake side.
Kanakarios working that middle, number 8 for Wildside. He's looking to the other team's snake side, trying to pick up a kill. Game is settled down to a bit of a lull. So we're seeing that on this field. There's an opening flurry of action, and things tend to slow down a bit into a lull. This actually can be kind of a tough field to push.
Vendetta really doesn't know what's going on right now.
Basically, at this point, the other team's just trying to lock into gunfights and see if they can win a gunfight. If Wildside can go up by a body or two, then you're going to start seeing...
Here we go, 4-on-4 now. Lead snake on Vendetta shot out. Distortion needs to go through the gut now. And
Wildside into the snake now. This is their first snake presence. Ooh, he's got some paint. That's going to be rubbed though on the snake player for Wildside. That's number 67, Michael Unger. Virginia Vendetta player getting peeled off that snake side. Unger makes a transition into that Dorito, snake Dorito.
Here it comes.
There was a gun waiting for him.
Nice move.
Big run through. Oh no, that's a trade out.
Oh,
no, there's going to be
Distortion.
a major on the wild side.
You still have the bodies though. No, all of them.
They're looking for one more. Unger is going to take a walk for his teammate Sins. That leaves just the D1 still alive for Wildside.
1-on-1 right now. I've got one player in Vendetta for sure.
Yeah, both mirrored up essentially. Dorito, no, yeah, Dorito 2s for both teams.
Oh, nice shooting. Distortion might walk away from this self-inflicted disaster here with the penalty.
Right. All right, well, now we're going to enter a little bit of a lull period while this last lucky Wildside Distortion player tries to figure out what the hell is going on in the field. He's all alone, but he doesn't know it yet. Is there anything more nerve-wracking than being the last player on a field? And you're just sure behind every
For me,
bunker.
it's seeing the flags go up on my side. That's more nerve-wracking than being the last guy. Trying to figure out who the refs are going to pull.
All right, there we go. So Wildside's going to win that one in, may I say it, a wild manner. That's the dad jokes you get when you come to the Lone Wolf Premier Field.
All right, so the DRV loader has an LCD display on the back. I don't know if we can see that on here. Has a timer, has your torque settings. Everything on this loader comes apart super quick. It's all magnetic. Tray comes out. Spindle comes out, separates. You got your gears here. You got your electronics here. Everything goes back together. It uses a lithium battery, rechargeable. 25 to 30,000 shots depending on your torque settings. Everything back together, super slick.
So as a gun tech, I can appreciate how easy you made it to take it apart. The players still will not take it apart. They'll bring it to me and make it to it.
Let's go, KC.
5 alive, both teams. First body kill goes to KC. They're going to peel off the snake player for TTP crew.
Boyer playing lead snake for KC Missouri All-Stars. Very versatile player. Oh, another penalty.
Ugh.
Takes out both shooters out of home for KC.
So KC's going to now have to rely on their snake Dorito player, their backline can, and their backline mini.
Boyer into the 50.
This is Boyer going to work. I don't think anybody's picked up on his presence here at this wedge. Now they know.
Nobody any. KC's putting it together right now. Joe Twickler moving up the middle.
Good communication by Boyer.
2-on-2.
Recognizing home.
Ah.
No, he overextends himself there in that gunfight. The home's going to take him out.
Submitted.
Oh, yeah, that was a good concede. I mean, really, that was just sit and shoot. That won that one. All-Stars just took a few too many risks there with gunfights, and it just didn't work out for him. All right. Thanks to another one of our sponsors, AlabamaPaintball.com. Alabama Paintball, 3 locations. Each location is kind of dedicated to a different thing. So they have a location kind of dedicated to private groups, a field located dedicated to more experienced players that want to come out and play some traditional speedball. So they have a little bit of everything there for you if you're down in Alabama. All right, here we go.
Ooh,
Vendetta on your
nice
left,
shooting off the break
Wildside on your right. Vendetta's going to lose their first player. Vendetta has nothing on the snake side and really nobody in position to challenge to get into the snake. What do you see even over on the wild side?
Already in position on the snake side. Shooting another one off of Vendetta. Vendetta's trapped in the pocket right now.
Wild side is chopping up bodies. Virginia Vendetta really stuck in a pocket right there in the middle. They got the mini brick, the home, and the mini temple over on the Dorito side.
Distortion into 250s, the east side and the middle.
And now doubled up over there on that, their snake side. Now up the middle to the other team's brick. Home player peeling off, leaving 2 Virginia Vendetta players alive.
They should think about submitting right now.
Ooh, that could be dangerous. No, he gets away with that move. No, he didn't. Got a trade out of it. That's fine. And that will do it. Wildside Distortion going to walk in this one in for the win. So they're going to go up 2-0 on Virginia Vendetta. 10 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. What do you think about this layout? You got a little bit of a chance to play it, right?
What's that?
Have you had a chance? You had a chance to play this layout?
Just a little bit, yeah.
What do you think?
I mean, it's kind of reminiscent of the Dallas Minor from a couple years ago. They had a same kind of deal like this. I like it because you can stay on your dominant hand no matter what you're doing.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So,
yeah, you're right. You never have to switch off gun hands.
But it's pretty job specific. You have to stay on set zones, otherwise blow it apart, as we just saw against Vendetta there with Distortion. As soon as they got through on that snake side, it was over.
So playing this field last week and looking at this layout, there was a real fear that this was going to be a slow layout, that there were going to be low-scoring games. I see maybe a fear as a broadcast because it's, for entertainment value. But so far, we've actually had relatively high-score games, and it hasn't turned into be a slow layout, which was a little bit of a surprise. Dorito side is definitely not getting pushed real hard by anybody out here so far this weekend. It's really up the middle is your big opportunity to do a bunch of damage. All right, Crew, 2-0 advantage. Doubled up at home. Really aggressive up the middle there for Crew. First kill goes to Crew. Now tied 4-4. All right, Crew going to go into the snake. Does he make it clean? He does.
Crew the first to get out of the pocket, moving much smoother than KC right now.
KC All-Stars still kind of stuck in their original positions. So the All-Star can now starting to look Snake side. Hopefully that will give him the impetus to make his bump into Snake. TPP Crew's Snake player, though, is locking into that can. It's going to be difficult for the All-Star player to get into the Snake himself.
All-Star sneaks into the 50 on the D side. I don't think anybody saw him.
Nice move up the middle by All-Stars.
Now they know he's there.
KC All-Stars now up to the Snake wedge at the 50. I'm not sure anybody on... Yeah, TPP Crew Snake player is aware of it. He's put a gun over there, but he's not staying on it.
If TPP smart, they're just going to send their guns now. They're up 2-0. Bleed at least a minute off this clock right now.
Yep. Carlos Santiago into the Snake Dorito for TPP Crew. You know, occasionally as broadcasters, we can listen into team conversations and understand what they're saying to each other. I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what TPP Crew's doing out there. Oh, they speak enough English to say, get out, get him out.
And it worked.
It did work, yeah. Oh, 2 players walking off for All-Stars right now. They're going to lose one of their Snake players and a home. Activate Bloodlust mode for TPP Crew. They're now making their bumps. Wow, that All-Star player is in a world of hurt there in that inside Snake wedge. He's going to drop back. Yeah, that's not going to work. He's going to lose the mini brick. That's it. Going to towel out of that one.
Rough start for KC.
Yeah, not the way they wanted to start it. They've been doing okay on breakout shooting. They've actually been getting some kills in the breakout, but they're having trouble in the mid-game just finishing it out. They're losing a few too many gunfights. I mean, that was gunfights, right? I didn't see TPP Crew didn't really start making secondary pushes until late in the game. Well, tertiary, third-level pushes until late in the game. So they just kind of hunkered in and started winning gunfights.
Yeah, KC had the field position, couldn't capitalize on it.
Well, on screen, we have another fine carbon product.
Yeah, Zero Goggle, our premier goggle.
Does Zero imply that it's a prototype?
No, we've had the Zero for a while, but...
All right, Wild Side Assortion up 2-0 on Virginia Vendetta. Close to 10 minutes on the clock.
Vendetta sends it on the Snake side. 3 guys into the Snake off the rip.
Look at that weaving run through the middle by the Virginia Vendetta player. Doesn't work out, but it was a beautiful run pattern.
The Wild Side has it figured out here.
Zach Hogue here in the Snake Dorito, wrapping. He's going to see if he can get a cross-court kill on the wrap.
Distortion up 5-on-3. Spread the field to the D side. Here it comes.
Yeah, Vendetta wedge player is just going to get pinched out.
They need
Too
to
much
submit
incoming
now.
fire. That was a bridge too far there for that distortion player trying to run through the middle. Going to draw it into a trade out though. That should be it.
I like Vendetta's aggression, but they needed to shoot somebody off the break for that to work.
Yeah. I don't see teams taking risks going out the Dorito corner on the breakout. So if I was a coach, I wouldn't bother wasting a gun on that lane. I'm only seeing 50-50 teams trying, not even 50, teams trying to go into the Snake off the break. So would I, as a coach, would you put a gun doing on that when it's rarely? The thing that you can almost guarantee teams are doing is going up the middle, but there's really no shot on that. So I think this is going to be a tough field to get breakout shots unless your opponent takes risks. I don't know. I think it's going to be a little tough to get free kills on the breakout. Maybe you tell one of your players to turn their gun down to, like, say 200 feet per second, so you can just loop shots over the middle and
drop it
shots.
in. Maybe.
Of course, if you're old like you and I, you know you can also just unscrew your barrel, drop about 50 feet per second off your gun. All right, wild side killing a little bit of clock there. There it is.
Vendetta is not worried about their time management. It's going to cost them if they can have a chance to come back here. Yeah, we add for our CRBN team program. You haven't experienced it. It's super slick. Get a render made, have jerseys, order one jersey at a time, order custom pod bags, cleat covers, barrel cases, goggle straps, the works. Check it out at CRBN's team program at teams@crbnpaintball.com. Make sure you ask for Walker. It's Walker. He's the guy.
Is that official, or were you just pushing workload on to a
No, he's Walker's the team guy. I am the dealer rep. Walker's out this weekend for a car show with his dad. They have a custom panel truck that they built together. I wish I had a photo of it. It's pretty sick.
So he chose family over paintball.
This time he did, yeah. When you do it for as long as he has,
yeah,
occasionally it has to happen.
You have that right. How much product will you have left in the booth at the end of the weekend? Your guess.
We try to sell out. We try to forecast it,
yeah.
But sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. At AC, we got screwed because of the weather.
Yeah. It's awful nice not to have to pack up much of anything to
right.
call it
Ship
a weekend.
it out. So here comes
off.
KC Missouri All-Stars comeback. Calling it now.
All right, here we go. Big prediction. Hold on, let me get my wallet. Let's get some money on this. All-Stars in a deep hole here, 0-3. 10 minutes on the clock, though. Plenty of time to do it. Clean, aggressive move into the snake for All-Stars. At the same time, they pick up a kill, so they're up 5-4.
Oh. Poor transition there by Bubba. He got clipped.
Went in a little high. Should have dove.
Hera into the 50 here on the snake side.
Thomas Hera, nice aggression. Ooh, he might have taken
Bounced.
one, though. Nope, calling him clean. It's a bounce. Hera lives to fight another day.
Most of TPP's guns are focused here on Hera at the 50 on the snake side, transitioning into the D side. Let's see if KC can realize that.
Uh-oh. All-Star getting a check on the head on that back line. Gonna call him clean. I think Hera's playing this right. He's not overextending himself. They know he's there. Obviously, he's got multiple guns on him. Don't try to come out into gunfights that are unfavorable to you. Just chill. Yeah, take multiple guns on you, and then ask your teammates to make their pushes. And there
He's
it
been
is.
asking for the zone call, but they're not hearing him. Now he finally got it.
So All-Stars make a double push at the same time. Boyer goes into this inside snake wedge, and we got Dorito 2 now hot for All-Stars. That is due to Hera taking so much fire.
I believe it's 4-on-4 right now. TPP looks complacent to sit on their guns, which I don't blame them, up 3-0.
I hear Hera saying that they're trying to bounce shot on him. I don't think it's a good bounce shot into that snake wedge, though, so I think he's pretty safe.
I think he's trying to do too much right now.
Yeah, needs to settle down a little.
No one's really picked up on Boyer at the 50 here. There we go, another kill off the TPP side. But they also shift. And we lose, and KC loses a player off the D side. No one in KC looking at the D side right now.
All right, this is KC's point to win. They're certainly up in bodies. We're now at about 7 minutes.
Figured out D2 now.
KC now up to the Dorito 3. TPP crew up in the Dorito to themselves. He's under pressure from that middle brick. I'm not sure he can come out and gunfight. He's going to have to just stay tucked in.
I don't think Todd knows about the snake player.
Boyer switches off to snake side. I'd rather see him stay on this Dorito, though.
Oh, they shot another TPP player. Yeah, nice move.
And now
they should
the
break it
Boyer
open.
takes out that Dorito.
Here comes that comeback I told you about.
All right, good point for Missouri All-Star. I mean, if I want to nitpick and have a complaint, it'd be nice if they could have done it in maybe 30 seconds less.
Yeah,
but
they need to do it faster.
Their clock is fine. They're going to be down by a couple points. There's going to be 6 minutes on the clock. That's fine.
TPP is winning the communication game, though, still.
All right, Virginia Vendetta in a 0-3 hole up against Wildside Distortion. 7.5 minutes on the clock. All right, for Vendetta, I'm seeing Grissom, Silver, Jacqueline, Savala. Not sure who their 5th player they're going to roll out.
Vendetta's body language looks off. They don't look like they're really in this right now.
What's that?
Their body language looks off.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right. They seem a little bit defeated out there. We're talking about Vendetta. After this match, we're going to switch over to the WNXL portion of our schedule. You're going to watch the Heroines take on the Baltimore Nevermores, and Femmes Fatale take on Tiki Sohana. Femmes winning Tampa Bay, coming in first place overall for the season. All right, here we go. Virginia Vendetta needs to come up with some solutions. They need to come up with it quick. They're down by 3. Got 7 on the clock. A little rough run, but Virginia Vendetta's up in the middle. Both teams up in the middle now. Vendetta's being more aggressive, making their secondary pushes.
Vendetta's overloaded the snake side, but to no avail. Wild side gets out wide.
So Sevilla is locked in here with a gunfight with that middle brick of Wildside. This is a big game within a game. Whoever wins this fight, especially Sevilla can win this fight, it really frees them up to start making pushes. Now into D1 for Vendetta. Oh, the ref just got blown up. Now into D2 for Vendetta. No one is looking Dorito side. That Vendetta player is free to just do what he wants. Again, that D2 for Vendetta is not taking any incoming fire. He's moved up to D2. He's looking cross. And I'm not sure Wildside has even picked up on his existence.
Now they do.
Sevilla here wrapping. That's a dangerous gunfight to engage in, because when you're that far off your center of balance, it's really tough to withdraw with any kind of twitch muscles.
It's still 5-on-5. Can't see that.
It's it's difficult to see. Wildside Distortion, it has confirmed at least 4 alive. It might have had a 5th player slip off the field unnoticed, ninja style.
Vedetta seems still stuck in their original positions here.
Yeah, for Wildside, they have no presence over here on the Dorito side. Now I'll move up to that inside wedge for Wildside. I would say momentum-wise, Virginia Vendetta is in control of this game right now. However, the clock is just bleeding away. And even though they may win this point, it's just too much time is peeling off the clock. This is when you're down 3-0.
They might come to regret not submitting those first couple points when they bled the clock. I think Distortion's about to put it together here on the snake side.
I think Sevilla's looking to make his bump into the snake side wedge. I'm trying to read body language. Yeah, I think he wants it.
There he
There
goes.
it is. He can play the outside of the snake now, this snake wedge, because there's nothing on the wild side's Dorito side. Oh, be careful, sir. There you go. Wild side now into the Dorito side. That means Sevilla's going to have to pull back to the backside of this bunker. He can't play the outside anymore. However, we're now under 3 minutes. We're now under 3 minutes.
Distortion leads
Vendetta, even with a win, this could be a loss for them in terms of clock.
Distortion just lost their lead snake guy. It's 53 Vendetta. Another death on Distortion, same bunker.
There you go. Distortion's going to lose their snake.
Another one.
Dorito. Now they're inside snake wedge. Sevilla's looking to blow up that middle. He will. Last wild side player is going to walk off that Dorito side. So this is going to be a win, but kind of a loss for Virginia Vendetta. Even with winning the point, there's only going to be 2 minutes left on the clock. This is a tough layout to get 2 one-minute points off. All right. Back over to the TPP Crew versus Missouri All-Star Games. Missouri came up with a solution on that last one, so they at least got the score to 3-1. They got 6 minutes on the clock. That's plenty of time. Now, if they lose another point, then they're in real trouble. If they drop back down to a 3-point differential with, say, 4 minutes on the clock, they're in a world of trouble. So it's weird to say that this is a must-win point, but I kind of think this is a must-win point for All-Stars.
Absolutely. They can afford to play like a 3 or 4 minute point here and win it. They'll be in a good spot, tied up at least.
Yep.
Look for TPP to spread it though this time.
All right, here we go. You are absolutely correct. That's exactly what they do. TP Crew with a move up to that mini brick, but otherwise spread wide across the back. They're definitely in like a clock killing mode.
Ooh.
So first kill goes to All-Stars.
All-Stars are in the snake. Looking to push that side. TPP makes it in, though.
Yeah, TPP crew into snake 2
And
now.
I don't think that KC has a trap set yet on the snake side.
TPP crew also up in Dorito 2. At the same time, Kansas is going to lose their middle mini brick. Momentum back in favor of TPP crew.
Yeah. KC has no idea that the snake player is moving up on them. Here comes a penalty probably too. Nope.
So he could take that wedge if he wanted to, this snake Dorito player for TPP crew.
There's no heat over here or anything on him.
TPP crew player here on the snake thinks that mini brick is still alive. It is not. That's what's holding him up. Crew player is absolutely pleading his case to the refs that he got a hopper hit on him. As a player,
He does have I think he does have a hit on his hopper.
Oh, you're right. I think
This
he
ref
might be
is
right.
5 feet away. What is he looking at? Maybe he's got tinted lenses.
It's really high up on the top of that rotor, so I don't think the refs. Yeah, well, that's a hit. That's 100% a hit on the TPP crew
They were
player.
crying about it.
All right. I don't know if it's accidental or on purpose, but the TP crew player has kept his hopper tilted in at just the right angle.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Oh, and he taunts him too.
Not, yeah. Well, Kansas City is correct that he was playing with a hopper hit. Don't run onto the field and start arguing with refs after a point is over.
Guy shot 3 KC guys with that hopper hit too.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
That's not gonna help either.
So again, maybe the TTP crew player knew about it. I don't know, but if he did, he was awfully ballsy to not wipe that off. I think he didn't know about it, and I think he just kind of kept his hopper just the right angle. Nobody quite saw it. All right, late arrival to the box here for Wildside. Wildside asking for a check. He's going to get it.
Wildside already at the 50. I don't know that the Vendetta guy on their side.
Yeah, they're going to get a minor. Wildside's going to lose 2 backline players. 3 alive for Wildside. Virginia very aggressive over there on their snake side. They're now into that 50 wedge. Hey, dividends. Wildside players peeling off. Now a drop back by number 8, leaving just 2 players left alive over here for Wildside. Yeah, number 8 here for Wildside is being very brave, standing up over the top of his bunker. Super risky. There it is. Vendetta with a real sense of urgency on this one.
Yeah, if only they had that time back.
All right, good point for Virginia Vendetta. Fast point and convincing point.
How much time is up on the clock here for KC?
There can't be much left. I don't have it on screen, but I'd imagine there's about
like 4-ish.
minute and a half, 2 minutes
Oh,
left.
that's it, huh?
Something like that. So, big score differential here for TPP crew. All-Stars, I mean, I think you're playing for pride at this point. Put something on the board. It would take a bit of a miracle to pull this match back.
Yeah, it's tough here whether you want the margin, even on a loss, or you want to just go for broke.
Yeah.
Knowing them, they're going to go for broke.
Why not? That's the old saying about go out on your shield. So when do you think your the DRV loader is going to be released to the public?
Retail release is September 1st.
September?
Yep.
You're putting a lot of time into testing. That's
We
great.
started this early 2023.
Wow.
Other people in the industry, unnamed, have struggled with some loader releases lately, so we're trying to avoid that situation.
Mm-hmm.
But we've had it on the podium now every single ICPL event this last year, so it's working.
Do you want to whisper into my ear who you're throwing shade at, and then I'll say it on air for you?
I can say it out loud. Do you really want me to?
Somebody at Corporal Guitar Guy pull the plug on this thing. Well, anyways, that's good news. Yeah, a lot of products kind of get rushed to market because you've got deadlines to hit. But yeah, that's a lot of development.
But yeah, you'll be able to find them at your favorite pro shop or online retailer. September 1st, there's going to be 6 colors available. The ones that have the orange trim are exclusive to the team program. They're basically our glorified tester product.
Yeah, so if you're listening to this, get out there and steal the orange loaders while you can. They're going to be, what's the term everybody uses now when they want to sell something for twice the price on eBay? It's collector or vintage or...
I do a lot of eBay action. It's rare, limited edition.
Hard to find.
Yep.
I know what I got. Yeah.
Old school works too.
Yeah. Yeah. So, honestly, though, COVID changed part of the sport into a collector's hobby, right? So up until COVID, people were essentially anything equipment that was older than a couple years or wasn't at the top would just get shedded and just get dumped onto the secondary market really cheap. COVID hit, and you had a lot of people sitting at home, clicking on eBay, clicking on whatever Facebook Marketplace, and suddenly we've seen like a collector's boom. People out there spending good money on guns and goggles and whatnot. That's just old.
Yeah, technical timeout here or what?
Yeah, we're on a little bit of a technical timeout. Everybody is hiding in the shade.
Sheltering in place.
So coming up after this, we're going to see the WNXL take over this field. They're going to be playing in the heat of Ohio sun for the rest of the day. This is the Ohio I grew up in, by the way. I don't know if you caught this. This Fairfield is where I was born and
cool.
raised. So I'm in New Hampshire now, but this is really special for me to come back here. This is actually fields I played soccer on as a little kid. Literally the grass we're standing on. Anyways, super small world. Not the point. Yeah, Ohio, we have these really kind of gray, miserable winters, and the summers just being this blistering, humid. You had a brief couple weeks of joy in spring and fall.
This is my first time in Cincinnati, in the Hamilton area here. We did
up.
do the Skyline Chili the first day. Don't know what that's about.
You haven't done that, or have you?
We did it the first day we were
So
here.
what do you think?
It was subpar chili is what I thought.
It is not traditional chili, right? I'm going to have to defend. This is the hill I'm going to die on. It is. If you were expecting Texas style chili or Nashville chili, it is not that. You should view it as like a slightly spicy meat sauce that's served in very unique ways. Did you have it over spaghetti?
We did the required the 3-way
Yep.
and the over the potato, and we got some chili dogs too. Got the whole spread.
I think the chili dogs are incredible.
That was the best part for me. I'm not a chili guy to begin with.
Okay, all right.
But it was on the list. It was a signature. We had to try it.
For being asked by a player. So, Francis, could you come to a booth shot in a minute? Francis, if you can hear me, can you go to a booth shot? No, he's not listening. So half the secret of Cincinnati chili, by the way, is actually the cheese. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, everything we got there was covered in cheese.
As a guest, I have a little gift for guest commentators. This is a packet of, this one is Skyline. Yeah, Skyline chili mix. So
Okay.
you can take this home. Make it yourself and experiment on this. Add a pound of ground beef. The important thing is shredding mild cheese into what I can only describe as cotton candy. It's so mild.
I'll bring it home so my wife can be disappointed too.
Yeah, please do. I'm gonna convert as many people here this weekend as possible to Cincinnati style chili.
We are staying downtown Hamilton. We got an Airbnb. It's a pretty fun area, walking around and stuff. So I've been to quite a few NXLs. This one's pretty solid.
So Ohio, the rep on Ohio is the people are very friendly. It's got that Midwest vibe. Price of living is reasonable. Traffic is reasonable. There's a lot of great things about living here. You maybe don't get the exciting cultural stuff that you would, say, living in New York or Boston or Miami or whatever. That's the downside. But the rest of it's kind of upsides.
The exciting stuff's overrated. So
of the
I'm from Minneapolis, and when they burned it down, it was about 2 blocks from my field. So
oh, jeez. If you have time up in this area, if you're sticking around after the event and you have time, if you can, go visit Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Dayton, which is just north of here by about 45 minutes or something like that. It is an incredible, enormous air and space museum.
Cool.
It's got one entire building dedicated to 1960s rockets that we sent to the moon. I mean, these things tower, God, I don't know, 10 stories. They're so huge. It's crazy to be standing right within touching distance of them. But incredible museum. A disproportionate amount of NASA astronauts come out of Ohio. A really highly disproportionate amount. I'm just going to hit you with Ohio factoids. Ohio produces, again, a disproportionate amount of TV broadcasters because of the neutral accent.
Okay.
So Ohio is one of those places that very little accent. And it makes it very easy for people that want to go into the broadcast field to not carry an accent with them and move around the country. Okay, that's about all Ohio has going for it. So, I'm out
just
of
the chili, the newscasters, and the air and space.
And a great museum. After you've experienced those three, you can go home, folks. So we are on some kind of technical timeout. I don't quite know what it's about. You know what I actually think it's about? I think they're going back and reviewing that possible hopper hit.
It would be huge because that was ridiculous, first off. That guy shot 3 people off KC.
I'll half agree. The outcome of the impact of that hopper hit was ridiculous. The fact that the refs didn't pick up on it was bad, but I don't think it's crazy. Like I said, the angle that he had it at, it was very hard to see. The good news is this ref crew will go back and fix stuff.
That's cool.
If they have enough evidence, if they have enough reason to believe that they mess things up, they will actually go back and fix things. I've never seen another ref crew willing to do that. Most ref crews will just leave, when caught in a mistake, will just simply tell you, no, it was the right call, get away from me. They want to admit fault. They don't want to deal with it. But this ref crew will actually do something about it.
Back to the CRBN team program here. It's up on your screen. Make sure you check it out, get a rendering made. One of the unique advantages of our program is if you do need another jersey made, you can just order one jersey at a time, be in your hands within 4 to 5 weeks, rush it for 2 weeks. A lot of programs, you get your jerseys for your team, new guy joins a month later, and you're SOL trying to get a new jersey for him. With our program, you can just jump back on your team site, just order the jersey.
I advocate for making extra team jerseys with generic names on them, like John Smith. And then when a new player joins at last minute, you just say, you're John Smith.
But what if that guy that you pick up is the guy? Does he want to run around with alternate written on his back? No, he wants the real deal.
Cannon fodder, alternate, meat shield. I mean, just put it out there. TPP crew has somebody playing out here with their name Pit Crew. Matter of fact, I think it was the Pit Crew guy that might have had that hit on his hopper.
Yikes.
Yeah, the refs are having a bit of a discussion right now. All right, this is a blatant me sucking up to a sponsor right now. One of the things I do love about your product is that you have so many nice zippered cases to protect your product. So many other companies don't have anything like that. You have molded, fitted cases.
Yeah, I mean, everything we make is from a player's perspective. Like this loader, kind of overkill, but we wanted loaders for 10-man that had timers on the back. We still play mechanical paintball. We still shoot old school guns that are fast. We wanted a really, really fast loader. Same with the goggles. Like, I'm sick of goggles getting crushed, so our goggles ship with a case.
Yep. I'm a case junkie. I love zippered cases to protect my equipment. So I do love the fact that you guys ship stuff with all these nice molded fitted cases.
They got the rule book out. It's getting real.
Yeah, I got to be honest, and that's Boyer saying let's just go and let's not keep arguing this out. Even if they could about the only thing the refs could do at this point is reset players in bunkers, reset the clock, and do that all over. That's
having
about the only thing they can do.
these hits and penalties on tape after the fact opens up Pandora's box, because if I was the real team, I'd be filming every single thing and complaining about every single thing possible. And
so
I don't think that adds to the experience here.
You are completely correct. That is one of the problems that, again, this ref and crew that tries so hard to make things right, it does cause delays. It does cause teams to start arguing stuff that they shouldn't argue. I think, I'm actually kind of surprised we haven't hit this yet, but I think we're going to eventually need a semi-pro video replay system with rules saying if you're a coach and you ask for replay, you get one of them per match. And if you, maybe even a penalty for losing it. You know, in the NFL, if you lose a replay, you lose a timeout.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that with a replay system. But I know in the pros we have a replay system. I think we're approaching that for the semi-pro field.
Yeah. The expectations put on the refs are too high. If they get 99.9% of their calls right, there's still going to be 100 blown calls across the weekend that are absolutely wrong.
Yeah. I'm biased, so I'm going to admit my bias up front before I open my mouth again, because I think that's important to being honest. I think this is one of the best refereeing crews I've ever seen. I've been working the sidelines here with a webcast for about 3 years now, and I'm telling you, this is one of the best refereeing crews I've ever worked with. I've ever had a chance to see.
So they're going back to the original sides from the last point, so maybe we might have some
they're going to reset it.
Modifications here.
They might be just completely replaying the entire point.
Getting the time back, too?
Let's see. If you see refs starting to put players in certain bunkers, then what they're actually going to do is rewind it and try to completely recreate game positions with clock. They've done that in the past.
Really?
But I'm seeing, it looks like I'm seeing 5 players for both teams. I think they may just be replaying the point. All right. Yeah. TPP crew is arguing it doesn't matter. The KC throw the towel, but the whole issue with the loader hit happened well before that towel. And the player with the hopper hit had a major effect on the game. I think they're just going to replay it, straight up replay it.
Oof, they lose 2 off the break for KC. Yeah. Disaster strikes.
All right,
TPP is looking pretty sharp.
All right. Casey's going to towel out of that one.
All that for nothing.
That was a lot of downtime trying to figure it out just for about a 20-second point. All right, well, I do also feel bad for Virginia Vendetta. They had some momentum going for them, but that was about a 10, 12-minute downtime in between points.
We'll see if they attack the snake again. That was 2 points in a row that it worked.
Yep.
They absolutely locked Wildside out of the D side doing that.
All right. Vendetta doubled up on home,
same
spread to
breakout.
the corners and into the snake and up the middle.
Ooh.
Oh.
That was dumb.
Very aggressive Vendetta here. Sevilla's aware. They're aware of Sevilla's presence here in the wedge. Wild side just trying to lock it down. Virginia up the middle to that middle brick. We're under a minute here.
Ooh.
Seville making a big push. He's going to come right into a gun. Is it a trade? It's a trade. Unfortunately, Virginia Vendetta sent another player to do the same thing. That was a wasted body. And there it is. Time.
They really want that about 90 seconds to 2 minutes they threw away at the beginning of this match, letting Wildside sit there.
All right. Vendetta made a nice comeback attempt. It's gonna fall a bit short, so congratulations to Wildside on that one. We are heading back to TPP Crew versus Kansas City All-Stars. It makes me so nervous as a player to not tag up with about 10 or 15 seconds left on the clock. I consistently see players tagging up with like 3 seconds. Look over there at TPP Crew. It's casual. It makes me so
give it away.
nervous. All-Stars into the stake, now moving up the middle. Uh-oh, running ref to home. And a minor.
Oh, and a penalty, too.
Yeah.
KC.
Well, last player left alive, Boyer trying to do something. Is it a trade? No, he's clean. That's a clean kill for Boyer, and he walks right into a gun. TPP Crew is going to finish this one off. There's a towel from All-Stars. So All-Stars being very aggressive on that point. Didn't work out. Ran right into some guns.
Penalty killed him.
Yeah. On the semi-pro field, and probably on most fields, if a ref has to run cross-field to what he thinks is a hit, and he gets to you, and there is a hit, you're probably getting a penalty. You're getting a penalty on this field. If the ref can see the hit occur in the moment it hits, and he feels like he can get to you before you have effect on the game, maybe he doesn't throw a penalty. But if he has to run halfway across the field, you're getting the penalty.
At this level, yeah, everyone knows their shot. They're impacting the gameplay. What's the logo on the white bunkers?
That is Paintball for a Cause.
Okay.
That is an organization started by Tammy Adamson. It's trying to help players in the paintball community struggling with any mental issues, depression, even substance abuse. They are a charitable organization that's gotten a lot of backing and support. So, good luck to them. They're doing a good thing.
I like how they've integrated sponsors onto the bunkers.
Yep.
It's about time. With the Hertz ones and whatnot.
To get sad for a minute, we are living in an age where there's a lot of what's called deaths of, now I'm forgetting the phrase. In any case, unfortunately for middle-aged Americans, especially male, losing a lot of them to drugs, deaths of despair, to drugs and suicide. So organizations like that can help. It's awesome. So thank you to Tammy Adamson. All right, here we go. Wow, we're taking friendlies from another field. There we go. There's the move that I've been waiting teams to figure out. Cross the 50 right into the other team's brick. He can drop and crawl if he wants to. Oh, no.
They know he's there, though. Here it comes.
Oh, All-Star player's back is to this Snake Dorito. He's going to be in a lot of trouble here in a second. Oh, yeah, there it is.
I missed him.
No, he lived through it.
And he got shot. Throw it.
And there's a minor on TPP crew. They're going to lose their entire snake side.
So now can they capitalize?
There's the crawl. Great reaction. He should be able to get a free kill in that Dorito corner. Got to keep your hopper down.
Oh,
That's
no.
a penalty. Uh-oh. If he shoots somebody, that's going to be a major. He doesn't know he's already eliminated. He's very lucky. The All-Star player is very lucky he didn't shoot somebody. He didn't know he was already eliminated due to penalty.
Oh, disaster strikes again on KC.
There's still a chance here. Oh, as I say that. What a messy, messy game.
The attack looked good, just couldn't finish it. TPP wants this point. They should hustle.
All right, TPP walking into the buzzer. That was a messy, messy point. Flags flying for both sides. In the end, TPP crew is going to win that one. So for that All-Star player, he's, like I said, kind of lucky he didn't shoot somebody. All right, anyways, congratulations, TPP crew. Brent, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thanks for the chili mix.
Absolutely. Go home, make it. You probably still won't like it, but I'm going to slowly convert people.
I'll let my wife be the judge. But appreciate the time.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us both at home, and Brett for joining us from the CRBN booth. We're going to take a break. When we come back, you're going to watch some WNXL action. Thank you so much.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to NXL Cincinnati 2025 here at Event 3. I'm Matt Falby. I am joined by Rob. Rob, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, Rob Moore from Kinetic Paintball. Beautiful weekend. Could not ask for better weather. Super happy to be here, and thanks for bringing me up.
It is truly a beautiful weather. If you are here and you want to enjoy Kinetic, I think you guys have a booth.
No booth, but our products are at a couple of different retailers, Punishers, Masons, and we're doing some stuff with Hydra.
All right, then. If you're here, feel free to wander through staging areas stealing Kinetic product. I think there's a hit on the back of that player going into the snake inside wedge.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfpack losing an early body off the break. It's the same thing with Shut Up, we're trying, but it looks like Wolfpack has taken a big presence in that center, trying to lock down the snake side. I mean, I think they're going to have a guy just kind of sitting there for most, just holding that zone, letting their Dorito player trying to go to work a little bit.
Shut Up, we're trying has pushed up the middle of this brick. This is a very popular play on this layout.
Yeah, I mean, it really covers that whole zone on the snake side from really being able to apply pressure, and it seems relatively easy to get up as long as you stay low.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy take. There's a whole bunch of reasons why pushing the Dorito side is tough on this field. That is one of them.
Yeah, I can definitely imagine on that one. So, what's interesting here is to see both of them already lost an early body and how they start playing it out. It looks like Shut Up We're Trying is trying to play a little bit more conservative with that body up the center, while Wolfpack is trying to really start putting some pressure on Shut Up We're Trying to try to spread the field a little bit more, take the advantage of gaining a little bit more ground early on.
Well, good and bad news for Wolfpack. Bad news is they just lost their home player. However, they did manage to get to the inside of that that snake wedge. Shut Up We're Trying picks up on it. He's going to the tower. This is a risky play.
Yeah. Oh, no, and Wolfpack lost their center player. That was the guy that he needed to shoot the tower player. And here goes Shut Up We're Trying. Try to make more moves of the field. Yeah.
Counter move.
Yep.
Right to an empty bunker, however. He's just going to lose his life for nothing.
I mean, you gotta. You're down so many bodies. You got to start putting things together. Especially try to take a little bit of advantage to start pulling some of the other bodies from Shut Up We're Trying off the field. So, all in all, I mean, you're that far up. You can't just sit there. You can't just wait for them to come to you. Like you got to start putting some pressure on somewhere and start causing some chaos.
Well, good opening point by Shut Up We're Trying. I will take a quick moment to shout out Wolfpack for nothing else than coming up and reffing our local league in Massachusetts, our NEXL, and they're doing an excellent job up there. So thank you to Wolfpack for that. Go back to your pit, try to come up with a solution.
Yeah. Up next, we got Shock and I believe Murder Goons out here from Florida. Both teams from Florida.
I love the Murder Goons name.
Yeah. I think they both play out of CFP as well.
Why is it that you travel halfway across the country for a tournament and you always end up playing local teams?
I mean, I'd like to say scheduling issues, but I think they do it on purpose at this point.
Every time.
Yeah.
All right, Shock doubled up at home, 5 alive.
Yeah, they're taking the wide body as well. Murder Coon's losing a body off the snake side, losing another body going to the can. Yep, there he is. It's pulled off, but they also take the center as well. 3-on-5, Shock playing conservative, taking that big bite up the center. Exactly what he needs to be doing, looking to lock down that Dorito side zone. I mean, they're just walking up the field at this point.
Yeah, they've gone bloodlust mode, and that's it. Goons have seen enough. They're going to concede out of that one.
I mean, they played that well. They took one chance of their snake guy getting out wide. They were able to get not just one, but 2 early kills out of the back, and it just opened up the field for them.
Yeah, that really those 2 early kills completely set the tone for that one.
And it hurts to be in that situation if I'm Murder Goons, especially if you have that center bunker. Like, you're left on you're already on an island, and then you're put on even more of an island there.
And your alternate, you losing 2 snake eyes, you've lost your best conduit to push upfield. So the easiest push upfield on this one is up the middle to these bricks. You can almost run from home straight there with really not a lot of risk, almost at any point in the game. Snake side is the next most common side to push this field. Dorito side is a really hard push, right? So every one of these Dorito bumps, you have to be your own. Oh my God, shut up, we're trying so late to the box.
Does he make it?
No. He's not going to make it. He's going to get yanked.
And there's one.
No penalty, though.
Yep, 5 on 4. This puts Wolfpack in a great position to get that punchback point. And they're taking phenomenal ground up the center and up on the snake side, exactly where they need to be. So, but what I like to see out of them, it is a controlled aggression. They see the opening, they take it, but they're not forcing moves to just try to do more.
Nothing reckless, which I will say Shut Up We're Trying was a little reckless on the close that last point. Still worked out for them. Wolfpack, you're right. They're being much more controlled and methodical in their bumps. They're now up to D2, which, again, is a hard bump. It's hard to push up that Dorito side.
Yeah, and what I love seeing out of him, he's staying in the bunker. He's staying alive. He's not forcing anything. He's taking a breath. He's communicating with his team. Oh, no, Wolfpack losing their center player.
Tough loss.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking around. He was doing what he needed to do to try to figure out what the bodies were since he was just holding that zone, but it was just a little lackadaisical. But it looks like Shut Up We're Trying is losing their snake player. Another key kill, so it's going to be a 4-on-2 for Wolfpack. So with the bodies up and they're taking ground advantage, they really need to start putting together. I'm only hearing kill 1 right now, so I don't think they realize that they got a second kill. So they need to start putting that together and realize that it's a 4-on-3 and starting to go to work a little bit more.
Hey, a team losing the kill count is basically standard operating practice for most teams.
Yeah, I mean,
not good, but pretty standard.
It happens, especially if it's an early kill. You miss the guy walking off the field, but you got to make sure that you have that one guy watching the sidelines and just kind of peeking over to make sure that you can get those kill confirms.
So Wolfpack resets. They take that middle brick once again. Again, as we were saying, that middle brick is not that hard to take.
It looks like he's looking to make a move. There it is. Taking a little bit more ground.
He could drop and crawl here to the other team's snake wedge. That's well within his possibility.
But is it a necessary risk is the question.
He thinks so, because there he goes.
Yep, there it is.
He's
so, I mean, Shut Up We're Trying are in those back 3 center bunkers. I mean, it puts him in a great place. He just needs to play that wedge right. Like, he's gonna get that. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
There's that easy kill. Start to wrap. He's got to. Wolfpack lost their Dorito side player, so he needs to start working the outside. But yep, Shut Up We're Trying going up the middle and losing that middle body, and then going over to Snake.
Snake is the last player.
I mean, it is 3-on-1. Play it slow. Play controlled. Make sure you know the body count. You know what I mean? And just make sure you get the point. There's a lot of time on the clock to play more points. There's no need to rush this closeout and potentially get a penalty. Yep, there it is. Controlled, methodical. That's what we like to see.
For Shut Up We're Trying, nothing went right there from the very moment. Before the point actually started, they had a player late to the box. And even the players that did get to the box, they're starting the game absolutely in panic mode.
Yeah.
So really, that was if anything, that was a loss from an organization standpoint. Not having your guys ready to get on the field at the right time and be at the box, calm down, ready to play their game.
And to really piggyback off of that panic mode, it's like when you have that early loss because somebody touched up to the box, your game plan kind of falls apart because what is his job? Is he in a key bunker? What zone are we now giving up? So that it opens up some of the field for Wolfpack to kind of make a bigger move that realistically shouldn't have been able to be made.
Now, I don't think Wolfpack was aware of that player not making it to the box.
I don't think so either. Yeah. That's why when the second guy came off, we heard kill 1. I don't think they saw the first guy walk off. And I really think that they didn't see the first guy walk off because they took such a big bite coming out wide and then coming up the center. They missed the guy coming out.
They're running heads down instead of looking up and seeing a body.
Well, not just heads down, but the center guy is looking heads up to try to catch the inside guy. Mm-hmm. So, but here we go. Murder Goons also going up the center and taking that like mini W and starting to work our way. We got a ref running in. I mean, he's in there real tight. Should be clean. And they shoot a Shock player. If he's clean, oh, nice for Murder Goons. He's clean, and now he's able to go to work.
Going to get into that inside wedge.
So the only thing here is that with the delayed bump to the wedge is that if I'm Shock, I don't know when he's going up because you can't see it. There's no way to see it. The only way you're going to start seeing it is once you start seeing the paint come out that way.
The middle section of this field, there's a lot of bunkers you can move to that are essentially invisible bumps.
Yeah.
The other team, like you said, won't know about it until you start shooting a stream out of it.
So it seems, though, and correct me if I'm wrong, that wedge in the snake is really a place to hold his own. So he's definitely going to be shooting. It's not like he's waiting and hunting for something. And Murder Goons losing their back center, and then their back snake player and their center player, and they're going to lose the wedge.
Yeah, the Shock Snake, now Dorito side player just destroyed them. Absolutely wrecked house. I think it was 3 kills in a span of about 5 seconds there.
Yep.
And now that last Goon player in an awful
I mean,
bunker.
it just fell apart for Murder Goons.
Wow, what a closeout for Shock.
So now the question here that I have for you is it mistakes made by Murder Goons that allowed that to happen, or is it the paintball IQ and awareness out of Shock to make the moves?
I think it's both. I think you have to give more credit for Shock for having the paintball awareness to make that move. But for the Goons, they completely missed that move up the Shock Snake, then Dorito side, completely missed it, and he just went to town on him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think it's a combination too, but if I got to give credit, I got to give more credit to the Shock player to recognizing it.
That's fair, and I would agree with that.
Yeah.
So it looks like Show We're Trying is coming out with 5 bodies. Great to see that.
And on time.
Yep.
Also good to see.
Exactly. So, I mean, we're now back at 0-0 essentially.
Yep.
I'd like to see how these guys fight it out.
I think we're tripled up at home for Shut Up We're
Yeah,
Trying.
and Wolfpack was sitting in that dead zone in the back center and then going up the middle, but they lose an early body on the Snake side. Trying to get that fill out to the can. Is he alive? Yep. Ref is looking at him, and he's running in. Oh no. We might have some trouble here.
Yeah, I saw Ref reaching for his flag as he runs in. That's never great. Nope.
No, and running away. He's clean. So it's great to see that, just to take a chance. But we got Shut Up We're Trying also getting checked out, called clean. And in the chaos, Shut Up We're Trying is able to make that big move up the center and be in a great spot in the snake to kind of hold these cross zones. So the only thing that's going to be tough here is that Wolfpack is really across the back line, and I believe they're in that center brick. So your center player is on an island just holding that zone, and you just gotta have to hope and pray and trust in your teammates to really start grinding out some of these players.
Desperately get an advantage back. Wolfpack goes into the snake during that moment. However, they're going to lose their home.
Yep,
Yeah,
in the
there's gonna be a
pack,
flag
and
on
it's,
it.
oh no.
For Wolfpack, that's gutting.
I mean, it looks like he was shot in the pack in a pod where, I mean, you're not going to feel that. And honestly, that's more unfortunate than it is on him.
Yeah, again, if you're listening at home and you're not currently a tournament player and you don't understand the flag system, getting a flag doesn't mean you were trying to cheat. Sometimes you've got a hit you're not aware of, and that is going to be a penalty. That doesn't mean that you were trying to cheat.
Great move by Shut Up We're Trying, but the thing is he clean? Nope, he's out.
No,
Okay,
he's
so
out.
it's a trade. It's great for Wolfpack, but it's still a 4-on-1. Yep, and he's in that snake one. He's going to get clipped out.
Snake. Wolfpack takes a walk. Shut Up We're Trying should easily win this point.
Well, that's kill 5.
Yeah. They just need to walk it in.
All right,
Wolfpack.
good concede. Save the time. There's plenty of time left to kind of go back and forth with this.
So I'm going to go back to what I was talking about a second. I always try to take a moment to actually, since we got on the screen, you want to talk about your jerseys?
Yeah, we do fully customized jerseys for our teams and for any customers that are reaching out. Our design team is fantastic. Can't love them enough. Our design process is usually pretty quick. Usually our first rendering is in about somewhere between a week to 10 days if we're kind of backed up. But we really take a long time with the intake process of, what do you like? Are there any references to any jerseys that you like? Any patterns that you want to incorporate? So the pre-production part of it is a little bit longer, but we really want to make sure that on the first try, we're trying to get it like nail on the head.
Hey, make sure you tell the production design team you love them. Don't just say it on air, actually.
Every day. Every day.
Make eye contact, too. All right. Here we go.
So, Shock losing an early body out on the Dorito side, and it looks like Murder Goons is pretty deep into the snake, and Shock is able to get deep into the snake as well to match up. So, but it's 5-on-4, I believe, for Murder Goons right now. So, the question here is, like, where do they see the advantage that they can start taking pressure? And it looks like it's going to be from that snake.
That was worst possible kill for Shock. Losing their mini Dorito means their Dorito side is completely wide open, which gives the snake side more room to breathe.
Yeah, but it's going to open up the doors for Murder Goons to start making that bump into, what is that, a wedge over there from the Dorito?
They could go into the inside wedge or to the Dorito or up to that 50 wedge.
So, I mean, ball is in the snake player's court. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's the one that's going to be able to make the pressure, and it looks like Shock, they're putting, I believe that is Thomas Taylor to kind of hold off that zone, and Shock loses another player.
I do not like this, the decision by the Shock player from the can to drop into the snake. He needed to spread the field a little bit wide. Instead, he bunched it up even more with their last two players.
So, while I understand what you're saying there, being able to be in a pretty good place to connect with your teammate and have clear communication and talk back and forth, I mean, it goes leaps and bounds for what you're able to do when you're playing defense. But you got to stay close, and there it is. That's the loss. Oh, and he clips him.
Kill.
It's not a trade, but close enough. I mean, that's the kill that he really needed to get.
Yeah.
So
if you're goons, you're fine with trades because you're up on bodies, so you'll do
absolutely.
trades all day
And
long.
Shock gets another kill. I believe. What is that? Out of the center? No, the center guy is in, but he killed the Dorito side player.
I don't think Taylor's aware of the count. He doesn't know that he's lost all of his teammates.
No, but Murder Goons, if I'm smart, I'm just going to go hit the buzzer.
Yeah, there it is.
Yep.
The buzzer right off the bunker. So unfortunately for Thomas Taylor, I think he was unaware that he was the last player left alive. He was calling out codes to teammates that didn't exist.
So, but that's the thing is sometimes you want to do that so that if they if they lose the body. But the thing is, he lost their snake side player and just let him walk in.
Yeah.
That's something like if you know that you're alone and you don't know the body count, you got to play as much as you want to play offense, and it's great. He got a kill. I believe he was about to get another kill. He didn't recognize that he had to play defense to make sure they don't hit the buzzer. Kills do not win games. The buzzers win games. So,
and teams that sign up for the Kinetic program also win games.
Yes, absolutely. We have teams winning across the country, and we love to do that. And the big thing about our team program is that we do have a true cash contingency program. You're not getting store credit. It's not a comp of products. I want to put cash in your hand, whether it's on the podium or sending a PayPal to you.
All right, here we go. Shut Up, We're Trying versus Wolfpack. Wolfpack with a very conservative breakout.
I mean, you got to make sure that you keep a body alive.
One down for Shut Up, We're Trying. So 5-on-4 advantage Wolfpack.
Love to see that. So actually, it looks like
5-on-3 advantage. 2 Shut Up, We're Trying players walking off.
I mean, it looks like conservative is where Wolfpack needs to be playing a little bit. Make sure that you can confirm those kills. It makes it easier. Nobody's shooting back at you. I mean, it's easy to hit the buzzer.
Shut Up, Wolfpack still doubled up at home, which is a really risky proposition with a mini temple. But
they play it well, though. That's something that I see them at our home field at Battle Creek Paintball do all the time. And that is Chris Kutzler and Kyle Paluski. They do that all the time back home, and they really dialed it in. They've been playing together for got to be over a decade at this point. So really loving that launch up the center, looking backwards to talk to the team, making sure the communication goes across for Wolfpack, and really making sure that this is a team effort. Nobody's trying to be a hero here. So, and Shut Up, We're Trying still, once again, when they lost that point before, in those back 3 bunkers. It's a great place to cross it up, but like you're able to give up a lot of ground.
Yeah. Wolfpack
doesn't have to play it fast to go up the field, especially by taking that center brick and then crawling up to the center wedge. And watch him. He's going to shoot out that tower. Yep, once again. It's going to be the home. Yep, and it's going to be closing out the guy in the snake one. Oh, here comes the pick.
Look at the... Would you dare say Wolfpack of players trying to finish that one out?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Pun intended.
So strong game from Wolfpack. Early game kills. finishing out the mid. Great movement in the middle of that game. They were showing no fear about taking their secondary and third bumps. I like that Wolfpack has figured out what a lot of teams haven't really yet, which is that if you can get to the other team's brick, crawl into their wedge, their snake side wedge, and you can just blow them off. The neutron bomb just goes off at that point.
So I think a big thing for that is that they recognize that they're up bodies. That is the right time to do it. They're not forcing it to try to get a kill. They already know that they have bodies wide. They can start containing, and that they can risk one body to go get that kill. Because even if he only traded, he completely remove the D side, and it's going to open up their snake side to start moving up the field. I think the issue for Shut Up or Trying right now is that they play conservatively, but they're losing their wide guys, and now they're stuck.
Yep. Yeah, you're right. They were absolutely stuck in a pocket on the back there. There is a little bit of an outlet on this field that you can go up the middle if you feel you're stuck in the pocket, but nonetheless.
But you're down bodies. Are you going to really launch somebody up the center?
You're in trouble.
So conservative breakout for Shock, sending it to, I believe, that mini W and then just those 3 back bunkers, while Murder Goons is losing a body, but they're up in the snake.
That was not a great death there for the Goon. He ran right into a stream that was waiting for him. I don't love the decision-making on that. We've all done it.
And it happens to the best of us, but they're in great position up the middle of the field and in the snake. They've taken more ground, so, I mean, you lost a body, but you're in great position to start dinking out people. So,
if I'm the Goons coach, I'm going to start dialing up more and more aggressive game plans, because honestly, they've had a tough day so far. I think you just need to start sowing chaos. And if you're playing a superior team and you can sow chaos into the equation, your odds go up.
Yep.
I like this. Goons cross the 50. He's going to look for the kill. If there's nothing, he goes right into a gun waiting for him.
Yep. And I'm pretty sure there's a guy at that center brick too, so if he tries coming around, he's going to get smoked. So it's, I believe, 5-on-3 for Shock. I mean, Murder Goons is in a pretty solid place, like spread across the field. Oh, he needs to hit that shot. He's got to. I mean, Murder Goons had a great chance to shoot that front snake player for Shock, and he's gunned down, not reloading while he's shooting, and he missed the opportunity. That would have been a crucial kill for them.
That's a good learning lesson if you're at home. If you can reload with your gun still up and still shooting, do that. Rather than putting your gun down at the ground to reload, you give the other team an opportunity to go right through a lane, and that's going to be it for Goons.
Yeah, they're just getting walked off the field at this point.
All right, Goons having a rough day. Things are not really working, and that's why I say if you're the coach of the Murder Goons, I think it's time to start dialing up some interesting stuff, because just playing straight-up ball is not really working for you so far today. Granted, you're playing some tough teams. You know, you're not taking on any cupcakes here at the semi-pro level.
No, not at all. So I believe the score is 2-1 for Wolfpack.
Great question. We do not have our scoreboard on screen right now, so I'm not sure.
All right, starting from the top. Everybody's out there. It's great to see for Shove. We're trying. And staying real conservative, Shove. We're trying and going up the center, going 2 up the center, understanding that they're losing. Oh, no, but they're losing the second guy up the center after the late launch. That's a big kill for Wolfpack. But once again, Shut Up, We're Trying. They're stuck in the pocket. Even though they're at that 50 brick, they're still only in the center of the field. They got nobody wide. That gives Wolfpack an opening to try to take those little bumps up the side and start getting better angles on them.
So historically speaking, I would say Shut Up We're Trying has been a fairly conservative breakout team. Over the last few years, they've tended to be the team not taking wild risks going out. But if you're not taking wild risks and you're losing players on the breakout, you're in a lot of trouble, right? So if you want to take risks and lose a body here and there, that's fine. But if you're not taking risks and you lose those bodies anyways, now you've given up a bunch of ground and you've lost bodies, and that's not a formula.
Well, also a big thing that you forgot to mention is that if you're going to take these conservative breakouts with 4 or 5 guns up, you got to get a kill.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. And they're not getting that early kill, so they're allowing them to take ground and really control the pace of the game. You know, it turns into more hiding for them.
You're absolutely correct. If you're dedicating a lot of guns to the breakout shooting, you better get kills because you're giving up territory to do it.
So, and with Wolfpack being up, I mean, it's only 1 point, but it's it's their ball game. They don't need to rush anything. They're up bodies. They can slow things down. They can try to just dink out players and play it real methodically. They're in the driver's seat and they know it. They just got to play smart. Oh, so it's 2-2. So we're tied up. I mean, I'd love to see Wolfpack continue to spread the field. You know what I mean? I'm a big Wolfpack fan personally. Good friends with them. Known these guys for forever. I mean, they won a couple of events in the past. They've been going pretty well in semi-pro. But they're in a position where they can take a win off of a top team in semi-pro. That's really going to boost the confidence, and especially, I believe this is their first match of the event.
Wolfpack is going to lose their Snake Dorito. That's due to number 22 here for Shut Up. We're trying up the middle in that brick. Wolfpack has the brick themselves, so I could see Shut Up. We're trying, perhaps rolling a body here and trading out. I would be okay with that.
So the only issue with that is you trade out 2 center players, and they're not in a position across the back line, because if you see how they're postured, they're sitting for good.
Yeah,
they are not looking to move.
When you see knees on the ground, that's a player that's not getting ready to move.
Exactly. The only person that I can see that might potentially move is their snake side can, but really he's standing up because he's going back and forth.
Yeah.
He needs to be able to communicate and check off certain lanes, especially on that D side.
If this can for Shut Up We're Trying can just get gun dominance on the mini tempo opposite him for just a second, that would be enough for him to dive into the snake. But he needs to be confident in winning gun dominance.
Yeah, but
right there.
I mean, Wolfpack playing the D side, they're playing slow, methodical. They know that home is going to be shooting at them. But all he has to do right now is basically put him in. Because it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, their D side temple for Shut Up We're Trying is shooting across the center. But Shut Up We're Trying miss it. Oh, does he get it? Oh, great move by Shut Up We're Trying. Recognizing and seeing the pump out of the snake player. And then
I don't like his follow-up, which was to run sideways with a gun 3 feet from him.
I don't think he knew that Wolfpack had that center player. But it looks like Shut Up We're Trying is trying to get that bounce shot off the temple into the center. I don't think he has it.
This is going to sound like a criticism, and I don't mean it like that. I really do mean this as general advice for any teams playing out here. You should operate on the assumption that middle brick of your opponent is going to be hot 24/7. It just operate under that assumption because it's so easy to get to and it's so vital to this field. You should make every move on this field assuming that middle brick is hot.
I fully agree with that. Unless you know where all the bodies are on the field and you know that it's open, it's one of those things. Every layout has one of those boxes. Like you have to assume that somebody's in there and looking at a specific zone.
Now there's a drop back by Shut Up We're Playing in the snake.
I mean, they recognize that it's only three bodies left, and if you look at him, the guy in the snake, he's picking up paint off the ground.
You're right.
I mean, he's got to be in a place where he can tactically retreat, or he's got to be far enough up the field where he knows that he can trade.
Well, now, so here's the alternative. If you're out of paint, if you got 2 balls in your hopper, that's the time you don't sit back. That's the time where you start flying upfield. Take big risks is what, you're not going to win 40-yard gunfights with 3 balls in your hopper.
Yeah, but also at the same time, it's 2-2. They're down bodies, and you make a run and a zone is being covered, and you give them an easy kill. You're basically throwing out the point.
It's risky. But make your bumps and draw guns. So that's just my philosophy. I come from an older hero ball era of paintball, which wasn't as smart, but was just a little bit more flying by the seat of your pants. So I tend to favor aggression when you can't do much else.
Oh, but I mean, now that we hear 60 seconds, their team is definitely looking at the clock, knowing that the clock is running down. They're in a position where if they lose, whoever loses this point, you need to make a quick point. Shut Up We're Trying is definitely in a position, especially with how low paint they are, they'd rather bring this into overtime.
I think at this point, under a minute, if you lose this point, you're going to lose this match. I think you do. I think you go full defense mode right at this moment. You cannot afford to lose this point.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at Wolfpack right now. It's a little bit tough to see them because the scoreboard is in the way of our vision. But it looks like they're in the same position. They also don't have a lot of paint. Unless they're going to be in a position where they can get a easy kill because they snuck up the field, which I don't believe so, because I don't really see anybody over on the snake side because they're in the center brick, I believe Dorito 1, and then that D side Aztec. Everybody's just playing defense. It seems that everybody just wants to go into overtime. Let's restart this.
There it is. Yeah, Shut Up We're Trying snake player turned into a full-on field farmer. He was picking up every ball he could find. That was tough to watch.
I mean, he's prepping for the worst.
Yeah. I like to call that second strike. It's instead of first strike, it's second strike. Paint you pick up at the field and you send down to the other team. Ask for it. Ask for it at your local field. Second strike, very popular, especially with rental players. They love picking up paint off the ground.
Oh, they destroy guns.
Oh my God, how many rental guns get just destroyed by paint being picked up on the ground? Hey, thank you to Paintball for Purpose, one of the sponsors of this show. Paintball for Purpose tries to help any players that need help with mental issues or depression or even anything that they can help with. They're here for it. So thank you to them. You'll see their names on some of the bunkers out here. They've actually sponsored it to the point where they've got bunkers on the field with Paintball for Purpose. All right, Shock with a 3-1 lead. 9.5 of the clock. That's a ton of time. Shock is going to lose their middle player. He's probably going to get a flag.
Yep.
Yeah, he was playing on for long enough. That's going to earn him a minor.
And they lose their center and their whole D side, essentially. But smart fill out. Taking a big bite. Taking a huge bite, actually. And Murder Goons losing a center body. Like a shot going all the way up to that 40 Dorito, that 50 Dorito. Just in the chaos, just going to work.
If this was 1998, Rob, I would say that was a player with a hit on them that was going to try to do a bunch of damage before the rest got to him. That doesn't go on much anymore, but back in the day, if you saw a player go suicide mode, it was probably because they had a hit, and they were just going to do something.
I mean,
Great movement.
As you see it, he had the awareness. He saw bodies coming off the field.
Yeah.
He knew that he had to fill out. As he's seeing bodies off the field, it means zones are being dropped, and that is the time to take a bigger bite and take advantage. And it worked for him.
And he took bite after bite after bite. He was fearless going up that sideline.
And what I like about those bites, he took them in pieces.
Yep.
I'm going out to the corner. Okay, it's open.
Heads
I'm
up.
Going up the Dorito. 1, 2, 3. Taking a stop at 3. Seeing where we are. Going up to the 50 Dorito. Nobody still sees me. We're up bodies. I'm in a position where I can trade with the snake guy. And there's only going to be, one body left? Because I'm paying attention to the rest of the field and I'm listening to my team. That is team paintball.
So I think also he's probably going off audio cues. You make that bump into a bunker, you pause for a split second. If you don't hear any paint hitting your bunker, you know the other team hasn't seen you because they're going to shoot at you if they see you move. So I suspect, like you said, his smart bumps, partly he's taking auditory clues about whether or not his bunker's taking any fire. Great movement. Well played. All right, after this, we are then moving into WNXL action. We're going to take a little bit of a lunch break. You're going to see Heroines take on Baltimore Nevermores and Femmes Fatale, winner of the last tournament, taking on Tiki's Ohana.
So we're going into this overtime point now. What do you think is going to happen?
I hate to say it, but I think Shut Up We're Trying is going to come out with a conservative breakout. The problem is if they don't get kills, that's going to lose them the point. If they're going to go conservative, they got to get kills on the breakout.
So do you think they're going to try to send somebody up the center? That's
yes.
the risk?
I think that's not even a risk. I think this field is so easy to move up the center. I've so rarely seen somebody shot going up the middle. It's happened a few times, but it's pretty low risk. I think you send somebody up to this middle brick at almost every single point.
I think it's got to be immediate, though, because as we saw in that point before, like the guy that delayed up, he's the one that got clipped because Wolfpack was already able to get out.
All right, here we go. There we go. Shut Up We're Trying 3 at home.
And Wolfpack,
now
3
into
at
the
the back
snake.
center, one of them in that dead zone, getting a key kill out of the snake, getting a Y guy. Oh no, Wolfpack losing the guy going up the center.
Throws their body away, back to 4-4.
You got to get into a bunker. You get the kill, you got to get up there. You got to get in.
Tell me if this looks familiar. Shut Up We're Trying very slow to move out of that double up at home. They do it, though. They're up to the middle brick. Kind of a pocket play for Shut Up We're Trying. Wolfpack also still doubled up at home.
And see, making a clean move into that mini W, not trying to make the force all the way up to the center. All he just needs to do is take one bump. Take a bump at a time. Slowly get up there. Realistically, he can probably crawl into that snake side wedge if he wants, and then crawl all the way up to the center brick.
I think that's an easy route. And you know what? As we say it, that's what he's doing. Into that inside wedge. He's going to wrap around, look for a kill down the tape line. I don't think he's going to see much to shoot at. I think his next move should be drop and crawl.
Yeah, but he's in a position where he can talk to a snake guy who's in that snake 2 and say, hey, what do you need? What do you see? What's better use of my gun? So, and even still, while he might not be shooting at anybody from that wedge, he's covering off his own. I'm making sure that nobody can get wide. especially since they're all pocketed in the center, even though they have that one that center guy up the field for sharp try. They're never going to be able to get out of that Aztec, or that's the game plan.
Shut Up We're Trying at this point needs to just win some gunfights. That's their best chance to pulling this out because, like you said, they're in a tough position to take their secondaries right now. So Wolfpack kind of has guns up advantage on them.
And taking the big bite from the home up to the center brick, I mean, that's exactly what he needs to be doing. So, but the question here is, does he take another bite or does he try to even just like wrap around to shoot that D side Aztec? Because as soon as he knows that he can put him in, he's able to get into that brick. But realistically, he needs to be able to get in that brick, and he needs to get in there hidden. As soon as he's seen, most likely Shut Up We're Trying, they're going to launch from that that center. Oh no,
Hopper
coming
hit.
in.
Hopper hit for Shut Up We're Trying mini temple. Now they're going to lose their can.
They lost 2.
Yeah, that's brutal. So
I mean, they're playing it slow.
Nobody's looking Dorito side for Shut Up We're Trying.
Ivan Gonzalez going up the D side, starting to close things out, and everybody running up the center. Play it smart. Nobody needs to hit the buzzer. It's overtime. There's plenty of time. Get checked out by your teammates, and let's make sure that we get the W.
All right, well played by Wolfpack. Oh, we're getting the golf stroke by the Wolfpack player in the center.
Honestly, he definitely needs to do it. He needs to work on his golf game. I've seen it.
You know him? Okay. Shade being thrown here from the webcast booth.
Nothing but love for Ivan Gonzalez. Nothing but love.
We're up on the second story, Gonzalez. Come and try to get us. We could defend this webcasting tower to our death.
So we're going into X-Ball. Shock versus Murder Goons. 8 minutes and 31 seconds left on the clock. If I'm Murder Goons, I mean, you got to get creative. But also at the same time, if you win this point, you know that there's a lot of time on the clock. Tons of time on the clock to start pulling that comeback.
Yeah, very, very winnable match if they can pull this one. Again, if they lose this point, you're down 4 points. There's still plenty of clock time, but that's an awful situation to come back, a 5-1 deficit. All right, rostered up for Murder Goons, by the way, is Paige Vassar, one of the WNXL players you're going to see later today. I have not seen her on the field yet. Maybe I haven't noticed. That might be her in the middle home.
It looks like Shock took a bounce at the home. But Shock also losing a player early. I mean, that puts Murder Goons in a great place to start making moves up the field. But if you see, Shock is also in that 50 snake wedge, just taking a lot of ground. If he's able to get that kill on the D-side Aztec, I mean, he'll be able to play in that bunker all day. But he gives up the zone and lets Murder Goons fill out.
Yeah.
Not fully sure if I agree with that for Shock.
Goons really started to take their secondaries, push up the middle by Shock into that brick, as is the norm. Goons 5 alive. Good for them. That's been a struggle early on in the games, losing bodies on gunfights. They're playing a clean game on this one. We're now at about 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, and they're spread out across the field real nicely in a position that, depending on where they get a kill from Murder Goons, they can start putting more pressure somewhere.
So Shock has made it into that wedge over there on their snake side. I don't think anybody on the Murder Goons has picked up on it. Totally unaware.
Actually, I don't believe that's true, because when he went up there, Murder Goons was in that D-side Aztec shooting that zone. So I think they know that it's up there, but I don't know if the communication came across, and we'll see if Murder Goons takes the bump. But he's already shot out. Standing up tall, you gotta play tight, especially if you're down points.
Shock now crossing the 50 to the other team's middle brick. Again, I'm going to say I'm not sure anybody picked up on it. I'm looking at eyes all looking to the outside. Nobody's looking up the middle. Oh, there's a minor going to be dropped on Goons.
I think it's got to be for talking after the
I see.
He was
right.
already walking way down the field.
You're right.
It's got to be something silly.
Because they didn't pull another body. They pulled one body. You're right.
Yep. And it's a concede.
Ooh, I don't know if you have enough clock, and with this kind of score differential, that's a tough concession by Murder Goons.
So the question here is, do you do that, or do you see how quickly you could potentially win out the point?
I think with a score range that much, it was already a 3-point. Now it's a 4-point differential. I think you have to let your boys play it out. I just think you can't give up that much. This is a relatively slow finishing field. They're going to need to pull 4 points in 6.5 minutes. That 6.5 sounds like a lot. It's not for 4 points on this field. I don't know how I love that one. I might have waited a little bit longer.
So the only thing is that if I'm shocked, I know I don't have to be here.
Oh no,
We're up by 3 at this point. It's kill 2. We're on their side of the field. In all honesty, if we want to, we could just play defense from here.
Yep.
And wait for them to give us the easy kills and just kill the clock. So if I'm Murder Goons, I'm recognizing that it's a 3-on-5, and they're so far up the field. They're in great positions to, as soon as you try to take a step outside of a bunker,
get blown up.
You're already blown up.
Mm-hmm.
Me personally, I rather save the time. You know what I mean? At least put us in as best of a position as possible to try to win points from a clock standpoint, even though we're going to be down another point at a 4-point deficit.
It's a tough deficit. There is one single code, universal code that every single team uses.
Story time.
That's story time. And you're going to hear that in a minute. You're going to hear super story time here in a minute. Let's play a little game of how many pods does Shock come out with? About 20 pods per player?
No pack even does that. I think the highest volume pack right now is actually our pack, the Kinetic Modular pack, which we do 13 pods.
That was a smooth intro. That was a great segue, Rob.
I know what I'm doing.
This guy's a professional.
Just a little bit, just a tad. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that if you're going to be bringing out a lot of paint and you're going to be sitting, you kind of want your back to feel good.
Yep.
We have phenomenal lumbar support in our pack, and I'm pretty sure that we are the only company that uses a hard-ish thermoplastic so that it distributes the weight across the whole pack. I mean, I've had guys run to a corner with 13 pods, and it feels like you only got 4 pods on. I mean, it doesn't just save you from a physicality standpoint, but you don't get that bouncing around. You're able to keep yourself stable, especially with that much paint on your back. You're going to be a little bit wobbly if you have all that weight on your back, because if we're thinking 13 pods, you've got almost a case of paint on your back.
Which is about at least 10, 11 pounds for a half case?
At least.
So another thing, when you have those pods bouncing around like that, those are exactly the pods that I see the lids come open mid-run. And you lose your entire pod. All right, here we go. Goons on your right in a desperate situation, down 5-1, 6.5 on the clock. Shock playing with house money here. Shock being actually more aggressive up the middle.
I mean, they want the mercy roll at this point.
Oh, no, for the Goons, it just got worse. They're going to get a minor. They're going to lose their middle mini brick and their mini temple.
So 5-on-3, and it opens up the snake side for Shock to take a big bite up into that snake 3.
That Shock player just got hit in the pod, dropped the pod, and then turned to the ref for a check. He got away with it. That could have been a gross major. He got away with one there. Good for him. Good for number 7.
I would be lying if I said that I didn't pull that same exact one.
Oh, sure. Yeah. You take a hit in the pod, you drop the pod quick. Like a gun at a crime scene. You just drop that thing, get away from it.
Yeah. So it's 4-on-3 for Shock. The question here is, do we start trying to push the advantage that you have up bodies? Or do we just kind of sit and play a little bit of defense until we get another kill, and then we start pushing the advantage?
I mean, the generic answer for Shock is you dig in your heels, you fill some sandbags, and you just make them come at you. However, when you're up 5-1, your players can do whatever they want. Because you're not going to lose 4 games in a row. That's an extremely unlikely situation. So your Shock players, if I'm the coach, I'm going to be like, go have fun. Don't get a major. Go have fun. We're going to win this match.
But at the same time, you got to think big picture.
Point differential.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We play for the event, and then it's a concede
for
the mercy.
What are you thinking? Why you don't concede? Yeah, you just concede into a mercy.
I think they're saving paint, they're saving their guy to not get bunkered because they know that the hammer's about to come down.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the only 2 things that make sense.
Or they lost track of the situation. Maybe they didn't. I don't know. That's a tough one.
At this level,
they shouldn't.
Exactly.
Now, interestingly, I see a lot of the roster. I go through all the rosters before the event for semi-pro and WNXL. A lot of the teams don't list a coach. I can't imagine they're not playing with a coach at this level. But a lot of these teams don't have a coach listed. So maybe they're just having a player coach that's kind of volunteering and he lost track of the situation. I don't know. All right. Well, congratulations, Shock. You looked dominant. Shut Up, We're Trying had a tough run here. I'm bringing them up specifically because I want to take a shout-out to Shut Up, We're Trying player who is not here today. That's Logan Hansel. He is in a hospital right now awaiting the birth of his first son. It may be happening as we speak. So
congratulations there.
Yeah, congratulations to Logan. Thank you so much for being here, Rob. I had a great time.
Would love to come back.
You're welcome to come back.
Anytime.
Take my job. You're prime for it.
I don't want to go that far. I don't want to go that far.
All right, for the viewers at home, thank you so much for joining us here in Cincinnati. We are going to take a little bit of a lunch break, and then we are going to come back with WNXL action. Thank you so much for being here with us. See you soon.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from DIE and a BKI professor from day -100, if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball, how do you get to the pro level. This is the way to do it. We fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turd head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com or summer camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose DIE, and see you later.
All right, welcome back. I am Matt Falby. I'm here in Cincinnati at NXL Event 3. I'm here with Hatch. Hatch, want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Well, what's going on, guys? I'm Steven Hatch. I play for Semi-Pro DMG. I'm also a co-host on From the Sidelines podcast out here in, beautiful Cincinnati. The grass is luscious. There's no wind. This is fantastic.
It is beautiful playing conditions out here.
Could not ask for better.
Yeah.
When we go to Chicago, that's great grass, but this is competing with that.
So all you Ohio haters, what's up now, huh? I've had enough with Ohio internet memes. It's done. It finishes today.
I thought the meme was like, oh, we were there 10 years ago at the Great Lakes, so we're coming back 10 years later.
It took them a while? All right, here we go. BR Factory on the left, Texas Demo on your right.
Texas Demo taking Snake off the break.
Demo up the middle to that brick. Easy take.
Aggressive breakout for Demolition, going Snake off the break and that middle brick.
Wow, this is an interesting, very early push by BR Factory up the Dorito side. It is a tough side to push. It immediately pays dividends by blowing out that middle brick.
Definitely, when they get their back center shot out and that's their main eyes looking that way, it's dominoes fall quick.
Wow, run through down the Snake by BR Factory.
Oh!
He's going to take a Snake player with him.
Didn't get the second one.
Still, he's accounted for 2 bodies already. Great movement. BR Factory pushing back up to D3,
So
now into Snake Dorito 2.
Looks like a 4-on-1 against Texas Demolition. BR Factory in the driver's seat. Looking to close it out on this one guy.
I mean, as a coach, the odds say that 1-on-4 is going to lose. I might towel it.
I would definitely towel it.
Just to save him the pain.
Huge point for BR Factory, right? I mean, we just got done playing, and that is a aggressive team, and they are all about pushing.
All right, I'm going to talk meta for a second. What I mean by that is every time I do one of these webcasts, how these fields are played, how these layouts are played, changes over the course of the weekend. All the teams come in going, hey, you know what? Snake side, or in this case the middle, is the strong push side. We're going to push this side. Don't worry about the Dorito side. It's not strong. What happens is over the course of the weekend, as coaches realize, hey, nobody's paying attention to the weak side, you start sending bodies up there. That BR player should not have been able to get to D3 on essentially the breakout. Nobody's looking that way. So by the end of a weekend here of the NXL, a lot of times I'll see the field basically played even. The push sides become evened out simply for that reason. So
yes. Plus, one thing I'm noticing on this side is, you know, when you capitalize on that one guy with eyes, they were going to push that side that he should be looking. It's all about recognition here.
All right, wild side on your left, Kansas City, Missouri All-Stars on your right. Missouri's coming out of a wild match against TPP Crew.
Distortion taking the Snake and the brick.
Into the Snake for Kansas City All-Stars.
All-Stars have definitely been grinding. They want this match really bad.
Distortion coming in second place overall right now for the season. They have a lot on the line here. A couple more strong events. They may be looking at a pro slot. Every point means a lot to them. Oh, that is a great question. The middle player for Wildside takes a hit in the goggle when he's fully behind the brick.
Is that a team kill? Maybe a bounce shot?
It might have been a team kill. He is totally puzzled. I feel your pain, my friend.
Which team is this on the right?
We have Kansas City, Missouri All-Stars.
Okay, All-Stars,
right.
All-Stars, gotcha. This is a great match. These are 2 really talented semi-pro teams that are going to be fighting this out. And Distortion playing them, those guys really like to lay on their guns, lock it up, and then slowly push when the game starts to get long.
Yeah, they're definitely a smart push team.
Absolutely. Multiple of those players coming from the Blast Camp group, and those guys know how to play paintball.
Yeah, the Wildside Distortion roster should be illegal. It's ridiculous how much talent they've.
It's very, very solid roster.
All right, All-Star pushing right into a gun, waiting for him. Great trade. Honestly, All-Star player at a huge disadvantage in that gunfight.
That was a nasty shot by the All-Stars player.
Yeah, a trade was an excellent outcome for him on that one.
Distortion using their comms to find the bodies, making sure they're not making any mistakes, just running into reckless guns.
Michael Unger now the point of the spear, number 67 for Wildside. He could, if he wanted to, drop and crawl up that snake beam to the middle brick. Uh-oh.
Running ref coming in, checking the home player.
A running ref is nature's most dangerous predator. It doesn't get the kill.
All-Stars moving into the Dorito side. Into the paintball for purpose bunkers on the Dorito side. I don't know if anybody really saw that move. Oh, now they see it.
Going to switch out. He knew about it. Somebody told him. Wildside's going to spread across from home to that can.
If this can guy fills out, it's going to make it really hard for this Dorito guy to do whatever he wants.
There it is.
I don't think anybody saw him going into the snake. He is sneaky snaking right now.
Zero fire on him. All right, both teams mirrored up at that middle, that inside snake wedge. Nobody still has picked up on the wild side player in the actual snake, too.
Yeah, it seems to be locking up that slanted wedge on the snake side for All-Stars, starting to look the cross, and that's definitely how they're going to try to catch that guy going into that 50 wedge.
Here we go.
All-Stars lose their snake guy. That's another body. What is it? 2-on-3 in favor of Distortion.
Now a drop back into the snake over there by All-Stars. He gave up that inside wedge to prefer to work down that Dorito side. There it is.
All right, now 3-on-1.
Nate Roberts picking up that Dorito.
Missouri All-Stars, one guy left in the snake. We might see the paint coming. Oh,
there it is.
Concede. Good play.
That was a very clean, methodical push by
Absolutely.
Wildside. Nothing stupid, nothing crazy, nothing risky. Just winning gunfights and continuing to slowly close the noose.
They will control. They're, semi-pros kind of evolved into a thing where it's like, all right, shoot your pods, shoot your 6 pods, see you in a pod and a loader. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's when the game starts to get really, really interesting.
I actually think, and this is almost going to sound like a negative, at this level of play, these players are so good at every different part of how to be a tournament paintball player that these teams, their identity can morph from point to point. There's very few of these semi-pro teams that are like, hey, we're just a team that only knows how to push. It's really not the case anymore.
Absolutely. I'd like to make a reference to our BR game, right? Those guys, they went up 3-0. Like, we were not expecting that type of aggression. And then we countered it with our own aggression, hitting our sweet shots, and, that's when it ended up needing to happen.
Speaking of aggression, great move by BR Factory.
On their side,
the 50.
This is what they like to do.
It's a very, there's an immediate
counter. Great move. Oh, and gets 2. That's
honestly great reversal there by Texas Demo. That's a 2-for-1 in favor.
That's a great way to counter the. Ooh, that guy just got hit going in the snake.
100% a snake arm hit. Oh, and he tried the distraction. He points at his goggles, knowing he's got an arm hit.
He said, "Hey ref, what's that over there?"
Oh my God, that's Sainz. Look at my goggles.
Now Demolition is definitely in. It's a closer point now. What is it? 3-on-2.
Yeah, we have 3 left. Demo for BR Factory. What a gamble up the middle that really backfired on them.
That's the point that their snake guy just needed to play a little slower, not jump into the snake as fast. Because then when they get that body, they count those bodies. It's like, all right, take a breath, close the field,
recollect.
Demolition going down, clearing it out.
It's going to trade. I think it'll trade.
I don't see him getting out.
No.
Oh, he's still pointing at him.
Yeah, okay. No, snake none, sir. Not snake 1, snake none.
It's hard to see that player's number. Is that 33?
A lot of these players have their packs up so high over the numbers, you can't tell.
Last name Boy.
Yeah, B-O-I.
BR player walking off the field like, boys, what happened at that point? What is going on?
Oh, he's complaining about, he believes, that's number 808, Povo. He believes that he got the first shot in.
The hard part about this, if you guys both have paint on you, the ref's going to call you both out. The more you argue, the more you're going to get a penalty.
You might have been in the booth for me saying this once before for the refs. If you, as a player, everybody shot somebody first. The laws of time and physics says one ball arrived at the other player before the other one. But what the refs need is a time gap, meaning it has to be distinguishable to the human mind that there's a time gap between action A and action B. And if that time gap is too close, they're just going to call you both out. And you as the attacker or the defender, you might be right. I shot him first. You need an appreciable time gap.
Absolutely. And, one thing Dave Baines taught me is you have 2 seconds to argue your thing. But the thing is, depending on the ref, if you say one word, minor. Right. It depends. You have to play your cards very, very well, and it's a big risk.
All right, All-Stars on your left, down by 1 point.
All-Stars looking for that move up the middle.
All-Stars are going to lose their snake player, though. He's very resistant to leaving.
Is he hurt? I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's got a knee problem.
Look good.
Right knee problem.
Ooh.
Hate to see that.
Is that Todd? I hope that's not Todd.
All-Star losing another player up the middle of that break. Now losing
disastrous for the All-Stars.
Good Lord.
That does look like it's Todd limping off. I hope he gets better.
Todd Boyer limping off.
That's the heart of All-Stars.
Okay, he's saying it's a cramp. So maybe a little bit of dehydration catching up with players now.
Hey, drink your pickle juice, eat your bananas. We need that potassium in there.
That's right, pickle juice.
First time I saw players wandering around staging areas, drinking literally an industrial-sized jar of pickle
That's me.
juice.
I'm that guy.
I was like, what the hell is going on here? Okay.
The electrolytes, all the salts. It's so, when you're just dousing yourself in just water all day, you know the salts is just so good for your body.
But Buffalo wings also have salt. That's my
That's
solution.
valid, you know. Like, how do I argue with that? How do I argue with that? Sounds like we're getting buffalo wings after
yeah,
this.
that's where we're headed.
But here we go, back to BR Factory and Texas Demolition.
All right, tied up 1-1, 12 and a half of the clock. Tripled up at home for BR Factory.
Oh yeah, they want to make sure they're hitting their shots off the break. And that spot right there, to that fill out to that can, that's a very, when people keep their guns up, that is a very hard spot to make.
Yeah. All right, BR Factory, they're really conservative breakout, but they're making their secondary, so it's not really going to matter. Honestly, getting out to that Dorito corner is kind of an unusual feat on this field.
I agree. I think it has a decent angle for some defense, but I mean, we're seeing a run through by BR Factory, untouched with the spin around. Oh,
he's uncertain whether to hit the buzzer or not.
He's like, hey yo,
he might get shot by his own team.
I got him. BR Factory player puts his hands up in the air and says, guys, I got it. Relax, don't.
That was crazy.
Mosey on back to the pits, boys.
He was more surprised than anybody else in the field that he was still alive.
Yeah, he did the spinaroo.
He's like, what?
And he's like, oh, that guy, you want some too? Got him in the back.
What is going on?
What a great run through that player. What number is that? Is that number 32?
That is Ronnie Tyner, number 32, with a great run through.
Hey, great job, Ronnie.
That should not work on this field because there's so much middle play on this field. You should have guns looking for run through.
100%. And if you don't, it's gonna happen. That little gap between the big two bricks, that is not that hard of a bump to make. No. Especially, I mean, if someone gets through it unseen, you really can crawl all the way to their snake too.
Yes.
And just absolutely eat. That's a hard thing to do, especially in semi-pro, but it can be done.
So in practice, just as kind of an experiment, fat old slow me, I ran to their brick, and then honestly, I could have just kept crawling. I think you can, on the breakout, end up in their snake wedge essentially within about 5 seconds of the breakout.
Well, absolutely. BR Factory did that to us, and we were not expecting it.
Yep.
Right?
Oh, that is correct.
Right, we were not expecting that. We're like, all right, sweet. Now we know. In the vault, ready for it.
That's a hell of a mental checkoff to keep active, though. I mean, you just do not expect an enemy player at your 30-yard lines in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's quick. And, I mean, you're just seeing them flash through these gaps to where, you know, if you're not shooting, I would say sometimes lanes are like a number of 4, like 1, 2, 3, 4. If you shoot 1 and 2, you're going to miss. You got to go 1, 3, or 2 and 4, or else you're gonna miss that shot. It's just so fast. Back to All-Stars and Distortion. Distortion snake off the break.
Uh-oh. All right, Wildside Distortion up 2-0 with 10.5 on the clock.
Yeah, All-Stars are looking for that move, but they got that. Oh man, he dropped his gun, so he got him onto their side.
All right, clean call for Wildside Distortion out of the snake.
Oh, this guy wants to go get him bad.
There it is.
Oh, here comes. Oh, he said, hey, yo. Great move, great trade out. Dang, he said, ow, dude, why you push me? Here comes Zach in the 50 snake Rito on the close side. I don't think anybody picked that up. Oh, great shot by Zach.
Nice
Get that
shot.
guy out, definitely.
Oh,
now Zach gets taken out.
Zach plays a little bit too loose in the victory of that kill.
Now this is where Distortion thrives, where they're up on bodies, they're going to shoot their paint. See you in hopper ball.
So they're also up 2-0. 9.5 on the clock is a lot of time to kill, but
they can just slow down, story time it, have a good time. They're saying 42, which means 4 on 2, so they know the kill count. They know what's going on.
Player with a jump check. I've never seen a ref do a jump check on a player's hopper, but there it is.
That ref is committed. He knows he's good at his job.
He's got good vertical too.
Definitely. That's a tall guy. I don't even think I could see the top of that loader jumping.
Are you allowed to ask players to lean over so you can check them? I gotta say though, this Wildside Distortion player in the can is taking some risks on his gunfighting.
Absolutely. I mean, at that last second, he's at the point where he's like, "Hey, they're pushing down. Like someone else cover the zone. I got to give it up."
Yeah.
Right. He's not risk getting shot.
Yeah. Don't keep fighting out into a gun dominant position.
Back to BR Factory and Texas Demolition.
Yep. 12 on the clock. Tons of time. 1 point differential is nothing. This is essentially a fresh match.
Absolutely. I mean, in the game of semi-pro that I've learned is 12 minutes. Oh man, that is an eternity of time. You can do so much with that.
Yeah. This is, I believe, a somewhat slow running field, but
I would agree.
Not that slow. Not 12 minutes slow.
We were doing a lot of situationals where it comes to, the low body situations, and it seems to be where you can definitely lock it up.
Yeah.
Texas Demo going short on this snake side, but going to that the far side tower. You don't see that one taken off the break very often.
That tower's gotten very little traffic this weekend. I think we might have a hopper problem for Texas Demo at home. I see him continually slapping his hopper. Yeah, so Texas Demo with 5 alive, but essentially 4 because their home player is currently disabled with a loader issue.
And you see how calm he's playing? He's just popping up over the top, shooting willy-nilly, right? He know they got the zones locked up. He's kind of that filler body, and now he's like, all right, we lost a body, time to fill it up.
Great refill by Munoz, yeah.
Oh, lost that tower guy. BR Factory definitely in the driver's seat. Besides that, middle Demo does not have very good positions, except they just got out to the snake and snuck out to the snake. But BR Factory definitely knows they're calling it snake, snake, snake.
Taylor Munoz trying to catch that move, does he?
Damn, missed him.
Wow.
It's getting tight for him. It's definitely getting tight.
That could have been for the fact that his hopper isn't feeding correctly. He missed that shot. Now they're attempting to bounce shot Munoz out of that middle brick,
which
off of the mini can. I don't think works. It's so rare that works. I think it's every back player's dream of the golden bounce shot that kills.
Oh yeah,
it's.
I got to see in geometry. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm surprised it's actually taking them this long, but BR closing strong, right? You don't want to just run a guy to the middle and potentially miss, and now boom, the body situation is a lot closer than it needs to be.
Munoz backed up by Sands. Munoz again having gun problems. I think he just got clipped.
There we go.
Yeah.
Seems like it's a 2-on-5 in favor of BR Factory.
And you know what? Sands over here is not fully aware of the what's being pushed.
Honestly, the guy in the snake, he seems to sneak in there and nobody knows. He's about to get a free kill.
Free kill.
Binky. There we go.
Nice work. All right, stabilizing the situation. That 50 wedge is still hot though on the Dorito side. No, 2 of them walking out at the same time.
Here comes the highway move from BR Factory. Ooh. Yeah, I would have gave it to him anyway.
Yeah.
Let's get some grit. Let's get some grit out here, right?
I think Hull is a little pissed that he didn't get that bunker. Tyler Hull ran the whole field. And
hey, but strong move on them. The only mistake that BR Factory made is they didn't see the guy sneak into the snake, and they were able to shoot that guy that's far up on the Dorito side. So, or I guess their snake. But BR Factory looking very, very strong in this match.
Unfortunately for Texas Demo, a pivotal moment of that match was Munoz missing that shot, moving from D3 up to the D wedge. And again, I think that's because his hopper is malfunctioning.
That's rough.
Because he was positioned. He knew that he set up a trap. He knew where the move was coming from, and he just couldn't connect.
Absolutely. And my coach, if I run out there with a non-working loader, I'm hearing it.
Yeah, right.
All-Stars with a snake off the break.
Oh, good bump
shot on the top of the head.
Yeah, visor hit. 1 off for both teams, so 4-4. Now 4-3 advantage for All-Stars. Wildside loses their snake. However, looks like All-Stars lose one of their Dorito side, so we're 3-on-3.
Yep. Distortion just found the All-Stars guy in the snake. They know he's there. No longer sneaky. Good comms, but Distortion losing another body on that snake side.
All right, so I think for Distortion, we have Snake, Dorito, Home, and Mini Temple on Dorito side.
I mean, they're working into that 50 snake on the far side.
Wow, they are into that wedge. He's going to cross.
Oh, look, no one's seeing it. No one's. Oh.
Did he run right through Hera's gun? No, Hera did not get him.
There we go.
Repositioning. Actually, multiple players repositioning to be safer from
now
that Dorito.
Now they're living behind their gun at this point.
No, he's
I mean, Hara's in a better position to where they don't know where he is anymore.
He's got that brick as a blocker between the two of them.
Ooh. Playing behind his gun, down the wire.
He is running out of bunker to hide behind. Oh, that's it. Wildside loses a body going empty, an empty bunker. It's not going to matter. All-Stars losing their snake player. That should be it. There it is.
All right, Distortion with a very strong point. They lost their whole snake side at that point, and they just kept flooding it with two more.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, good for them.
Great movement up that side. To that Snake 50 wedge was a great movement. All right, thanks to Hornets Nest Extreme for sponsoring this podcast. They are in New York. If you have a chance, go check out their field. I personally am aware that they have a 10-man coming up, 10-man mech coming up at their field.
That sounds awesome.
My team is talking about it, making the drive. Hornets Nest, you may see us.
What team are you playing for right now, Matt?
Anti-Heroes. We're just a mech regional New England team. We're talking about traveling. We've had success locally, but it's local, you know, and it's a lot of like me, kind of middle-aged. We have some younger, but it's.
You know, the whole thing about local, I mean, look at it in California. WC is local, and that is a great
high
league,
level,
you know,
yeah.
right? I think the local level is a great way to fine-tune your skills.
At 50 years old, my dream of playing pro ball is gone.
That's why you got to play pro 10-man. You know, I believe in you.
I appreciate that. That's a bad bet, Hatch, but I appreciate it.
They
All
love
right.
hopping over that beam.
BR Factory, 3-1 over Texas, 9 minutes on the clock. 5 alive for BR Factory.
If this middle guy is able to catch him. Oh, there we go, calling out the middle bunker that he's at. BR Factory knows where the crucial body is up the middle. Will they capitalize on it? Oh man, they are hammering a bounce shot to get the snake guy.
Yeah, in my head, I'm trying to see what's BR Factory's next move here. I think their only next move is probably moving up the middle to that brick. I feel like their mini temple on the Dorito side is a bit stuck. He's under a lot of pressure. So BR Factory's going to have to sink in a little bit here, win a gunfight, or catch somebody being sloppy in a move, and then try to finish it out.
I mean, honestly, BR Factory, they're up 2. They just gotta chill and just be like,
True.
all right, lock it up. Like,
True.
They got to come to us.
8 minutes on the clock. They got a 2-point lead. That's going to be a lot of story time to kill.
The guy in the far side temple bounced. The paintball for purpose temple definitely got bounced in the arm. That's a lucky ball.
Well, sometimes when you're in the temple, the gods favor you. So
Definitely, for sure.
All right. Texas Demo doesn't have to take stupid risks yet, but they are losing a lot of clock. If they lose this point, they're going to be down by a 3-point differential with a tough clock situation. So for Texas Demo, this isn't a full-on we must win, but boy, it gets really dicey if they can't win this point.
Absolutely. Demolition needs to switch the momentum around by getting a gunfight kill or two.
And I mean, I would say by body language, BR Factory is playing defensive.
Oh yeah, they're looking to chill. Now they're getting to the point where they're setting up in the snake side, right? Oh, nice, great kill for BR Factory, getting it on Demolition's back snake guy. When you get it on the back guy, that is way less support for the front guy, and especially if they don't know and he's like, "Hey, where you at, bro?" He's dead. You know, if you ain't talking, shooting, or moving, you're losing.
When you don't hear anything back, you know it's bad.
Yeah, BR Factory's at the point where they're like, "All right, time to chill out. Let me just sit here, shoot my shot." Tactical retreat in the snake by BR Factory.
That's Povo doing a little bit of a drop back.
Demolition seems to be on their heels a little bit for this match, trying to figure out the timing on when to launch and when to get a kill. But
I'd like to see the demo Snake player being a little bit exploratory. He's got to start looking for different angles, different options, bump up to the Dorito, maybe move sideways. They've got to find a solution to crack this defensive wall that BR Factory has set up.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure this BR Factory Snake guy and the Snake Rito right here, judging by the geometry, he's looking for the move for Demolition to go onto their side of the field, and he is ready for it. He's posted, waiting on it.
Extremely patient. That's Ronnie Tyner.
Up, he's like, all right, got to back off for a second. Bounce shot's coming in hot. Yep.
That is a bounce shot that actually is extremely harassing to this Snake Dorito.
Absolutely.
I
see all
haven't
the
seen
shells, all the shell on top of his head, going everywhere.
I haven't seen a kill from it yet, but it's you cannot ignore it.
Viable.
All right, look at how much time is peeled off the clock. If you're BR Factory, this is kind of winning, even at a tie
Right,
situation.
checking on the Dorito side for Demolition. Demolition sneaks into the Dorito 1.
At the same time, Demo goes the inside snake wedge.
Oh, actually, honestly, Demo has a really good setup right now. There's a guy in the Doritos. He is not spotted. Nobody's looking his way.
He makes
Nobody is looking his way.
Into D2 now.
He gets up and shoot. If he gets up one more bunker, maybe shoots this middle juice box, magic can be made.
Ronnie Tyner seems to sense the Dorito push. He asked for Povo to get back on the wire and keep his gun out there.
Ooh. I heard that. There we go.
No.
That was the Dorito guy. Look at this. The Dorito guy sneaking in. They have no idea. Who's yelling, get out over there? That might be the other field.
So Povo
honestly, if Demolition can manage to get this point, this could be a huge potential momentum shift.
Tyner looking cross, definitely trying to catch a gap runner, which might be occurring. Here it is. Tyner missed that move.
Oh, man, that bounce shot really got the BR Factory. Got to watch a different zone to where it didn't see that middle move. Demolition patiently playing possum, trying to check for this BR Factory player in the snake. I don't want to speak too loud because, the good players will hear. This is some good textbook paintball where, look at Demolition. They are all spread across middle, Dorito, Snake. Oh, there's four guys alive for Demolition. I didn't even see that guy.
Oh, Steven's going to get a check in the middle.
Ooh, clean. That's a rough bounce.
Povo still locked on the tape. Tyner locked across.
Ooh, the switch is coming big. This is a big gunfight. Ooh, Jinkies.
Tyner's going to take a walk.
Oh, huge kill down the wire for Demolition. Middle juice box switching. Bad timing on the middle juice box. Jinkies got him. That's a trade. And then he gets the Dorito corner.
I think. Oh no, that's a major.
They still have a body to pull. One on one. Guy in the Dorito cruising down the Doritos.
He's not aware of Povo.
One on one.
He doesn't know Povo's alive.
Oh my goodness. He said, "Oh shit, bro." Oh dude.
Wow.
Gosh darn it.
Wow.
That is a rough one for the Texas Demolition player. He thought it was all wrapped up.
Do you want to know the genius thing that Povo just did? Very subtle. Povo saw that player from from Demo walking down the Dorito side. He waited. He knew that he didn't see him. Povo knew that he hadn't been spotted. He waited until he got into a nice, clear, open space and then lit him up. Because if he'd shot too early, that Demo player could have jumped behind that mini brick in the Dorito corner and turned it into a real gunfight one-on-one.
Yes, and you don't want, look where he is in the snake. You do not want to be gunfighting on your knees like that.
Do you understand the discipline it takes to not take a low percentage shot and wait for the high percentage shot?
Yeah, he's like in Call of Duty, he's got iron lung, holding the breath, holding the scope.
Are you saying he's hacking? Does he have wall hacks on?
Maybe that's how we saw him going down. You never know, dude. What kind of enhancements we got going on right now?
But that is an ambush predator right there. Povo, great, smart, non-shooting till the right time.
He was playing that entire point, basically head down in the snake, kind of watching the wire a little bit.
All right, here we go. Wildside Distortion up 4-0 on All-Stars. All-Stars got to look for a lot of solutions in 7 minutes.
And this is what Distortion's really good at, playing pocket, laying on their guns.
Distortion making their first bump into this mini wall.
Ooh, All-Stars onto their side. They know he's there. They definitely know he's there. They are pumping that. The thing is, now what they got to do is they got to capitalize on it. But see, here it is.
A run through. It works and clean.
The big problem is
oh, and a counter bunker.
Great counter bunker. Huge move. There we go. Big move. Is this Haro right here? Great
This
move
is
by
a
him.
potential backbreaker right here. If he can get his gun up.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
God,
Ring
timing.
around a Rosie at the perfect time. Wow. Wow, what did we just watch?
Yeah, great job with eyes up from Distortion, seeing that inside move, because, man, that could have been a death sentence if nobody saw him.
Do you think Hogue knew that he was there? Or
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
What timing? Hogue is now going to push down the Dorito side and just start doing damage.
Yep, now the Snake guy has no idea. He's about to catch it. Boom. Done to kill the Snake. Is that 5-0?
Yeah, Distortion is going to mercy this one out for All-Stars. Rough match for All-Stars. What, I mean, if you're All-Stars in that little bunker ring around the Rosie, like, what do you have to do to win a game, man?
What I would say is realistically, so the thing is, the first guy went into their side. He got unseen at first, and then they see him, they're shooting at him. Dude, you got to get in there. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in that exact scenario. Maybe get down, crawl, right? Exactly what the second guy did. But if the first guy does that, react off that chaos, right? Because as soon as they found out he was in their side of the big brick, they immediately sent a guy to go get him. Immediately.
Yeah. I think teams are evolving and getting smarter about bunkering out the middle bricks. It's a relatively easy trade out, and the teams are getting more aggressive. Hey, thanks to one of our sponsors, Carbon Paintball, Zero Goggles up on stream. We just had Brent here a couple matches ago showing us off the DRV loader. Go check it out. Not ready for sale yet. It'll be ready in the fall. If you're looking for the DRV loader, you go pick up Zero Goggles right now if you want them. That was wild.
What a great match. I love seeing this. I mean, obviously the score doesn't dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah.
It seems like every single point has been close, right? But Distortion seemed to have come out on top, making a little bit of the smarter decisions, reading and reacting the field a little bit better, capitalizing on the huge bunkers, right? It seems like they were playing that game very, very well. Textbook by Distortion.
All right, rolling back out, BR Factory versus Texas Demo. By the way, BR Factory coming in first place overall to this event. If they can follow up with another strong finish, say top 5, they're in an excellent position to maybe get a pro spot by the end of the year.
Absolutely.
It would need a real nosedive, either event 4 or World Cup to prevent it at that point.
I mean, you never know. World Cup, if it's double points,
That's
right?
true.
That's like
huge things can happen.
With double points, even if the third place wins, something crazy can happen.
All right, Demo into the Snake off the break, doubled up at home. They're down by 3 points. They got 3 minutes on the clock.
Oh, yeah, they got to go. This guy's got to go quick.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 3 points. That's a lot to ask.
Ooh. I think he shot his paintball out of the air. That was so close.
As far as winning this match, Texas Demo is not being aggressive enough to win 3 points.
I agree. When you get into this Snake Rito right here, I think you have a millisecond of not being seen to get to that big slanted wedge, and that's kind of your best bet.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Demo's going to lose their first player off the back line at home. Yeah, and the clock is just bleeding off, slowly strangling Demo's chance at winning this match. We're now approaching 2 minutes. They're down by 3 points.
Yeah, 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and 3 points. You know, that's a tall order to do, but it is not impossible. It's been done before. It can be done. But obviously, it depends on recognition. Poor ref getting blasted, checking the player in the paintball for purpose bunker.
Doing his job.
It's a great ref right there, taking pain, still calling him out.
So for Demo at this point, the match is completely gone. It's under 2 minutes. The best you can do is try to hopefully narrow that point differential, and that it works in your favor later on during playoff tiebreakers.
I mean, when you're down this many points, sometimes it's kind of like, all right, maybe we should try something new, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really freeing as a coach when you're down when the match is out of hand. Oh, Lopez tries to make his bump, gets picked up.
I wonder if he could have made that bump a little bit earlier, like right when he got into the Snake Rito, right off the start.
Yep, but by pausing, he let BR Factory set up a trap for him.
Ooh.
Oh. Blown up. BR Factory not content to just sit this one out and wait for time. Will Demo towel out, or are they just going to let it go?
Mike McGowan walking up on the buzzer. Buzzer pushed by Mike McGowan. I've heard a lot of great things about his paintball field.
He's dancing for the ref, getting a check.
I mean, that was a great point. I would be dancing too, honestly.
Yeah, I did not expect BR Factory to do that late game push there. I mean, they have everything to lose by just not waiting out for the clock.
Absolutely. I mean, they could have, put on the Python pasta and just made the other guys eat it, right? Just, continuing the squeeze.
That is an interesting turn of a phrase, Mr. Hatch.
You ever been to a Rainforest Cafe? That's my dish right there, Python pasta.
I was not aware of that. All right, well, thank you to our sponsors. You're what makes this broadcast possible. And if you're home watching this for free, thanks for being with us. And check out some of our sponsors. These are the guys that help keep the league running and help keep this webcast running. So thank you.
Without our Paintball Patriots, man, none of this would be possible.
Yeah.
When it comes to all the back-scene things that Tom Cole's doing, all the guys at the live stream on the semi-pro field, this is work, and it is not a job that is done by itself. Right, this is something where you got to wake up and be passionate about it. So, hey, Matt, we thank you for everything you do.
Thanks for letting me be up here and talk my nonsense. Despite what you feel as a player when you have to open your wallet, nobody's getting rich running the sport. So
absolutely
thank
not.
you to these sponsors that are helping make this happen.
Right, I'm on a podcast that makes sense. Right, like not like makes sense, but like makes sense.
Sense. We're literally operating on a pennies budget.
Sense. CNTS. Sense.
We're begging the ref crew for their lunch leftovers after this is over.
Oh, yeah. And honestly, shout out to these referees. It's getting hot out here. We ref our local field, the CEPL, but, man, this is a different game. And when everybody's trying to cheat, Matt. Everybody is trying.
Yeah.
Right? And these refs are on it. Especially I like the iteration of the ref on the ladder. I think that gets a lot of angles that are easily overseen.
That is Jason up on the ladder. He's our head ref, on-field head ref.
Jason is killing it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Is he the one with the accent?
Most of the ref crew has an accent, but yes, he has a British accent.
Oh, yeah, British accent.
British or Scottish. I got to be really careful, because if he's Scottish and I just called him British, he's going to find me and murder me.
Yeah, make sure you check your tanks or your bottles out of date.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy's get him out.
Smoked in the arm.
That paint looked vivid right there. They're shooting HK. That was awesome.
All right, Texas Demo with 60 seconds to come up with something. At least a pride point here.
Yep. Like, go, bro, go.
They're pushing it. Oh, they lose the middle. Now they push up the tower. No one goes that tower.
Yeah, my main thing is what's stopping them from, really crawling,
No, don't run sideways.
I just feel like if they were crawling, maybe not running so big body, I feel like they would be able to make those moves without being seen.
That felt, and I mean no disrespect, like a back player unused to finishing out a 60-second point, running sideways in the open against a team that's on defense.
One thing I cannot knock, though, is absolutely dying on your sword.
Yeah.
One of the cardinal sins in paintball is being alive when there's no time left, right? And always push it. All right, and it seems like BR Factory's taking the win over Texas Demolition, and Distortion is mercy ruling KC Missouri All-Stars. Those were great matches, honestly. The score does not dictate how close those matches were.
They were a lot of fun to watch. I hope you had fun at home watching that one. All right, well, that is going to wrap up that match. I've been very, very lucky to be joined by Steve.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you so much
for having me.
Who's your next game?
We play either Shut Up or Trying, Demolition, or I don't even know, bro. I'm not even that guy.
Right.
I'm just a guy that goes out there and sometimes shoots some people.
Just go kill people.
That's a famous quote that a wise man once told me: stabbers don't get stabbed. Just like with Texas Demolition, right? You always want to go down on your sword, make sure you're fighting swinging, and you never want to be punked out by yourself, right?
There's Hatch closing it out with a Charles Manson quote. Stabbers don't get stabbed.
Right? It's a mindset. It's a lifestyle you got to live.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to take a break, and we'll come back with some more NXL action. Thank you so much.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, though, I can't play this game. Players try to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from Dye and a BKI professor from like day negative 100, if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball? How do you get to the pro level? This is the way to do it. We fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turd head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com or summer camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose Dye, and see you later.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
Hey, Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, though, I can't play this game. Try to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey, look.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from Dye and a BKI professor from like day negative 100, or if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball? How do you get to the pro level? This is the way to do it. We've fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turd head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com or summer camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose die, and see you later.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test as a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to your 2025 Cincinnati NXL event. Event 3. I'm Matt Falby. I am super stoked because I'm joined by one of my partners in crime here on this webcast, Julian Malazweski. Introduce yourself to the crowd if they don't already know. Jersey Jesters. Actually, go ahead.
What's up, guys? Julian Malashevsky here, part of the infamous Image family with my dad, Tommy Mal, my uncles, Richie and Greg. Obviously, you got to see the tattoo right here. Playing semi-pro out here with the New Jersey Jesters, and always super stoked to be up here in the commentary tower with you because we are actually up in a tower right now.
Yeah, we've got the Comp Sports Super Tower in play now. Completely non-OSHA approved. Let's see how this goes, folks. All right, on our left we got Heroines, and on the right we got Baltimore Nevermores. Heroines doing what, actually both teams doing what, Heroines crossed. They did exactly the play we talked about. It doesn't work, but they attempted to cross the 50 and take that crawl up the snake beam.
And then so the Heroines are down 2 right now. The Nevermores are still up 5, I believe. One thing Matt and I were just talking about prior to this is the amount of movement and the way that you can push up onto the other opponent's side of the field, which the Heroines did try here on the first point. The Nevermores are still 5 alive right now. They are in the snake, the back center, as well as the Dorito side.
Heroines now into snake 2. They're still at home, and they're at the mini temple, now into Dorito corner. 3 alive. I think this might be Brooklyn here working the snake Dorito. Nope, it's Rojas.
That is Miss Rojas right there. She just eliminated one of the Nevermores out of their center 40, center 50, center brick.
That's a big kill. That brick can really control both sides of the field.
And then the one thing about this, with this Snake 3, or as they're calling on the pro field, the Snake Rito player, they are blind down to the Dorito side. So the Nevermores actually just lost their Dorito 1 player, and the Heroines are now in the Snake 50, pushing on to the Nevermore side of the field. Miss Rojas is shooting inside at their Snake 3 player right now. And they also have the snake can as the insert left.
In that distraction crossing the 50, Heroines have also pushed up in the D2. Now their home is going to take a sideways bump into the snake side can.
Daniela really controlling that back line. It is for the Baltimore. I don't see a way out of this one without a lucky snapshot.
And she's doing exactly what she needs to do right now, because if she moves, she's going into that gap, but she knows that if that player has to edge out by any means, that they're going to edge out right into her gun.
So Daniela was not aware of the 50 wedge over there on their snake side, turned and blew her up in the back. So we're on a 2-on-1 favor of Heroines. I don't think the Heroines have conveyed the location of that last Nevermore player.
Correct. I do think that this bit of communication has dropped right here, but we'll see if they connect. The Snake 2 player from the Heroines is edging up to the Snake 3, the Snake Rito, and the Nevermore's player is in their Snake 50, and she is shooting at the Dorito 2 player. I think that the...
Alexis trying to close this out. She knows where he is now. She's going to blow her up in the back. I think she got her in the pack. Sure enough, there it is. All right, Heroines made that one interesting. Honestly, a real rough start to that point. Rojas did a great job trying to pull that one out of the fire. She overextended herself a little bit, got blown up for it, but her teammate's able to finish that one out.
Yep.
Good work by Alexis.
I think both teams came out really aggressive, so...
So I'm going to say, by the way, I'm glad you said the word aggressive. If you're watching this, well, you are watching this, you're going to see teams take these middle bricks, right, dead center in the middle on almost every game. It looks aggressive, and I'm not trying to downplay it. It's a fairly easy take on the run out. It's actually kind of hard to get shot running to it unless you're, really running a wrong path. So you're going to see what looks like a very aggressive breakout. I would call it a standard breakout on this field.
Mm-hmm. And when we were playing earlier for the Jesters, you're going to see a lot of the same going out to this first temple, this first can, heavy in the middle.
Making the Dorito or the Snake is a dicey affair on this field.
And we have Tiki's Ohana on the right, and we have the Femme Fatales on the left. Tiki's Ohana has moved into the center brick. They've doubled the home. First bunker on the Doritos side, and then they've now launched into the Snake Wedge. The Femmes were stacked up pretty heavily in the back, but then now they're making all of their secondary moves up. We are still 5-on-5. I'm sorry. We are 5-on-4 right now in favor of the Femmes. One player has dropped from Tiki's Ohana on the Dorito side.
Roxy here in the Snake Rito, looking left. She's going to try to control the other team's Snake. Neither team up the middle, so I just ate my words on that intro. Teams choosing instead to take a little bit of a wide approach. I think we might have Casey Erb there in the inside Snake Wedge, backing up Roxy.
And we are hearing a decent amount of communication from the Femmes. We are a little distance away from Tiki's Ohana, so you want to believe that they're communicating a little bit harder. And then Tiki's Ohana, as I say that, they just launched from the Snake side wedge over into Snake 2, and she is now shooting the inside shot. There is a bound shot that comes off of this center brick into this Snake side wedge, so they're trying to shoot that, but at the same point in time, you're also seeing that Snake side W, which does have a few bounce shots here or there. Still 5-on-4 right now, both teams. The communication is going really heavy. And everyone's just really kind of rolling their guns right now. They're communicating.
So we've definitely hit that kind of slow period on this field. This field tends to see a lot of action right out of the gate, and then as teams, until they get a bunch of kills, it kind of slows down. It can be a tough field to push and close. You've got to be very careful about overextending yourself.
I agree. And then, so like what we were talking about earlier, this Snake 3, the Snake Rito, and then Tammy Adamson's making a move right here into the center. I think she just got eliminated.
Yeah.
At the same point in time, this player from the Femmes, number 18, she moved from Snake 3 into the Snake 50. And she's hunting for kills right now. The back center player for the Femmes has now launched into the 40 brick right there. The communication is definitely live and going here for the Femmes. Again, we're a little distance from Tiki's, but I'm sure that they are communicating. Their coach is Ricky Williams, and he is a stud for the Tiki's Totem semi-pro team, I believe. Got to talk with him for a few minutes before this.
Casey Erb going to take a walk. That loses their inside Snake presence. Roxy's on a bit of an island now out here trying to control. She needs to pick up some kills quick, otherwise she might get swarmed.
And the Femmes now have 3 players. As you said, they are getting a little bit spread out. At the same point in time, I believe that Tiki's has now moved into their Dorito 2. The home player has now filled out into the Dorito side temple, and she is focusing on the Snake Way. The only thing that I don't like about that move that the Tiki's player did, now granted, she's coming over there to support her player, so I'm not knocking the insert, but where this player has now just moved. Oh, she just got clipped on the move.
Overextended.
Mm-hmm. So when you're in that home bunker, you do have pressure on this Snake 3 person. So as soon as you come out, you actually lose that gap. At the same point in time, the Snake 3 player has now moved into the Snake 50 for Tiki's. The center player from the Femmes has just gotten eliminated. There's 1 player left for the Femmes in the Dorito side corner.
This is a great aggressive move down the other team's Snake Beam by the Ohana player. She's setting up for that last player. I think the last player knows. She's suspicious. It's not going to matter. Yeah,
Yep.
That Dorito corner is in a world of trouble. There's not many good outs here unless you get a kill. Oh.
And this is number 6. She is crawling onto their side of the field, and she is going to definitely make some work on this one. And this is Miss Ariano.
Yeah, Cammy. Cammy will be joining us tomorrow on this webcast, by the way. Great game for her that time.
Here's her quick shout out because everyone apparently has pronouncing her name wrong, so she wanted to make sure that we accentuated the O. It is not Ariana, it is Ariano. So way to go, way to make that move and communicate.
Well played. A very aggressive movement down that Snake Beam into their Snake. As soon as she realizes she doesn't have a shot or she's pinned, she just drops and keeps crawling. I see a lot of players with those kind of opportunities that don't take advantage of them. So great instincts on her part to finish that out.
And then so we're getting ready to have the Nevermores on the left, and then we're going to have the Heroines on the right.
This match is brought to you by HydraFit. HydraFit having a great line of knee pads. You can check them out. They're blacks. And they have a new set of pants that you might want to check out too. Very durable, very comfortable. If you get a chance, we'll show you off a pair. Late to the box. Is she going to make it for Nevermores? No, I don't. Whoa.
Oh, what is it? Yep.
Are they still playing? There's a bit of confusion on the scoreboard.
Yep.
There's beepers going off. I think it's irrelevant. They keep playing.
Yep, so it's going to be 5-on-4 right now with the Heroines. The Heroines are in the center of the field, back center. Snake side, small temple, the Dorito side corner. I'm sorry, there's going to probably be... And then the Snake side temple. And then for the Nevermores, we're in the center brick. And the Heroines have moved from the Snake side up into the center 40 wedge. At the same time, we have the Nevermores coming down into Snake 2 right now with their 4 players. They are in the back center, the small temple on the Dorito side, center, small brick, and Snake 2. Both groups of teams are communicating very well. They're looking at their lanes. At that same point in time, the Snake player for the Heroines is now in their Snake 50. We'll see if she's going to be looking to cross into the Nevermores Dorito side. At the same point in time, Nevermores have now dropped their second player, so it is a 5-on-3.
Brittany Reed there got caught being a little bit too ambitious over the top of that Snake mini wall. It wasn't gonna, the only exception for that if she was getting ready to move, but she stayed there too long. Doesn't work. They're going to lose their mini brick in the middle, leaving just 2 players remaining for the Nevermores. Both in a pocket. They are not crossed up, so there's still risk of a run through here. And that's it.
I will say one thing I really have enjoyed so far in these first few points for these ladies' matches is that their communication is really on point.
I got to say, it's better than what I've seen in some of the semi-pro today. I think you're completely right.
I mean, this is one of the hard things, especially when the middle, if you know where 2 or 3 are and you're losing track, more than likely they're going to be filtering out the middle. This is really easy to get up the field and make an impact. So there's going to be a lot of cautions, a lot of dangers, and that's one thing that they definitely need to keep doing because any communication is better than none. Because if you feel like you're on an island with no one talking to you, that's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
And then we're getting ready to have the Femmes here on the right-hand side, and then Tiki Zohana up here on the left-hand side. They got to get there.
Yeah, again, late to the box. I think that's Paige Vassar desperately trying to get there. Does she tag? Yeah, she's in.
5-on-5 breakout as of right now. Femmes are in the snake can back center. Dorito, small temple, back right Dorito. And I believe Tammy has launched into the center 40 wedge.
Tiki's with a little bit more conservative breakout, doubled up at home. They're now filtering up to that middle. They've lost one of their home players. Now they've lost Paige and the snake. So they're down to 3 players left. Home, Dorito side mini temple, and up the middle in that brick. Now Home's going to spread out to the can. Good move. She's clean. That's actually kind of a tough bump when there's a gun waiting there.
Yes. And then one thing that Tammy is doing right now is that she is sitting on the Dorito side, stopping those players, icing them, as you're going to hear a lot of players say, not allowing them to get outside. You end up having a jobber roll at that point in time, but she's doing work in there. At the same point in time, Femmes are also in the snake too. Tiki's has matched Tammy in the center brick, and that center brick is trying to figure out which way that her gun's going to be more dominant on. They're also in the snake can, the insert for Tiki Zohana, and as I said before, the Dorito side temple. And then the can player just got eliminated on the arm, and then I believe it's a 2-on-5.
Cammy's going to take a walk from that middle brick, leaving just one Tiki's player left trying to hold it all together. This is probably a losing situation without a quick win of a gunfight here. So it's at least a 3-on-1 in favor. Yeah, and that's it. So, by the way, I'm going to go back a game. So for this game, Paige Vassar late to the box. She got in. She had a good, effective game. The previous game, we watched one of the Nevermores get late to the box and miss it. I think one of the worst deaths in this sport is, I'll just call it an organizational death. To not make it on the box in time means something went wrong in your pits. It could have been the player's fault. Could have been coach's fault. Could have been pod filler's fault. I don't know. But that is a really, really awful death. Not acceptable.
I agree. The one thing, especially at this high level, you need to have a pit crew. And if you have extra players on your team, then they need to be paired up with another player. That's one thing that we do on the Jesters. We are all there together as a team. Someone's got to grab the gun. Someone's got to fill. Someone's got to clean off. Like, we're all in this together.
Sounds like you have battle buddies.
Oh, yes. Nevermore's on the right, and then we've got the Heroines on the left.
Heroines 5 alive, no 4 alive. They're going to lose their Dorito side mini temple.
There is a ref running in to check on the can, and Nevermore's just got a penalty.
Oh.
They got a yellow pulling out another. So it is a 4-on-3 right now. The Nevermores are in the snake side wedge. She's looking inside, home, and then the ranch. And I will say the one thing about this Dorito side temple, and you've heard this in the different podcasts, as the Heroines lose their the Nevermores lose their back center player. So it's now 2 Heroines are squeezing out this snake side wedge player. This, on the Dorito side, that mini temple, you often are playing an island position. This is one bunker that you can be effective from, but then you are drawing so much heat as this player is right now. So you just need to tuck in, try to absorb as much heat as you can. She's able to do a lot by helping on the inside. So if this snake side wedge player, so the problem is this place, yep, exactly, now they're back and crossed. This is where they need to be because the snake side wedge can protect on the moves going up. The Heroines are right now in their snake 50. Miss Blanco there is doing great work right now.
She always does.
Then there's also great communication from the Heroines going right now.
Blanco's ready to cross, although she's got to get past the gun from her mirror, from the inside snake wedge. She does. Play tight, draw the guns. Don't make a sloppy death here. Blanco, I think, should just dip in, draw guns.
So I will say, as the small side temple player was looking inside, there is a gap that player missed. Between the 2 bricks in the center, you can see that lane from that temple. Unless this field is a little askew and you cannot, that is the one lane I would be looking at. Unless the communication had dropped and they weren't sure how far they were going on the Dorito side, you can literally stay tight and literally sit in that gap, and then you can communicate that. So that was one move that was missed, and then obviously she ended up getting clipped in the back.
All right, well, congrats to Heroines on that one. Honestly, that is a bit of a missed opportunity for Nevermores because they went up 5-4 early in that match. Against the Heroines, you really need to take advantage of those opportunities. You're rarely going to win the breakout shooting match against the Heroines, so they did it that time. It's kind of a missed opportunity for them.
I'm not saying that that player may not have known that they were hit, but in this, you're never bigger than your team.
Yeah.
Tiki's on the right.
Why did you
Fem's on the
stare at
left.
me when you said that? That was a lot of hate.
Hey, it's true. It's true. I have the fortunate opportunity playing with Aftershock in these events, and that's one thing we always say. You are never better than the other team. You have to, if you get hit, get off.
Yeah, get off the field.
As we say that, both teams are now 4-on-4, pretty much lost
All right,
player off
run
the
through
break.
the middle there by
Miss
Andrea Martinez. And she's still alive.
Mm-hmm. If you make the right move and have the right height.
She's going to take the can.
She's catching a lot of. She may have gotten clipped on the top of her head, but I think they're letting that one go. I don't think the refs were in a good position to see it.
Yeah.
I think there's a little hit right on the top of her head.
I'm not sure the home is aware of her presence. She is now. She's going to get hit in the hopper, take a walk.
Talk about being a bruiser and doing work, though. Way
Great.
to go.
Yeah, great work by Martinez on that one. This is Roxy trying to clean it up.
Yeah.
There's a side fill from home to that can. That's a very risky, especially with Roxy with her gun waiting for her. There it is. That's a kill. Now the home's also going to walk. That's going to be it. All right, nice strong second point by Fems, up 2-1, 7.5 on the clock.
These are definitely some exciting games.
Heroines up 3-0, 8:50 on the clock. That's a lot of time. Baltimore is, I'm going to say let's focus on getting kills on the run out. That's probably their best chance to disrupt the Heroines. We'll take a moment to thank another one of our sponsors, which is Carbon, with their Zero Goggle system, and soon to be released DRV loader with built-in timer and programming. Thank you for sponsoring this, and if you're at home watching, go check out their product. If you're here, go check out their booth before all that stuff's sold out.
I will say one thing I do not like to see is we're just getting to the box now.
Yeah.
Like that's
very risky, especially for the Nevermores who just lost a body doing that.
And one of the Nevermore players just got clipped off the break.
Now five alive for Nevermores. Might have been a bounce.
One player is down. 5-on-4 for the Nevermores right now. I believe that was the center player for the Heroines that got that first elimination, but they are first into the snake here on their side for the Heroines. Communication is going really well again for both teams. That's one thing that is really sticking out on both sides for all 4 of these teams.
So 5 alive for Nevermores. They're now into Snake 2. This is, again, one of those opportunity games for Nevermore. They're up a body. They need to figure this out and close it out. Don't lose gunfights.
And then I think one thing for the communication for the Nevermores is that this is a combo of Cheetah's players, previous Tiki's players, and the St. Louis Angels.
Yep.
So these ladies have been together for a little bit. They're probably playing in pairs, feeling comfortable with each other. At the same point in time, the Nevermores have just lost their first player out of the back center.
So 4-4. Elizabeth Maisner here in the Snake Rito, looking cross.
So I believe that, yes, there is a Heroine player in the Snake 3. She's the one that's got those first 2 eliminations. And then the Heroines player, Miss Blanco, here is moving down the side. I think that she may have gotten this first player here off of the Snake side. There's 2 players left alive for the Nevermores. Both are focused on the Heroines 50 Dorito right now, which is leaving a lot of things open. And now the Nevermore's Dorito players playing heads up. Miss Blanco just took elimination over there.
A little too aggressive.
So what I love that I watched Blanco do just a second ago is she was playing with elevation. She actually dropped all the way down to the turf so that she could look cross. She could use part of that snake beam and Dorito to block off the view from home. Very clever drop down play. The problem is she got up and ran right through a gun after that. But smart play. I love seeing that.
And the thing is, being aggressive, if you get eliminated on a move like that, if she's a smart player, she'll understand where that happened from, and then it won't happen again the second time. But sometimes you got to make that push to kind of feel where you can go, how far you can go, things like that.
Yeah, like I said, she dropped down to get a wrap shot on the over to the Dorito side, but then she popped right up into the Holmes gun. So she kind of forgot a home gun was looking for her. All right, still, we got 2 Nevermores alive, 1 at home, now 1 in D2.
And I believe right now it is a 3-on-2. Heroines are now moving out to the Dorito side corner. Heroines are in the snake 3, and then the snake insert can. Nevermores are in the back center, and the Dorito 2 right now.
Keep talking.
And then, so all teams are communicating. Everything's getting, and then the Nevermore's player has moved from the back center to the snake side can at the same point in time. The Nevermore player has now launched from the Dorito. And then we also have,
regardless. So it's very difficult to ask players to sit for 5 minutes straight and not go try to win the game.
Push smartly, not stupidly.
Yep.
I'm terrible at grammar.
You did good with the words.
Yep, the Dorito player has now gotten eliminated for the Nevermores. It is now a 3-on-1.
No, I don't think they're aware of the Nevermore position. They are now. She had an opportunity to maybe pick up a free kill. Missed that opportunity. Now it's going to be a 3-on-1.
And the Heroines are communicating, too. So that's the one thing you do like to see in this.
She's going to get hit in the back by the Dorito side. There's nowhere to go. She's still alive somehow, but she's about to get bunkered.
Nice. Just enjoy seeing anyone get bunkered.
You are a sick man.
I am. Hey, it happens to me a bunch. I love to do it. Who doesn't like to get up in someone's kitchen and deliver some pain?
Yeah, that's true. All right, good controlled point by the Heroines. They're going to go up 4-0 on this one. They're really in the driver's seat.
And then we also have Tiki's coming out here on the left-hand side. And then the Femmes are coming out here on the right.
After this game, you're going to watch New Jersey High Rollers take on San Francisco Sirens. And you're going to watch Northern Lights taking on the Immortal Angels. That's our 2:15 game.
I'd just like to see the teams be at the box before this.
Yeah,
or at least 3 or 4 players.
Please, no more deaths to being late to the box. The Femmes are definitely late to the box.
5.
Go.
3, 2, 1. One person wasn't able to touch up. Now she touched up and have to pivot. Tiki's has dropped 1 player, so it's 5-on-4.
Tiki's have no snake presence right now. They are up the middle, and they're doubled up at home. One of these home players needs to start spreading the field. Oh, there is going to be a minor on Femmes. What a great start to this point. It's going to evaporate.
So the Femmes have now dropped 3 on this side. They are matched up with Tiki's at the center 40 brick. Tammy just launched from the home to the snake side insert. And then Femmes just got stitched up here. And then, so I believe it is going to be a 4-on-1. Tammy is in the insert snake can right now.
Cammie must have been told by a teammate that somebody arrived at her bunker with her, because there's no visual way she could have saw that. Or maybe she just launched and got lucky, but that was an amazing counter move by Cammie. Now there's going to be a run sideways. Is it going to be a trade? Looks like it is a trade.
The one thing about Tammy and her play is all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
You know, the die on your sword, that is how she plays. So she's
I like to
aggressive.
call it dying on the other team's bayonets. So honestly, that is a mixed trade there for Femmes on that one. Cammie was in a very crucial position. They wanted to get her out of that, but you're already down bodies. Trading a body is it's not a great value proposition, but that was kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't moment for the Femmes.
Mm-hmm. And so the one thing that is bad for Tiki's on this side, you here on the snake side are watching all of their dead players walk in front of you.
Yeah.
You could tell here at the end of this point, they weren't really sure what's going on, and that shouldn't happen.
Yeah.
You're watching literally everyone walk to you.
You should have the count.
So That'll be my one critical point for Tiki's there.
All right, well, Tiki's are going to tie that one up 2-2. We're going to jump back over to the Heroines versus Nevermores. Nevermores have got to come up with something. They got 3.5 minutes for 4 points. It's probably not realistic to pull 4 points in 3.5 minutes. So I would say, use this as a learning lesson. Maybe try to narrow up your point differential. Hopefully help you in a playoff tiebreaker situation. But mostly use this as a learning situation. That'd be my advice. Let your coach do some interesting stuff. He hasn't gotten some game plans. He hasn't gotten a call. Get ready for your next match.
You got a hard breakout from the Heroines. Someone just got clipped.
They're going to lose. Yep, they're going to lose their home player.
That's Krista Titus, I believe, that just took a drop. And then they just lost another player. It almost like they tried to do a triple home break. However, they did string out 2 players, Dorito Corner, Snake Corner. The Dorito Corner player is now launched into Dorito 3. The Nevermores have dropped 1 player right now. So it is a 4-on-3. They just lost their Dorito Corner for the Heroines. I believe this is a 4-on-2. The Nevermores are in Dorito 3, about to go into their 50 Dorito potentially. They also have the Dorito side temple, the home, and then the Heroines have now launched into their 50 snake. At the same point in time, the Nevermores are in their center 40, center 50 brick. She just missed that shot on the player. However, if she's not screaming her head off about that's going on, I would think that the Heroines player may try to get a little squirrely and get a run through.
So Rojas danced right through a gun waiting for her. She's now primed to maybe attempt a bunkering move, but to do so, she's going to run right through a gun. I think it's too risky. I like what she's doing here. She's posting up, waiting for one of the Nevermores to make a mistake and peel her head off. I would not recommend a run through in this situation.
And agree, just like you said, they're up points.
Yeah.
So if you play smart, that's what matters. Ultimately, in the end, it's the W. Keep your body alive, communicate when you can. She knows she's on an island right now, so she doesn't really need to start screaming her head off. Starting to hunt for shots, which is cool. The Nevermore just heard it. Going to try to come in. She's going to hit the bunker. She did not.
She doesn't. I don't think she knows she's
but
there.
If she shoots her gun, it's going to get fun. Let's go. She's going to come around.
Yeah, they're both going to go around the same time. Ring around the rosy. That was great.
Now, she really lucked out. She did not get a spin on that one because she got shot in the pack and definitely shot her gun afterwards.
This is Brittany Reed trying to close it out for Nevermore. Honestly, she's got kind of a worse fighting position than the last heroine player in that Dorito. Oh, she got her, though.
Yep.
Reed is going to finish this out.
That was a great play.
There you go. Now, you know me. I'm always one for bad news following good news. So good news for the Nevermore is they're going to get this point. Bad news is they're still going to be down 3 points with 1.5 minutes on the clock. So, again, the match is probably out of reach. I don't care. If I'm Nevermore, I'm very happy with that outcome. That was well played.
When you have a good team point, there is always something to build off of.
Yeah.
If you just get blanked out and you feel a little bit lost, it's so hard to come back together because it's like, well, did we do anything right? Like,
yeah, there's hard to learn learning lessons when it just feels like you got torched off the field. So, yeah.
We've got Tiki's coming out here to the right. Femmes here on the left.
All right, Femmes on your left, tied up 2-2 with 6 minutes on the clock. Unless this is an extremely long point, no matter who wins this point, there's still time to tie it back up for the losing team. Big run up the middle by the Femmes. Femmes also now pushing into the Snake Rito.
At the same point in time, Tiki Zohana has moved into the snake side wedge. She is looking heads up right now. Miss Martinez has moved out from the back center to the snake insert for the Femmes. Refs coming in to check a Femmes player.
Femmes now doubled up. She's going to do the run through to the brick. I think it's going to be a trade. Yep, it's going to be a trade. Oh no, she's going to get a major off that.
And so what happened before the Femmes player made the move, she got clipped. She finished the shot, which gave them the red. I thought I saw it, but I didn't want to say anything unless there was a flag thrown. That's exactly what happened there. But at the same point in time, we can't hear if Tiki's has acknowledged what's going on. And the Femmes player had launched into their Snake 50, then moving. Oh, she just got a
Roxy's
second kill.
going to chew them up.
Yep, that's her second free kill. She took advantage of some chaos that was going on her side. She just took an elimination from the Dorito side corner. There is 1 or 2 players left for Tiki's right now, and only 1 player left. Is it one-on-one? One-on-one right now?
I believe,
No,
I believe we're looking at one-on-one. We definitely have 1 player left alive for the Femmes.
Yeah, so it's a 2-on-1 right now.
That's Andrea Martinez.
Yep, she's in her Snake 50 for Tiki's. They are in the Snake side can, and they are in the Dorito corner.
No, I'm hearing another voice, and I could be hearing voices in my head. I think there might be another Femme player left over on the Dorito side.
So the one trick, though, for the Femmes, and I
Sure.
do this too, is...
There it is. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, so I knew there was
Corner.
2 for Tiki's,
You're
and
right.
there was 1 for the
2-on-1.
for the Femmes.
Okay.
The thing is, if you're by yourself, if you start yelling as if you've got a teammate, then they don't know. They're hearing your voice talk to someone else.
Right.
If they think that you got someone else, it's like, maybe we're right, maybe we're wrong. But at this point in time...
So I think Andrea may have overextended a little bit here. That Snake is on her side. She's now going to attempt to run at, and that's not going to work. I like the aggressiveness. I always do, but no, that's going to be a major. There's no bodies to pull.
The Femmes just took another major for
Yeah,
that.
there's no bodies to pull. They're
So
going to
what-
start down two bodies.
And what they're going to say there is that when she took the run for the Dorito player, that the Tiki's player shot her from the Snake side before she came through.
Yeah. All right, well, unfortunately for the Femmes, it looks like they're going to start down by 2 bodies. Fortunately for you, you can go play at Hornets Nest Paintball Extreme in New York. Again, I feel a little mixed about the New York Yankees branding on the bicep as a Boston guy, you know. I don't know. I can't accept
It's
it.
in upstate New York, you know.
The Yankees.
Look, I'm from Maryland.
Who cares about the Yankees? They're a nobody team not going anywhere in this sport.
I play lacrosse, so baseball is just a waste of a lacrosse field.
There you go.
So
Yeah, right.
You can hate me for a baseball player. I don't care.
Let's go Red Sox.
But I did play soccer, and as you were saying earlier, we are on these beautiful fields.
Oh, yeah.
This grass is amazing. You grew up and played here as a kid?
So this is literally the park that I grew up in playing soccer as a kid when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. This my home, my literal home where I grew up is about a mile from here. So it's amazing to be back here. Go Bengals. I was a fan of the Bengals during the 90s. Talk about a wasteland of fandom. It was just brutal. Just brutal. Keely Smith, anybody? Remember that name? I'm so sorry if you do.
All right. We got Heroines on the right. Heroines just took an elimination right off the break. At the same point in time, I think they just did have that same similar hard breakout. Snake corner, Dorito corner. Nevermores are still 5 alive. They are now just dropped 1, so they're now on 4 with 1 minute and 8 seconds left to go.
So Nevermores might as well just throw it at the wind, right? Because they're under a minute. The match is beyond reach. It's 1-4 with under a minute. They might as well just go for it. Seeing that action up on the Dorito side, Nevermore's starting to do that. I'd love to see number 8 here in the can make a move into the Snake. Unfortunately, she's going to make a move to the pit, and she's going to take a player with her with a minor.
Oh, and then
a little bit of an
there was another elimination. They just made a mistake there. Didn't realize that they got up as far as they did.
We're now at 35 seconds.
This player for the Nevermores is pushing down the Dorito side. She's now into the Heroin Snake side, Dorito 3. She's got her gun turned inwards, just took elimination, but that was a really good push from her down that side.
Absolutely. We're at 20 seconds. You've got absolutely nothing to lose by pushing. Go for it. This last remaining Nevermore player would probably be suicide for her to get up and start going, but hey, why not? You're at about 10 seconds.
Agreed. It's better maybe to, get up and do something rather than get bunkered in a little can. At the same point in time, that was the game.
For her trouble surviving, she took a ball about a second after the clock ended. All right. Well, that was a rough match for Nevermore's. Heroines get on track. This is their first match of the weekend. Looked good doing it.
And then for that, too, at the same point in time, the Heroines have a lot of players that have really been doing a lot of work for their individuals as well as their teams. You have multiple players that have been members of Team USA and won awards as well.
All right. Well, congratulations to Heroines on that one. Rolling back out, we're going to see some Tiki's versus Femmes action. Game is close.
I want to take a moment to thank Hydra Fit. They gave me some product. Mainly, JD from Hydra Fit wants me to tell something to the folks. They have 2 different knee pads. One is the 1.0 and one is the 2.0. The only difference is a cutout on the back. The 2.0 is not a better knee pad. It's just for people that feel constricted or bothered by the full knee pad. He wanted me to tell that to everybody because it's caused a lot of confusion. All right, we have barely any players in Fems because they got 2 alive after that penalty. To the Fems' credit, they're trying. They're throwing a body at the 50. Doesn't work. She's going to take a walk. Now it's going to be a run through. Doesn't get far. At least one Fem player of the Doritos. They've seen enough. They're going to towel out. Fem player going to steal a pod off the ground. Good for her. You get something out of this point. All right, that was a pretty unwinnable situation for Tammy Adamson and the girls. They were down 2 bodies to start. They flung some what's the word? Some pasta at the wall. Let's go with, they threw spaghetti at the wall. I could use a different word. And they tried it. And they're going to towel out of that one, move on to the next one.
And then so it's going to be 4-2 Tikis right now. And, I mean, both teams have played very aggressive. Both teams have communicated. So off the break shots are working. It's going to be interesting. Both teams have definitely been heavy through the middle. Pushing hard in the snake side, definitely for the Fems and the Heroines. So what's the counterplay? Are they going to have some people sitting in zones? That's where you're going to see some of these mini Ws and this lay-down brick in the center. They do have some shots they can put in on the snake side to kind of hold them, as well as the back center can hold people towards the snake. But again, you have to be able to make that push. You have to kind of bully some people, have some doubles, have some triples. So one advantage for the Fems is they have Tammy Adamson, who has been an absolute champion going up the middle on a lot of layouts, taking a lot of territory on runouts, and doing damage. As for a counter, look, any team that needs to win games fast is going to go up the middle. But as a counter, what you can do maybe is send a player to the snake on the runout, which, by the way, is not a guaranteed in. You can definitely get killed trying to go to the snake on the runout. Drop, crawl, just bypass snake 2 right into the snake Dorito, turn and get on that middle brick. By turning and getting on that middle brick from the snake Rito, you can really blunt any run-through attempts that Fems may try on you. But you've got to move fast because you know they can get to that brick super fast. Getting to this Dorito has got to happen also as fast as humanly possible. Well, they do the first part of it. They're into the snake. Oh. So as of right now, it looks like we are 5-on-5. We're in snake 2 for the Fems. They've just also moved into the snake side wedge. The Fems are on their side of the center brick. For Tikis, they've also matched them, so it's poison, one on one side, one on the other. But both players, I don't know if they're starting to roll their guns yet. And then the Fems player looks like she's trying to decide if she's going to make this launch down. At the same point in time, Tikis have now just lost one player, looks like from the back center or the snake side. So I think it is a 5-on-4 as of right now. For Tikis, their home player is focused on the Dorito 3. That's a really good lane that they have. Fems player from the back center has now moved out to the snake insert. At the same point in time, the Fems Dorito corner has launched into the Dorito 1. Both teams are really communicating well. And then Fems player just ran through, eliminated the Tiki center brick player while getting that elimination. And then at that same point in time, the Tiki's player also just got eliminated out of the Dorito side corner, leaving, I believe, only 1 or 2 Tiki's players left. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 players left for the Fems.
I would argue that they have 3.5. Dallas Whitwright is having a lot of paint breakage problems over here in the snake Rito. She is constantly squeegeeing. So kind of an ineffective gun at the moment. Not her fault. We are now at 1.5 minutes. They need 2 points to at least tie this match to send it to overtime.
And it's great communication right now coming here from the Fems. You just saw the 2 snake players talking with each other before she made her move. I believe that is Monica here on the snake side temple.
So for Tiki's, your game plan right now is have to be get this game down to about 40 seconds. If you can get it down to 40 seconds, even if you lose this point, it'll be very difficult for the Fems to win a 40-second point on this layout.
And so Tiki's, they do have a player right now in the snake, and then the home player is crossed up inside. So just to your same point, you have to take that pressure. You know that it's not a great situation, but if you can absorb the pressure, then things can go well. I think that the Tiki's home player just got eliminated.
Yep.
So it is a 3-on-1 right now.
But we are at 37 seconds, 35 seconds. Frankly, this is a win for Tiki's. It doesn't look like a win, but this is a win for Tiki's simply for clock reasons. Fems are going to race in there. I think that might be Dallas again hitting the buzzer, but frankly, at 26 seconds left on the clock, Tiki's mission accomplished. You lost that point, but that's a mission accomplished.
And then now leads into the under a minute. Again, so for this, if any of the players from Tiki's gets eliminated and gets a penalty, it is going to be a swing point, thus then throwing the game into overtime, because right now it's 4-3.
Yeah, very dangerous times underneath 60 seconds. Stay away from the penalties.
Mm-hmm.
So got to give advantage right now to Tiki's. They can lock it up, cross it up. That's low-risk stuff. You know, sitting behind your gun and being willing to get out when you're hit is low-risk stuff. It's going to be very difficult for Fems to break a cross-up situation with only, 26 seconds left?
Yeah.
So Fems, definitely throw bodies up the middle because that's an easy push on this field. After that, I don't know. Maybe you send run-throughs simply to draw attention and draw guns away to let your teammates move and make something off of it.
So the one thing I will say about this, in this low body situation, for Tiki's, I would go wide and flat as much as you can, because that small temple on the Dorito side, when they get there and look inside, again, they have the brick for the other team, your own brick, so you can see that gap if they're going to cross through it, as well as your own mirror. So if they make their alive, they can easily see that. The insert can on the snake side also has that same angle. For the back center, you have some shots on the God, that's our call. The insert can. However, at the same point in time, there is a blind shot that if another player is sitting in, they do have a really good angle on you as well. So this is going to be really hard for the Fems to push in. One thing I would think, if by some chance, if they can maybe beeline through the center, dive in to get into Tiki's wedge to try to bring that gun inside. Hopefully you can get some good, shots to make that happen real fast. 27 seconds is maybe enough to win a quick point. But at the same point in time, like I said, if someone plays on, they get a flag, there's the swing point, and now it's in overtime.
I could see two different strategies that I might try to employ. One, which you already absolutely talked about, and it's the right thing, which is send a body at the other team's middle brick, have that body then drop, crawl along the snake beam, get to their wedge, pop up, shoot cross, and just try to do a bunch of damage. So that's step one. Step two, I might literally send a player out with no paint in their gun and tell them to do a run through. Why no paint in their gun? You can't get a major for running with an empty gun. You can't get. I know you can get a minor for running on, drawing guns, but if you get deep enough into their backfield and even put your gun up, you call yourself out, you're still going to be drawing their eyes away from the middle, and that'll give some of your other players a chance. I would never suggest this if there was, say, a minute and a half on the clock. No way, I don't. But with 26 seconds on the clock, you need chaos to win it, and sending a player flying through the middle without paint is maybe a chaos play. That's it. It's not a smart plan. I'm not claiming this is a smart plan. I'm just... This is desperation time.
And so far, the crew seems like the reffing crew has been doing very well. It doesn't really seem like they're throwing egregious penalties and, not giving players a chance. The only thing I worry on is when you're moving, like someone like me, if I'm doing that, it takes a little bit more for me to stop. I can't just stop on a dime.
Yeah, tell me about it. I can't stop on a quarter, man. I will say I'm actually seeing less penalties at this event than I've seen at Tampa or I saw at World Cup last year. And this is the same ref crew. They have a very solid, consistent reffing crew they bring to the semi-pro.
Yes.
I don't know if teams are getting smarter or if the refs are getting kinder, but I'm seeing a little bit less penalties than I've seen in the past.
I think it's a nice ebb and flow for both. I think we're going to see something heavy from the Fems up here in the middle. Hard snake.
Here we go.
So, yeah, they're going to get flat. They're going to sit in all the big zones. So, like I said, for Tiki's, this small Dorito player, she's got the inside. She can literally sit there and catch people coming through. She's going to be a hard person to eliminate right now.
Tammy Adamson attempted to run through there. She got picked up by that mini temple. Not going to work, and now the momentum is stalled. 5 seconds left. There's going to be a desperation move here. Really, once that charge to the middle by Tammy didn't pan out, she didn't have anybody backing her up in the chaos play, and that was kind of the end of it. So Tiki's are going to win that match. Congratulations, Tiki. That was a great back and forth for them. On the other side, congratulations to Heroines. You got your first win of the weekend. Nevermore's, you got to come back, come up with a different game plan for the next team. All right, I'm not saying goodbye, but I'm going to say something else to you. I can reach it. I have a surprise. So as a thank you to some of our guests, I'm giving you a package of Gold Star chili sauce so you can go home and enjoy Cincinnati chili from home.
Okay, you were telling me about this.
It's very special to me as a born and raised Cincinnatiite, Cincinnatian. I'm not sure the proper phrasing. Queen City person. So you can go home, make yourself some chili with cheese. Very, very important. You shred mild cheddar as finely as possible. It should be like a cotton candy cloud of cheddar cheese.
But why do we put it on spaghetti?
Look,
what the package says.
Cincinnati had an excess of spaghetti at some point, and that just became a thing. All right, we're going to go to break. We're going to come back with some more WNXL action. I'm fortunate enough that Julian's going to join me for the next match also. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, guys.
Logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff. And we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
All right, welcome back. We're about to watch New Jersey High Rollers take on San Francisco Sirens. I'm Matt Falby. I'm joined in the booth by Sydney. Sydney from Hornets Nest Paintball. Sydney, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
I'm Sydney. I play D4. Closer. I play D4. And yeah.
All right, welcome to the booth, Sydney. So on your right, you got San Francisco Sirens. On our left, we have New Jersey High Rollers. High Rollers in, this is Vadya into the Snake Rito. We're calling this the Snake Rito, by the way.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So I believe on your side, we're still 5-on-5?
Yes.
All right.
Ref's going in to check one of the players at the 50 brick. Clean.
All right, so we're going to stay 5-on-5. So Vadya's going to try to wrap, see if she can put paint on that home.
Veda's looking to go on this Snake Dorito here.
For the Sirens, we have doubled up the middle, now moving up the Dorito side, well, their Snake side into that wedge over there on the High Rollers Dorito side. I'm not sure anybody picked her up, which puts the High Rollers at a lot of danger right now. I still don't see any, unless you see it, I still don't see any paint coming in at that wedge over there.
No one is putting any pressure on them. Yep, she gets one.
So nice run through over there on their Snake side versus the High Rollers Dorito side. Takes one with her. I maybe could say for value, she might have actually been better staying where she was.
Yeah.
And just getting some kills before trading off.
Or when she went to go bunker, she could have been a little more cautious too.
Yeah, maybe pulled up short or something.
Yeah.
All right, Duck's looking. Oh no, she wrapped just a little too much. Vadya's going to take a walk, unfortunately. That leaves 3 players left alive for the High Rollers. For the Sirens, looks like we have that inside wedge.
And one at the brick.
One at the brick?
There's, 1, 2.
There it is. Oh, she got very lucky. She
I think
almost walked
just
right
2.
into a gun. Shania Curtis was looking her way, but somehow she dodged it, Matrix style.
I think it's just a 2-on-4 or 2-on-3.
2-on-3, I believe you're correct. You wouldn't know it, but even though the Sirens are down bodies, they're the ones trying to push this and win it.
Yeah.
They
got the field pretty crossed for High Rollers though, so.
You know what? I always look at knees to tell me what a team is about to do. And if you look at the High Rollers, they're all on their, 2 of their front guys are on knees, which tells me they're not ready to go do a run through.
Sobi, I think, and the Aztec over there would be the only one to make a move. She's got no one looking her way.
I think you're right. Look at her. She's got her feet going.
She's going.
Good call. Is she going to try to bunker through the middle? She is.
That's Sobi.
It's probably going to be a trade out.
That was a spin. I was going to say that looked like a spin there.
You're absolutely correct. That's going to be a major called on Sirens. Sirens are not only going to lose this point, they're going to have to start down a body on the next one. Woof.
I was going to say that was a pretty blatant spin there. She had no idea she was coming around the bunker like that.
So you're arguing the players should get better at dirty spins. I think that's what I'm hearing.
No, I don't know. I always like to dissect the penalties and stuff, so I try to pay as much close attention as I can.
All right, well, Sydney is from Hornets Nest Paintball.
Yes.
And you guys have a few events coming up?
Yes, I believe we have 10-man mech, I think July, and we also have a 3-man speedball tournament, I think next weekend,
I have to ask, the Hornets Nest logo has a Yankees tattoo on the upper left shoulder.
Yeah, so
that's kind of divisive. Yeah, I'm from Boston, so I don't think I can ever go play it in Hornets Nest now.
So the whole thing behind that is really it's just for the New York logo. It's not. None of us at Hornets Nest really watch baseball or anything like that.
You heard it here first. Hornets Nest hates the Yankees. I'm gonna ruin your business.
It's okay.
All right, here we go. Northern Lights on your left, Immortal Angels on your right. Northern Lights into Snake immediately. Wow, Immortal Angels crossed the 50 right off the bat. I wonder if she's going to go try to dunk her mirror.
Oh, kill one off.
Yep.
What team is that on this side again?
So we got Northern Lights on our left. We got Immortal Angels on our right. Immortal Angels up the middle have crossed the 50.
Yeah, they have a one-body advantage, I believe. That's kill 2 on Northern Lights.
Wow. Bodies just
3.
peeling off for Northern Lights. I believe that just might leave that mini Temple the Snake. I think all we have left for Northern Lights.
We got one in the Dorito corner, if you want to call it that, on the far side, and then one in this W right here.
Dorito corner's not a bad place to cross it up.
No.
She's not content with sitting. She's gonna try to push the matter. That's not gonna work.
The Dorito corner is what I played a lot last weekend on this layout.
All right, that leaves, I believe, just the Snake alive for Northern Lights. Actually, no, I take it back. We had a...
Oh,
no,
I didn't
that's
even
a kill.
see that.
All right, kill for Northern Light. Kill for
yeah.
Northern Light. She takes the Dorito player.
So it's a 4-on-1, I believe, or 3-on-1.
I think we just have one for the Northern Lights. For Immortal Angels, we have that middle brick. We now have the 50. We now have Dorito 3, so 3-on-1.
No, there's one in the wedge over on that.
Yep.
And then there was one in this little brick over here, too, in the center.
Well, the odds are bad.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way. The odds are very bad.
She's not doing a bad job holding it, though. She's really not.
I can absolutely make an argument for doing exactly what the Immortal Angels are doing right now, which is they're up 3 bodies, just very, very slow. Mm-hmm. Don't take any risks. Don't think anything stupid. The odds are in your favor unless you get dumb.
Yeah.
Oh, and Schellenberg is going to take a walk. Cassandra did everything she could. As a matter of fact, she held in there for a very long time, but that was not a winnable situation. All right. Congrats to Immortal Angels. Still need to hit the buzzer. There's always the chance of a dirty hang. Although teams have gotten so smart now, I actually don't see many dirty hang penalties anymore.
Yeah.
It's so
very
rare.
rare. Yeah.
All right, Sirens versus High Rollers. High Rollers have a 1-point lead with 11.5 on the clock. 11.5 is essentially in a complete game.
Got Janaea up at the little W on the Snake side. Ref's going in to check Taylor at the 50. She's hit.
I see Laundry on the field. That means a penalty for High Rollers.
Yeah, minor.
Sirens at advantage right now. We've got Sirens in the Snake, Home, and Dorito corner. For High Rollers, we have, I believe, Dorito 1.
Yes.
The mini wall in the middle of the field.
Snake corner, or like the little wedge.
So then we're looking at a 3-on-3 situation.
Sirens have the better positioning here, I feel like.
Yeah, Allison Cook sliding up to this wedge on their Snake side, looking cross. Honestly, she has a chance to cap that mini wall. That mini wall is playing a little high.
Mm-hmm.
Well, opportunities passed. Minnie Wells pulled in. Cook's going to look. She's going to wrap and look for something in the middle. There's really nothing in the middle at this point.
Oh, this person for high roller is going to catch her.
Just went a bridge too far there.
Mm-hmm. It's a 3-on-2 now, I believe.
All right, Siren players trying to survive at home, now making a move up that Dorito side to the 50 wedge. High rollers countering by getting in the D3. That counter works. They take out the wedge player.
It is a 3-on-1 now. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good.
3-on-1 situation.
Oh, Siren player just got hit in her ponytail, but it bounced off.
That's why I stick to the braids versus a ponytail.
Yeah.
Always. Oh.
There it is. There's going to be a closeout by Colomista. Good fight out of the Sirens. I like their aggressiveness off the Dorito side. I think they got a little bit sloppy over here on their Snake side. Unfortunately, Allison Cook could have done a lot more damage if she just taken a breath and maybe slowed down just a little bit.
Yeah.
I think she got frustrated with nothing to shoot at because that mini wall had pulled back in, and she decided to make the bump and just ran into a gun waiting for her.
Yeah, I think if she had waited at this wedge on the Dorito side, if she had just waited for Carly to dive up into that second Dorito, she would have caught her in the leg or something.
Yeah.
But they both moved at the same exact time. So.
All right. Well, Immortal Angels up by 1 point over Northern Lights. 12.5 on the clock. There's going to be an almost immediate run through. We're going to lose our first player for Northern Lights from the Snake.
Traded out from the 50.
Trade on the middle. So body advantage for Immortal Angels. They're now pushing up into the Snake Rito. Mercedes Walter here in this Snake Dorito. She's looking cross. She's backed up from the inside Snake wedge. All right. So 4 bodies alive for Immortals. Immortals are going to go ahead and make that push to that wedge. That's Walter. She's going to look cross. She does not have a visual on the other Snake player, that inside Snake wedge. However, the Snake player for Northern Lights takes a guess and just starts putting paint in that direction.
Oh, she killed the Dorito 2, I believe.
And nice shooting by Walter.
I believe it's a 4-on-1 or 2.
I would say Northern Lights players have kind of gone to ground. Snake player is definitely setting a trap. She wants Walter to try to make that bump, and she's going to put a lane and try to bait Mercedes into making a mistake. We're going to lose our middle player there for Northern Lights.
So now it is a 1-on or 4-on-1.
Yeah, it is a bad situation.
Yeah. I mean, they held it off the last time for a decent amount.
True. Now, the Northern Lights Snake player, by the way, there is a miscommunication here for Angels. Some of them are calling Snake 3, some of them are calling Snake 2, but no matter. They kind of know where it's at. There's an opportunity for that Northern Lights player to drop back, do something like that. I wouldn't mind seeing her drop back to her own Snake, crawl to the back, maybe try to bait somebody into bunkering an empty bunker. Just sitting there and trying to win a 3-on-1 gunfight is a lot to ask.
Oh, she dropped that trap she was setting, that lane. She dropped it, and it gave Walter the freedom to move up to their Dorito 3.
Backed up by Jennifer Walker on the inside wedge. Immortal will still have another player over in that mini tempo on the backside left. Mercedes makes a bump. Jennifer also makes a bump up to that middle brick. This really shouldn't be Mercedes doing all the work, but it works. They're going to take out the last Northern Lights player. Walk it in, go up to a 2-0 advantage. With that was a relatively fast game. We still have 9 on the clock. I'm actually surprised. That felt like a long game.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's interesting. We have a gun being tested, either for velocity or for rate of fire.
Yeah, I seen the refs. As soon as she hit the buzzer, the refs were all pointing at her.
The refs giving it back?
Major.
Did we see a flag?
Yes, it went behind the Dorito.
Oh. So that, if it's a minor, I think that can only be velocity. Because if it's rate of fire above 10.5, I think that goes to a major automatically.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
I don't really know. I know when I see a flag, like, it doesn't mean anything good. So.
Don't do bad stuff and
yeah.
you'll be fine. Stay in school, kids. Take your vitamins. Don't get flags. That's the lesson here. So we talk about organizational deaths. Organizational deaths are when you're late to a box, and maybe that's because your pods weren't filled fast enough, maybe because it's your fault, or maybe your coach's fault. Organizational deaths are, in my opinion, the worst because you got no value out of it other than you just cost your team a body.
Mm-hmm.
So to get a body pulled on either a gun firing over the rate of fire or wrong mode of fire or over velocity is just, to me, like another unexcusable organizational death.
Like when you don't do your homework,
Yeah, you have no value to your team if you're taking deaths. And again, late to the box, that may not be your fault. It could be somebody on your team didn't.
But having your gun not set to the right settings is.
I know. I am
iffy.
shocked. I am shocked at how many players have no idea how to even set their own guns. They hand it off to somebody else, usually me, and go, "Here, can you put it in 10.5?" And I'm like, these things have LCD screens now and only 3 buttons. You only have to fight with 3 buttons. It's not hard.
And it comes with a manual book.
Yeah.
Like, just look at it.
I don't know. But so many players just have no idea.
Yeah, I keep mine in NXL mode.
And you should be fine.
Yeah.
It's not hard. All right, thank you to Alabama Paintball. They have 3 locations. If you're down in that area, give them a chance. They have locations specifically for private games. They have locations for pretty much everything, including other modes of play like Jelly Ball and Paintball Light, low impact. And then they have another location that's dedicated to kind of mixed use. Like, for instance, if you're a hardcore tournament player, you can go to their central location. So thank you to Alabama Paintball. So you playing any of the events up at Hornets Nest, or are you working there?
I'm reffing this one currently going on, the 3-man series that we have. 10-man, I'm not sure yet. Depends if our team wants to put a line in.
Yep.
We would have played here, but not enough of us could get up here, and it is what it is. So we'll be in World Cup though, playing D4 for Public Enemy. So yeah.
Nice. Well, look forward to it. What's your team name?
Public Enemy.
Public Enemy. Watch for Public Enemy at the World Cup, people.
Yeah.
Oh, he's 10.6. All right, I just got the inside scoop from Jason, our on-field head ref. That was a gun at 10.6.
And as we were just saying, late to the box, high rollers here almost had a rough start. They were rushing to the box.
I mean, this is mid-season. These teams should have this stuff ironed out. They shouldn't be getting penalties for guns in the wrong modes. They shouldn't be getting late to the box. Yeah. This is an event 1. All right, looks like we got Veda back up here, number 11, for the high rollers.
Christina getting a check here.
Oh, run through in the middle by the high rollers. Looks like she did it live, but slipped going back. She got away with it.
Yes.
Very aggressive. She's going to drop and crawl to their wedge. If she does it successfully, she's going to blow up a lot of bodies.
High Rollers lost Sobi in that Aztec on the D side.
Sirens lose their inside snake wedge. There it is. Do you know what you just saw? You just saw the coach realize that they had a player at their 30-yard line snake wedge, and their coach just went, yeah, well, there's no reason to play this out.
Yeah.
That's the end of it.
So, wait, who is Hernandez?
That is Hernandez that did that drop and crawl.
That was a great move.
I did, yeah, that was a great move. I actually don't have her on my roster, so I'm not sure of her first name. Unless you know it.
No, actually, I don't.
Well, let's make up a name. We'll go with Allison.
Yeah.
All right, well, great move. I think that move's there for the taking, and not many teams have figured it out. A drop and crawl along that snake beam, you can be essentially in the other team's backfield very, very quickly and do just an enormous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not coming up with a Hernandez on any of the rosters I have. We may just stumbled onto an illegal player.
Maybe.
She could be wearing somebody else's jersey.
That is true.
Yeah. That happens a lot.
Trying
We had
to
a
see,
TPP crew out here today.
Yeah.
Their main killer on the snake side was wearing a jersey that just said Pit Crew. So.
That gave nobody any help.
I don't know who it was. To Pit Crew. Most dangerous player on TPP crew today.
Watch out for the pit crew, I guess, right?
Yeah. You've got a really deep bench if your pit crew is taking up points. Again, a little bit late to the box. I see Aaron Scott rolling out there for Northern Lights. Aaron Scott, one of the core players for the Lights over the last few years. All right, we had a little bit of a hurry up and wait. Everybody got to the box. I think the refs are taking a technical timeout for some reason.
I think because it said 30 seconds and then immediately
Jumped
to 10 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, game tied up 1-1. About 9 minutes on the clock. I think there's going to be a run all the way to the middle brick from the Northern Lights. Yep, there it is.
She's going up to theirs. Yep.
Cross.
Oh!
Both teams crossed. Both teams are going to lose their middle players.
That was a great run. Both traded out, both to each other's brick.
I think the Immortal Angel got the spin kill, a clean spin kill, and I think and then got killed by somebody else from Northern Lights. I'm not sure the Northern Light player that she took went with her.
Maybe the snake in this W
might have blown her up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Amanda outfield, now into that inside wedge. Snake player really wants to go for Northern Lights. She wants into that Dorito. She's got a gun on her. If she can get gun dominance and go, there it is.
Immortal Angels lost their home player.
This is Schellenberg taking that Dorito for Northern Lights. Cassandra looking to wrap, see if she can do some damage on the inside. Nice shooting. Schellenberg is going to get a kill and then move up to this wedge. This is all Northern Lights right now, although as I say that, they do lose their player on their Dorito side. But Schellenberg now crossed the 50. She's into their D3. That Temple doesn't know.
Oh,
that Temple's going to die for that. Cassandra having a hell of a game.
It is a 3-on-1 again?
I think you might be right. This is like, what, the fourth 3-on-1 that we've watched? She chooses to
Yeah.
move forward from that 3-on-1.
She gets clipped.
You know what? I'm okay with the coach not flagging that one out immediately. She let her player make that move up to the 50. There's a chance for something crazy to happen.
Mhm.
So in a 3-on-1, let her, in that situation, yeah, let the time run. Give up 10, 15 seconds of clock time for a chance at something crazy happening.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, she could have went in there clean and killed these two bodies and just had this one left. Like,
All right. Well, we are going back over to the San Francisco Sirens versus New Jersey High Rollers. High Rollers with a nice fat lead, 0-3. Not quite 8 minutes on the clock. That is enough time for the Sirens. However, if the Sirens drop another point to the High Rollers, then they're in almost instant. And again, late to the field.
High Rollers late to the box
doing
again.
that.
What happened over there with Taylor?
I think either she didn't tag up properly.
Her hopper is turned to the side. I think it got stuck in between Jess and Allie as she was trying to lift up.
Okay. And that got her caught out in the open and blown up.
And we lost Jess on High Rollers, so it's a 3-on-4 now.
All right. However, Sirens do lose their inside wedge player.
Oh, Sirens going all the way down to their side of the field.
That's going to be it.
Yep.
All right, good point for San Francisco Sirens. I don't mean to take anything away from them, but frankly, High Rollers, what a mess. What a mess to the start of that point.
They were doing pretty good until the last 2 points. I mean, whatever that was, not watching the time carefully, or
like
that
we
was
talked
just-
about, organizational deaths.
Yeah.
Even if all 5 of their players tagged and were alive, which I think all 5 of their players
Yeah.
did tag, they were in a state of confusion.
Mhm.
They're in a state of chaos before, and the buzzer rang about a second after they hit the box. It just makes a mess. You cannot get to the box at the last second.
No.
You have to tag up with at least 5 seconds to calm down, catch your breath, and remember what you're doing out there.
Mhm.
This is uncharacteristic middle of the season to see organizations having this problem.
Mhm.
This is the kind of thing you should see event 1, not middle of the year.
Yeah.
I say as if I could do any better.
I feel like Taylor, I feel like if like her hopper hadn't gotten stuck or whatever had happened, like I feel like she would have made it up to wherever she needed to be and stayed alive, but
Did it get caught? Some of these bunkers have the bungee cords on the top.
yeah, I seen that one of the what's that one team on this side again?
Well, we have Sirens on the left, we have the
Or-
High Rollers on the right.
I think it was but I'm saying for Immortal Angels. I think
Okay.
it was one of their players when they crossed over, their foot got like wedged into, or maybe it was the Sirens player. Yeah. Got wedged into the bungee.
Northern Lights threw a body through the middle, doesn't accomplish anything. They're only up 2-1. It's not a great situation to be throwing bodies away.
That Siren player not Siren, sorry. Angels. Their player in the 50 there had no idea that, I'm so bad with names, I'm so sorry.
That's all right.
Who do we have on the right here? I'm sorry.
So we have Northern Lights on the right.
Yeah, Northern Lights, that's what I was gonna say, yeah. So, Northern Lights, tried to do a run through and completely missed the Angels girl in the 50 here.
Northern Lights now pushing up to that inside snake wedge. She's going to look cross. Frankly, she's wasting her gun on something that's not hot. So there's been some miscommunication on the Northern Lights side. Mercedes Walter looking to maybe make her bump. She's got a knee down. She's doing a reload. Let's see if she tries to make that bump to the wedge. No, she's going to hold up. At the middle 50 brick, you've got Jennifer Walker. I don't like how high she's standing. I'm really kind of worried about her hopper getting clipped. Immortal Angels also use the opportunity to move up to the D2. All right. We're at about 4 minutes, 40 seconds now. That's a lot of time. If, and this is an if, and I think the Immortal Angels is going to win this, but if the Immortal Angels lose this, they need to do so with at least about 3 minutes on the clock. Because if they're down by 2 points with less than 3 minutes on the clock, then the match is really, really difficult to pull back to even.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard.
I know it's weird advice to tell a team, try to lose fast, but that's essentially what they need to do if they're going to lose it. But I think they're going to win this. They're pulling bodies off right now. Northern Lights are the ones taking the walk.
It's not easy to get 3 or 4 points in 3 minutes. It seems like a lot of time, and it seems easy, but
it is not.
It is not. I've been in that situation. It's a lot easier said than done.
So there was a trade. There was a run up and trade with a Northern Lights player. I don't like that trade because you're already down bodies. That's not the time to trade your body. All right, looks like Walker in the middle trying to help close this out. Oh, that was
Oh.
That was Aaron who got blown up in the middle trying to trade with that middle brick. Unfortunately for Aaron, she didn't get the kill in. She got a lot of pain for her trouble. All right, Angels are going to tie it up 2-2. 3 minutes on the clock. Now we're in a bad situation for whoever loses the next point between those two. Because it's 3 minutes on the clock. It's tied up 2-2. Most likely, the next game will take about 2 minutes, and that means the team that's down by a point will only have a minute to pull it out. Not impossible, but that's tough,
really
especially on this layout. So this next point is super critical. Thanks again to Hornets Nest. Hornets Nest has provided us both sponsorship and Sydney.
Thank you.
For the webcast. All right, here we go. High Rollers up 3-1. 7 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time for sirens.
Even with the High Rollers having a delayed start the last couple of points, not making it to the box on time, are up 2 points. That's not bad.
That is kind of impressive for that kind of disorganization.
Yeah. We got Taylor up in the 50 brick. And Hernandez, I believe, in the Snake 2 for High Rollers.
All right, High Rollers go up a couple bodies. I don't love the siren player in that can is being a little bit too predictable and are coming out and attempting. Uh-oh, there's a minor.
Oh.
Minor on the High Rollers. They're going to pull players all the way from the middle here. That leaves just 2 High Rollers left alive.
It's a 2-on-1, I believe.
And unfortunately, that inside wedge looking the wrong way. So High Rollers have no real incentive to hit this buzzer. They should. There it is.
Yeah.
All right. Sirens towel out on that one. So have you gotten to play this layout?
Yes, I didn't like it at all on paper. I'm going to be so honest. I did not like it whatsoever on paper because the Vegas layout, when I played that, I didn't like that at all. It confused me a lot. But this, when I played it and I seen all the lanes and the cross shots, I don't mind it at all, actually.
So the internet reaction as soon as this came out was, I think, 60% negative.
Yeah.
20% neutral, and 20% liked it.
Yeah.
Just because it's what's called a point symmetrical field and not a linear symmetrical field.
Yeah.
I think most people, their immediate reaction seeing is they didn't like it.
Yeah, but then when you get to go on it and play on it and see the lanes and what you actually have on it, I don't mind it at all.
All right, tied up 2-2. The winner of this point is in a huge advantage for this match. Loser of this point is in a bad situation. All right, Northern Lights up the middle and into Snake 2. Northern Lights in good field position here. Yep, there we go. Clean side slide by Northern Lights into the can. Mortal Angels moving from home sideways into that can also. Now we have the Northern Lights moving up to the inside wedge. Looks like Northern Lights are going to stay locked onto that snake from the middle brick.
Northern Lights losing their 50 body.
Amanda Atfield and Hannah Urquhart working together over here on this snake side. They got a good hold position going here. I think at this point I'd like to see the Northern Light mini brick move up to that large size brick in the middle.
Yeah, there's not anything putting pressure on her. And if so, it's only the snake body, which it looks like it's just the 50 brick they're looking inside.
Northern Lights pushing that Dorito side now up to D2. We are at a minute 15. This could go to time. I don't see an overwhelming advantage for either team right now.
Yeah, they're playing pretty I wouldn't say pocket, but they're all playing very calm.
Yeah, kind of smart slow ball. First player taking a walk, or player taking a walk for Mortal Angels on the back line. Mini Temple.
Oh.
Northern Lights going to lose a player over on the Dorito side. Same time, Angels lose their middle brick.
They got a D2 player for Angels. And I think that might be it, but I'm not sure.
All right, here's an attempt by Urquhart to actually finish this out. She's going to do it fast. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock. And at this point, risk a run through.
Oh, the Dorito is the only last body for Angels right now.
They got to recognize that and go. They're under 20 seconds. They have a prime opportunity to win this thing. Urquhart's going to go for it. She should just keep going. Switch to the inside. Run the inside lane. Instead of going outside. There we go. Someone's willing to do it.
You guys got 3.
3, 2. Oh, they didn't get it.
Took too much time to recognize what they had.
That is heartbreaking. I mean, you're gonna get a chance in overtime, but
who knows? They had that game all day, and then overtime anything can happen. And
that was such a golden opportunity to finish that one out. Because again, if they would have hit the buzzer, and they were only 10 feet from the buzzer.
Yeah.
So that the argument isn't they failed to run fast enough in the last 10 feet. The argument is they needed to make that push about 10 seconds earlier.
That's what I was going to say,
and then they'd be winning this match right now. All right. Well, back over to the San Francisco Sirens versus the New Jersey High Rollers. High Rollers have a really good lead with a 4-1. However, 5 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. That's enough time for Sirens. They can string some wins together. You know what I like seeing is both teams made it to the box clean.
Yes. Not a lot of, no rushing this point.
Sirens going to lose a player on the back line. Crossing the 50, asking for a check. She's out. That leaves 3 bodies left alive for the Sirens. Anybody walking off yet from the High Rollers?
No. Ref checking the D1.
4. No, I think we might be still 5 alive for Rollers.
Yeah, we got 1 in the snake for High Rollers, 1 in the can, the home, the D-side Aztec, and the D2. It's a 5-on-2 in High Roller's favor.
So San Francisco actually has home, the mini wall, and the Dorito corner. So they do have 3 left alive,
Yes.
but they're not in great position to win this game, and the clock is just rolling off. Which
Yeah.
for the Sirens, the clock is the other enemy they have right now. Even if they win this point, they need to win it fast enough to allow them a chance to win 2 more points.
Yeah. Like when it hits the 3-minute mark, I'd say they should already be done with this point in order to get up, you know.
Right. There we go. Pushed by the Sirens up that Dorito side. Oh, Hopper hit it home. She's going to get pulled. She might be getting a flag. Yeah, there it is.
Minor. So
Again,
just 1 body left for the Sirens now. It's a 5-on-1. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
It is a 5-on-1 situations in favor of the High Rollers right now.
So for the High Rollers, they have no reason not to just sit.
Yeah.
Force the last Siren player to come at them because they're up 4-1, 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
Just kill time.
just breathe and... Or
Veda tries the pod trick. There's absolutely nobody in front of her
yeah.
to fall for it, though.
I don't think she knows if it's just 1 body left.
No,
Yeah.
she had no idea.
At least she tried it, though.
Yeah.
Smart.
All right, well, Northern Lights Immortal Angels tied up 2-2, 5 minutes on the clock. No, this is our overtime point.
Yeah, overtime.
Thanks again to Hornets Nest. What town is Hornets Nest in? I know it's New York.
Ancramdale.
What is
Ancramdale?
Ann Hermdale. Okay.
Ancramdale. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but...
So there's a reason for that, right?
Yeah.
If your paintball fields are not, despite how expensive it is to play paintball fields do not make tons of money. So when you're opening a paintball field, you kind of have 2 choices. If you locate near a population center, a town with a lot of housing and a lot of people living there, the problem is the land is really, really expensive, and it's hard to... You have a lot of player potential because there's urban. Alternatively, you put your field kind of out in a rural setting where the land is much, much cheaper, but now you're asking your average customer to drive a half hour, 45 minutes to get to you, and it cuts down on your player base. So the holy grail of opening a paintball field is somehow magically finding land cheap enough near a suburb or even in a big city or something like that. And then you got the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
And even worse, when you live in New York, and you have winter,
Yes.
which is not good for paintball, and players that live in the northern area that have to deal with winter love to complain about why aren't there more indoor fields? I've worked for an indoor. What's that?
We have an indoor field.
You have?
Yes.
2 or 1?
Just 1. Yeah.
1. That is a gold mine. It is so hard to keep indoor fields running financially. It's so hard. So good for you. Go support your indoor field. All right, Northern Lights, 5 alive. They choose to spread across the back. Angels a little more aggressive, although they are going to lose their snake side player. So 5-on-4 advantage, Northern Lights.
Northern Lights also losing a body. Yes.
So 4-4. So overtime, teams are a little bit more risk averse. You're going to see players willing to sit a little bit longer, take a little bit less risks.
I feel like they're playing more cautious and like not very, but a little conservative compared to what they were or how they were playing before.
I think we're looking at the exact same teamwork we've seen out of Northern Lights here. Schellenberg working together with number 28, Amanda Atfield, working this snake side. They did pick up a kill from the middle. So that's, I think, a 2-body advantage for Northern Lights at this point. Northern Lights pushed up to their Dorito side 50. Northern Lights really in a dominant position now. At this point, the Angels are really just sitting down, hoping for a mistake by Northern Lights that they can capitalize on. They need to catch a Northern Light player in transition
Yeah.
one bucket or another. However, they're going to lose another player in the middle for the Angels.
It is a 2-on-3.
I think so.
One in the Aztec.
Something over in that snake
and
area.
The Dorito for the Angels.
No, we have D2 and we have Mini Temple. So they're scrunched up into this corner over here. An awful, awful tactical situation considering that their body's down. Another body peeled off. And a minor, that's it.
That's game over for the Angels. Just rolling the guns. Is there one more body left over there?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Peel off one of the Northern Lights. Yeah, I think there was a snake player left.
I did not know that.
To be really honest, I think the Northern Lights are not aware of it either.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure it out. Amanda's looking around everywhere. She definitely doesn't trust the situation.
No.
She's got two teammates over on their Dorito side. Now crossing into Angel Snake side. You know what? We may have just witnessed. They may have shot their own teammates.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Whoever was on Northern Lights in this Dorito, I think they shot their player cross field when they were clearing it.
All right, well, there it is. Northern Lights really almost squandering an opportunity to close that out in regulation. Managed to come back in overtime, clean it up, convincing win. Great work over here by Atfield and Schellenberg. They've been teaming up to do great work over here on this snake side for the Lights. All right, after this game, you're going to watch Suricatos take on Baltimore Nevermores and Dallas Vibe taking on Tiki's Ohana. Thank you for being here with us. All right, High Rollers with a commanding lead. 3.5 minutes on the clock, 5-1 for the Sirens. I mean, you're kind of playing for a little bit of pride here. You're playing for maybe a little bit of point differential that might affect a tiebreaker. Maybe going to the playoffs. High Rollers are going to lose their can on the back line.
So 4-on-5. 4-on-4.
Yeah. In a gesture of kindness, Sirens lose a player just to make sure the game is evened up. That's very polite of them.
Four on 3. High Rollers. Oh, no. High Rollers losing a body. They just keep making this game even.
Yeah, they keep trading. However, they're going to lose a body in the middle for the Sirens. We're now at about 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
And it is a 2-on-2 now.
Wow, Sobe Glass taking a walk.
Okay, so now it is a 2-on-1, I believe.
It's hard to keep track. There's so many bodies walking off so quickly.
Yeah. Taylor and Hernandez kill the last body at the home.
Kill 2. Hernandez is calling kill 2.
Oh.
I'm sorry. The good news for you is I think you're wrong with your kill count.
Me?
No. Hernandez on the field just called kill 2. I'm like, it's kill 5. You're so far away. This is a good news, though. This is not a bad thing.
At least they're clearing the field,
Yeah. I mean, awful bold play for thinking you've only killed 2 bodies.
If you're up in their side of the field and you've only killed 2 out of 5, I think we got some problems there, but
something's gone very, very right. Yeah.
Problems, but in a good way,
All right, well, High Rollers are going to finish that out.
Was that a mercy roll game?
That was a mercy roll kill. All right. Sorry for the slow. As a parting gift, I'm giving to a lot of our commentators. This is a chili package. If you have not tried Cincinnati chili yet, you can go home and try Cincinnati chili at home.
As a local, it's my mission to convert the world over to Cincinnati chili.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us at home. We're going to take a little break, and we're going to come back with more WNXL action. Thank you so much.
Everyone, Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff. And we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
Welcome back. I am once again Matt Falby. You are stuck with me. However, breath of fresh air has rolled into the booth. Allie Bell Morris.
Hello, Allie Bell Morris here from New Jersey High Rollers.
And First question I got to ask. Have you ever been to Cincinnati before?
No.
Have you tried the chili yet?
Skyline, no, but there is one right across from the hotel.
Okay. Well, here's my gift to commentators that join me in the booth.
Oh, what do you know?
I'm a local, like I grew up here. This is my gift to you, so you can go home. Even if you get a chance to try Skyline or Gold Star before you leave for the weekend, you can take it home and
I
make it
heard
home.
Skyline chili is really good.
It's kind of the same. I think they're both good, but they're kind of the same
They're
thing.
kind of the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was telling other people, this is not only my hometown. I don't mean Cincinnati. I mean Fairfield. I grew up playing soccer on this grass.
On these fields, okay.
I
on this grass right here.
I was born about a mile that direction, and my home is about a mile that direction.
Oh, wow.
All right, here we go. Suricato's on your left. Baltimore Nevermore's on your right.
All right, looks like Suricato's dropped one.
Suricato's trying to get to that inside wedge.
Oh, and it looks like the Nevermore's dropped one as well.
Suricato's into the snake from home. That's a big, long looping run, and now up to
nice
D2.
fill.
Suricato's aren't afraid.
The home player on Nevermore's, they're trying to hold that Suricato's player in the snake back. But she's going.
Yes.
She is going.
As you say that, like I said, Suricato's don't care.
They don't care.
We're not going to play your little game. All right, Suricato's lose a player off that Dorito side, so now I believe we have 3 alive for Suricato's. However, they are in a bit of a driver's seat positionally. Up the middle in that middle brick, and now in the snake keto.
I get jealous of these taller players
Oh,
that can just look over this this brick in the middle.
Allie, I get jealous of all tall people.
Oh, trust me. The weather here,
Is she? Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought she ran out of paint
I
already.
thought we were seeing picking up paint off the ground.
The Suricato's player in the center.
I think she just dropped a pod and she had to reach down to pick it up.
All right, so Suricato's player making the move up the snake into the Doritos.
I believe this is Rojas for Suricato's here. Wrapping, now going to their D3. Boy, there have been a lot of last stands today taking place from especially the snake. I can't tell you how many games it's been the last player left alive as a snake player playing 4-on-1 or something ridiculous.
Oh, that's the worst.
Oh, it's brutal.
When they say snake only,
Oh.
you're like, oh no, I'm in danger. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. So how have you been seeing these games play out, Matt? Have they been long, low-scoring games, or?
Surprisingly, not. And
Okay.
I say surprisingly because when this layout dropped, analyzing it, playing a little bit, the conjecture was this is going to be a slow field. But it has not really turned out to be the case. I think a lot of bodies are funneling through the middle in kind of explosive short-range collisions. And that's paring down how many live bodies are in the field very quickly. And that kind of speeds up the whole affair. What about you? What's your thoughts on this field? Although we got 10 seconds.
Yeah, we had some slow points today.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so who do we have? We have Dallas Vibe on our left and then Tiki Zohana on our right. Dallas Vibe going up the center, right off break.
Dallas.
We have Angie from Vibe making that snake.
Counter move by Tiki's up into the brick of their own. That brick is really almost too easy to get to, so teams are just taking it on every single game.
Yeah, you just have to want to run, though.
Yeah. Someone has a bunker call out with the word ghetto, I've just heard.
Yeah, we actually have one of those bunker calls as well, ghetto, but I'm not going to say which one.
Fair enough. Nice move by Tejada.
Oh,
She's
ooh,
gonna
it got
punish.
spicy there.
Yeah, she's going to punish the Tiki player that came to bunker her friend. I don't know if they're friends. All right, she's clean.
All right, she is clean. They know she's there, though. The Ohana players know that she's there.
Yeah, so this wedge here on the snake side is a nice, powerful bunker, but making it from there to the next bunker, which is the Dorito, has quite often been like a bridge too far. A lot of players end up just getting blown up trying to make it to that next. Obviously, except when you're closing out in a high body count situation.
And both the snake player and the home player, they're just sitting on that
Yeah.
that gap right there.
Now, that does draw guns away from the middle. That allowed Sereno to get up middle.
Absolutely.
But Tejada should be content with where she is. Stay
yeah,
stay tight there.
she's having a tea party.
I say that. She ignores my advice. She bumps the Dorito. She gets away with it, though. Makes me look like a fool.
Oh, nice
Blows
kill.
up the snake. Tejada, you're making me look like an idiot.
All right, so Tejada, she's just trying to make something happen. She has both guns on her.
Oh, no. Did she take one? She's asking for a check. Kind of shoved that hopper into the bunker.
Clean? All right.
Officially clean. As far as I know.
Yep. So with Tejada, she recently had an announcement with one of the Team USA players for the season. So,
congratulations.
Yeah, I like hearing, the WNXL players. They've been having, there's a lot of kills. A lot of the WNXL players, they've been making announcements as far as Team USA. So it's good leading up to this event. Oh, it looks like we're on a 1v1 right now.
Yeah, Tejada got a little bit too aggressive in a gunfight there. She's going to lose it. Take a walk.
However, the home player doesn't know that.
Nope, because Tejada sneaky left the field.
All right.
There it is. Nice closeout.
Yeah. Yeah, as you were saying, Matt, it's just like there's a lot of, bombs. Bombs go off. It could make bombs go off on this field, but then it slows down.
Yeah.
So it could go any way on this field.
It seems like the average game, if I were to describe the average game on this field, it's 3-2-1 go. Somebody dies on your team, and maybe somebody dies on the other team. You get to your bunkers. You make your secondaries. Most teams are getting to their secondaries pretty safe. And then it slows down into a bit of a gunfight war.
Yes.
You get a couple kills, and then the game ends kind of explosively. That's the typical game we're seeing on this field.
Yeah, yep.
Speaking of bunker callouts, can I just brag about my team? This is 10-man mechanical middle-aged fat guys. Anyways, we named a bunch of bunkers after famous political leaders that have been assassinated. That way, you get to scream, "I killed the Gandhi." I got to kill the JFK. It's really dark and twisted.
All right, so we have Baltimore Nevermore's on our left, Suricatos on our right.
Nevermore's going to lose her snake player immediately. Beautiful gun, though. You should see this this gun for the Nevermore player walking off. I don't care about. I don't care about the game. Look at that gun.
All right, so we have a Suricatos player dropping.
Nevermore's refill the snake. Suricatos respond by filling into the D2.
That was a nice move by the Suricatos player. Big bump. All right, so this Suricatos player is getting a lot of kills from this Dorito side. However, she did get killed from the Nevermore's player that's in the brick in the center.
Nevermore's have a couple players peeling off the backside. That leaves Snake and really the Dorito. The middle brick. Middle brick's going to drop back. I'll drop back to her death.
Oh, I thought that was a tactical retreat.
I did too.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure. Oh, she's going to walk right through a gun. Number 59 waiting for her.
I'd like to see this Nevermore's player maybe do a tactical retreat back into that little wing in the beginning of the snake.
Go either direction just to create some confusion. I think you're right. I think probably drop back's the best.
At this point now, the Suricatos player could just hit the buzzer.
Oh no, she's not looking. How is she still alive? No, I take it back. She is not. All right. Valiant last stand there by Elizabeth Maisner, but it's not going to be enough. Suricato's going to win this one, take a 2-0 advantage. Still a lot of time on the clock. Again, these are faster games than I expected.
Yeah.
So
we played 2 points down to just under 11 minutes.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Everyone's going to towel out of that one to save some clock.
All right, so back on the field we have Tiki Zohana. They're going to be on our left, and then Dallas Vibe on our right.
That graphic is unreadable. I have no idea who that is or what they're advertising.
The word gear.
It's
definitely the word gear.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's so bright out. Can't really see.
All right. 14 seconds. I'm going to call you to task a little bit.
Okay.
Late arrivals at the box. Bad stuff. Bad stuff, Allie. If there's any good news is a bunch of teams have done that today, and it's really frustrating to watch late arrivals at the box.
We were definitely one of those teams that late arrival to the box.
There's going to be a conversation in the hotel later. All right, TQ Zohana on your left. They're down by a point. Lots and lots of time.
It looks like that's Paige Basser calling up the center from Ohana. Center Snakeway.
I think that might be Cammy up the middle. Is that for Tiki? I think that might be Cammy up the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. She's had a great day of play so far.
Bump out to the home for Ohana.
Yeah, getting out of that home. I do not want to be doubled up at home on this field.
It gets tight back there.
Oh,
it gets tight.
It's a mini temple. It's not. It's designed. It's barely designed for one player. That's going to be a trade out. Cammy's going to take a walk along with the Vibe player. All right, then they're going to lose. Tiki's going to lose their whole. Oh, their whole backside melts and a penalty. That is going to leave one single player left alive.
Oh no!
That's Paige.
What did we say? I'm in danger.
Yeah, Paige is in danger.
Sorry, Paige.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, smart towel.
The coach has mercy on Paige.
Yes.
Get out of there.
Paige, your coaches love you.
Yeah, you did the best you could. It's not your fault. Look at me. It's not your fault. No, look at me. It's not your fault.
Look at me.
Paige also at least rostered with Murder Goons this weekend.
I did see she was rostered with the Murder Goons on semi-pro.
Yep. Double dipping on the day.
These Florida girls, they could hang when it comes to this hot weather. I'm from Jersey. I'm like,
right.
No,
right.
No, thank you.
All right. Suricato's a little bit late to the box. I'm only seeing 4. No, there's 5.
There's 5.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Nevermore's on your right. They're down by 2. 11 minutes on the clock.
Ooh, 3.
Tripled up at home.
Tripled up at home.
That's like trying to fit 5 people in a portalet. Don't do that.
All right. So that first home player makes it out up to the center.
All right. 5 alive. Now a bump past the D1 right into the D2 for Suricato's.
Nevermore's making out from the home into that.
Nevermore in that can is trying to do some interior redecorating. She's trying to push that thing everywhere.
Oh, nice big move.
Yeah, to that tower. Honestly, that tower has seen very little play this weekend so far.
I'm surprised because on practice weekend, that tower has played almost every single point. Every point.
Well, nobody spread the word to these teams. Because I've only seen it used maybe twice this entire weekend so
far. Or maybe
far.
that's like a back pocket play.
Yeah, you shouldn't have told the public that. Your coach is going to have a little talk with you.
Did we have any body shop for Nevermore's?
No, for Nevermore.
Oh
well,
my God, commentator's curse. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you just did it, and you got them a minor.
Gosh, I'm sorry.
Nice work, Allie.
I am sorry, Nevermore's.
God, They're trying their hardest out there, and you're cutting their legs out from underneath them by commentating, cursing them. All right, Suricato's well in control here. 5 alive for them. They've got the Snake Rito. They've got the brick up the middle. They're now crossing the 50. Home desperately trying to hold it together for the Nevermores. Dorito 1, which is not a great bunker to be in when you're down bodies. It's so small.
No, it's tiny.
Missed the shot on Rojas, making that bump to the D. That would have been a big kill if the home for Nevermores could have had the gun up. Now she's under horrible pressure in there. And now there's a player for Suricato's basically playing in the open off that middle brick. Now she's committing to moving forward. Coach has seen enough, and that's going to be it.
All right, so that's another point for the Suricatos.
Suricato's going to go 3-0. All right, Dallas 5 rolling back out, 2-0 over Tiki's Ohana. 10 points. Thank you to one of our sponsors, Carbon Paintball. Get a chance, visit their booth. If they have any product left, pick up the Zero Goggle system. We had Brent from Carbon up in the booth here earlier today showing off the DRV loader.
Oh, nice.
Which has been
I've seen it.
It's been in development for like 3 years now.
Wow.
It's a crazy, yeah, they're like, we refuse to put it to market if it's not 100% proofed out.
Okay.
Which, there have been some hoppers to market in the last couple of years that have had a tough start. We're going to not name names, but so for legal reasons.
No comment.
All right, Dallas 5 rolling up to the middle and into the Snake. Big run up the Snake. She's going to bypass right to the Snake Rito.
I love that.
Wow.
Nice move.
Tahada.
So they are pushing the issue.
They're going to lose their Dorito corner, though. Dallas 5, a little bit sloppy over there. Tahada locked onto that middle brick where there's a player waiting for her. This might be a bunkering attempt. There it is.
Oh, nice move.
Yes. Well, Tahada now moving up to her wedge. Serrano has an opportunity to slide up that snake beam into that middle brick. And there she goes into that middle brick. At the same time, Tahada continues pushing. That's enough for Ohana. They're going to towel out of that one. Still a lot of clock time left. All right, if you get a chance, visit BKI Paintball. You have an opportunity to use some of their online learning resources in the comfort of your own home, or if you're the more adventurous type, sign up for the development camps that take place. This year it's taking place in Maynard, where they bring in a lot of pro players to act as coaches. It's a kind of an amazing opportunity. There's no other sport where you could, like, sign up for a summer camp and go learn from, like,
I know.
Tom Brady's here giving a passing clinic to Fortune. No, that doesn't happen.
It's the best. I've done some of the paintball combines. It was great. You learn a lot from them.
I think it's a great thing, especially that it's run in summer camp style is so cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was about to ask you if you're a football fan. If so, which team do you actually root for? If you're in Jersey, you have two choices, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm in South Jersey, so you know my choices.
So, wait, Eagles or Jets or Giants?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know that region well enough. Who are you rooting for?
Go Birds all the way.
So it's Eagles?
Yep.
All right, Eagles
Yep.
fan.
But I am a Tom Brady fan.
I mean, as everyone should be. He's perhaps the greatest human to ever live.
Yes.
I perhaps might be biased. And Deflategate was a hatchet job. Free Tom Brady. All right. Nevermore's down 3-0. They got 8.5. That's plenty of time on the clock, but they got to put together something positive. Suricatos have done a better job pushing the field, especially over here on the Snake side, and then just winning gunfights. All right, Nevermore's going to go up the middle, stopping at that mini brick. I think we're still 5 alive. Nevermore's pushing up that Dorito side, now into D2. This is Brittany Reed working the snake over here for Nevermore's.
Good communication on the Nevermores right now.
I can actually hear what they're saying.
Yeah, they're delegating jobs back there, which is good.
We got two players walking off for Suricatos. 5-on-3 advantage for Nevermore's. Nevermore's did a good job making their secondary pushes, but kind of like we talked about, they slowed down. Suricatos respond by taking the wedge over there on their snake side.
Yeah, even though Suricatos are down a couple bodies, they're still pushing.
They don't seem to care. They don't. I love that. I was sad. I was sad to see the Cheetahs leave the league because honestly, they were one of those teams that they just kept throwing bodies forward. It was really entertaining to watch.
Yeah, they didn't care.
No.
Keep on pushing up.
So I don't know if the Nevermores are aware of her presence. Reed has been looking generally that direction. To be honest, Reed's kind of wrapping and looking inside. I don't think they know about the Suricatos at that
Or maybe they're
wedge.
just waiting for the Suricatos player to get antsy and just cross over that plane into the Dorito from that wing.
I think they may have assigned Santiana to take that job of locking onto that wedge because Reed doesn't seem that concerned about it.
I'd like to see Reed try to put them in and just go. Oh. Good movement.
So Suricatos are going to lose their Dorito player.
And then also their snake player as well.
That's... Nevermore's really, really slowed it down and just kind of tried to strangle the game out once they went up bodies. They're getting a little sloppy here closing it out. But they got plenty of bodies to trade out, and that's going to be it. All right, for Nevermore's, they're going to bring the game back to 3-1. Favor of Suricatos, 6 minutes on the clock. That's
There's
plenty.
a lot of paintball left, right,
yeah.
Matt?
Yep.
The way we've been seeing these games play, there's a lot of paintball left.
Again, this field's playing faster than I expected. Now, we get to the playoffs, and then it, as always, it's going to slow down. But
Especially when it gets hotter throughout the weekend.
when I saw that the WNXL pulled the afternoon shifts, both Friday and Saturday, I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry.
I was not happy about that.
I'm so sorry.
I was not happy
No.
whatsoever.
I'm not generally a morning person, but I do not want to be playing here in the middle of the afternoon. All right, Tiki need to come up with some solution here. They got plenty of time to do it, but what they can't do is keep losing points. They're already down 3-0. Big run up the middle. Unfortunately for her, a ref is going to join her immediately and pull her out. Losing 2 players from Tiki. Down to 3 bodies. No one walking off for Vibe so far?
Nope, no one walking off for Vibe.
Another Tiki's walking off. Oy. This just leaves the Paige Vassar on that inside wedge and the mini temple on the Dorito side for Tiki's Ohana. Vibe is now pushing up the middle. Frankly, that Vibe player in the middle, she can drop and crawl. That's exactly what she's going to do. Paige is gone. That's it. Nobody left to shoot. You did good work crawling. Unfortunately, there's nothing there for you to shoot. This has been rough for Ohana. This is a tough, like kind of a gut moment in your pit to be like, dude, we're down so many points. What are we learning here? What are we doing wrong? It's just frustrating. Yeah, this isn't my invention. I've heard from the NFL coaches that one of the theories is you kick your players in the butt when you're winning, like you crack down, and when you're losing is the time that you don't do that.
You have to be calm.
Yeah.
Because it just makes it worse.
Yeah, you just got to move on. You can't be yelling at your players, screaming at them for mistakes. It's just the wrong time. All right, thank you to Alabama Paintball for sponsoring this. 3 locations. Surakota's on your left, Nevermore's on your right. Nevermore's with a really good last point. They need another one to build on that with 6 minutes on the clock. Oh, home player going to take a walk for Surakota's. Good stuff for Nevermore's.
You know what? It's interesting, Matt, seeing a lot of the homes that could potentially die off break.
The home player?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should we call that broken home?
It's a broken home.
Broken homes.
Someone left, you're by yourself.
My back player went out for milk and cigarettes and never came back.
Never came back.
All right, Surakota's now into snake one.
Looks like it's still 5 alive for Nevermore's.
So we got a 5-on-4 situation. I feel like Surakota's have better penetration of field, a little bit better position to win this.
Yeah, they have good position in this point.
Nevermore's. I don't like that bump. It's so slow, so risky. She got away with it, but man.
Realistically, also, we have just a little bit of over 4 minutes to at least tie it up.
Probably the window on tying it up for Nevermore's is closing with 4.5, and they're down by 3. They're going to need really fast points and multiples. However, another Surakota's player walking off.
And then we do have a Nevermore's player that's in the Dorito.
Yeah, Dorito 3. I don't think Gina Lopez is aware of this Dorito presence. Her back is turned to it for the Surakota's player in the middle. She's going to attempt an ill-advised attack there. That's not going to work. Oh, no, and now there's a minor. That's going to pull out Lopez from the middle. Oh. Did you hear that? That was great sportsmanship. She actually put one single ball onto Gina Lopez and then immediately said, "I'm so sorry."
Is that Kelly Watson?
I think it might be.
Number
8. Is she Canadian? That was so polite.
Very, very nice.
She's secretly a Northern Light player.
All right, so, I mean, they Nevermore's, they do have 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Definitely have a lot of time to tie it up.
No, so this is, Surakota's. Then you skip the next one. I mean, stick around. Maybe the person else is okay. I'm just watching pro games. I want to run. Thank you. I just wanted to check and make sure that was good. All right. Thank you to Connecticut. Thank you to the state of Connecticut. Thank you, Connecticut, for sponsoring this program. We had Rob Moore in the booth earlier from Connecticut.
All right, so Tiki Zohana, they just need to put at least 1 point up the board.
Playing for pride.
Yep. 1 point on, and that way we can, not mercy at least, stay in the game.
Vibe with a really relatively conservative breakout. They got one player playing in the open, just playing in a dead zone. Now she's going to go into the snake. That's Tejada, who was playing just basically squatting in the open for shooting a lane for about 5 seconds and then going into the snake. Uh-oh. A running ref, nature's predator, going, going in on Tiki.
I see a ref running. I'm like, oh, no.
Yeah. Tiki's going to lose a player on the back line. I'll be really honest, when I see a ref running at one of my teammates, I'll get up and move as far away as possible, so I'm not the one that gets. I have done that on multiple occasions. All right, Tejada going to go ahead and slide up to this snake Rito. All right, 5 alive for Vibe. And I believe we have 4 alive for Tiki's, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
I've only seen one body walk off, but
So for Vibe, we're at 6 minutes, 45 seconds. They're up 4-0. Vibe can go into story time mode here. I mean, you can't. They're not realistically going to kill an entire 6 minutes off in this game, but they might as well slow it down and kill as much as they can.
I think Vibe's a very good team as far as they can speed it up, they can slow it down. Another Tiki's player walking off the field.
Tiki's should be in a little bit more of a desperation mode here. They certainly can't lose this point, or they're going to be mercied out. Also troubling the Tiki's player in the snake is shooting at an empty bunker, so it's kind of a gun wasted. Although Tejada does her a favor by moving into the bunker she's shooting at. Immediate blows up that middle brick. Tejada killing. Inside wedge is going to take a walk. Tejada. Well played. All right, that's it for that one. Vibe is going to walk away with a 5-0 mercy. That's rough for Tiki.
All right, so now, Matt, we're in X ball right now.
Mm-hmm.
3 minutes, 29 seconds on the clock. Lots of time for Nevermores.
Well, situationally, right? Nevermore's absolutely positively cannot lose another point. If they lose a point here, the score is going to be a 4-2. Likely the clock will be down to about, let's say, a minute and a half. You can't be down to 2. You don't need 2 points in a minute and a half is almost undoable. Nobody's even come close to running that kind of score on this field so far. So this is as must win as you can get for Nevermores. Nevermore's aggressive up the middle. Both teams up the middle of the brick.
Yep,
First player peeling off the back line, though, for Suricatos. First player peeling off for Baltimore is on the Dorito side. Lauren Seeley up the middle there for Nevermore's. I got to say this for her. She's not going to run out of paint. Dear God. I carry like 3, maybe 4 pods when I go out for this kind of stuff.
Oh, when you're going out to the center?
Yeah.
I mean, especially this field, it's just like go up, trade out.
I don't have the
you can
discipline.
live.
I don't have the discipline to live for 10 minutes, so. Oh, no, she got through that. Lauren had her dead to rights, and she walked right through that line.
Yeah, she did drop her zone a little bit.
Oh. That is a huge move for Suricatos. Getting up there to that wedge gives them a lot of control, especially on the snake side. I've seen so many times in the sport where everything's set up perfectly, and then you drop your gun for a split second to reload or catch your breath or turn your head to yell a code word, and the player goes right through your line.
So they're walking off for the Nevermores.
One player left, and none player left. Why? Oh, we're going to get a gun check for Nevermore's. Let's just add insult to injury here. The ref's going to see if she's either shooting hot or shooting over the 10.5. Now they're checking for rate of fire. Please don't be a penalty on this. No, they're talking. Now they're looking at the chrono. No, he's reaching for a flag. Oh, that's a major. Good Lord.
So that was for rate of fire.
Oh,
Doing, right?
That's a rate of fire penalty. And it probably was more than, I don't remember. I'll be really honest. I don't remember what gets you what for over the 10.5, but it's very likely with a red, she was, 10.8, maybe 11. Ugh. I feel awful for Nevermore's going through what they just went through and then getting that. All right, Nevermore's are going to be starting down a couple bodies. I think that's all that's left is maybe for lightning to hit their pit. I'm not sure what else can. Brutal. Although it looks like we've stopped the clock. We might have a technical timeout. Now it's rolling again.
Oh, it is rolling again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Minute 22. We're in X-Ball. Thank you to PB Warehouse. PB Warehouse, one of the sponsors of the show. I'm perhaps a little biased, being that I'm from AG Paintball. PB Warehouse will have in stock the new goggle drop from JT, all the birthstone months. I'm not if you're aware of that.
Oh, yeah.
So there's special
They sold
edition
out
dropping.
real quick.
They also have some logoed commander pants, JT commander pants, that are going to be available. So pbwarehouse.com, go check them out. They have the stuff that you don't really need, but you're desperate to spend your money on anyways.
Isn't that always the case,
That's
Matt?
everything. I have a basement of shame of paintball guns. A couple months ago, went and decided, it's time for me to kind of inventory what I have. It was scary and embarrassing.
All right, so it looks like Nevermore's, they're down 2 bodies. Coming out with 3.
So what are they? Did you just overhear what they said?
320?
Ugh.
It's pretty.
That's
high.
pretty far. Yeah. Yeah, that's
You know.
major territory. All right, here we go. Suricato's big lead, up on bodies.
Suricatos, they dropped 1.
Okay, that's a sliver of hope here.
So it's doable. It's doable.
All right, Suricatos have no reason to do anything risky. They might as well just sit on their guns, force the Nevermores to come at them with a minute and a half. I mean, the Suricatos are playing with house money at this point.
Suricatos, they really don't have to push.
No.
If they don't want to.
I mean, also they could for fun. What do they care?
Hey, let's try it out.
Yeah, I mean, they really can kind of do whatever they want, play around with stuff. Go play the towers. Nobody's playing towers.
I want to see more tower
I
play,
want to see
Matt.
some tower action.
Jeez.
Our webcast is bringing the worst ratio of tower play in the league. Oh, they got another. There's hope.
See?
2 bodies now dropped for Suricatos. Everyone's trying to close it out.
What I think. Nevermore's, you need a launch.
I want him to see him win a point just for the purpose. Oh, wrap. You got Lopez's back. If she wraps a little bit more, there it is. No hate towards Lopez. I just want to see the Nevermores pull out a point here.
Keep on going, Kelly.
Kelly's got to get low. She's got to get low. She's got both the home and Dorito side on her.
Her back players just need to be down the field.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as you hear 60 seconds and you're up in it, your back players need to be with you.
All right, we're at 2 seconds. 1, that's going to be it.
Good try for Kelly.
Maybe a moral victory there for Nevermores. That was, I think that would have been a win, giving them 20 more seconds. I think they probably could have taken that one. So, congratulations to Suricatos. Yep. And
that was a good match.
That'll wrap it up for that match. Refs coming off field. Everybody's coming off field. Thank you, Allie. Thank you for being here. It is wonderful to have you. I hope we see more of you. Well, actually, I hope that you guys are doing so well that you won't have a possibility of joining us in the booth again this weekend.
Absolutely. That is what I'm saying.
That's the hope.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you so much for joining us on the air. We'll be back in just a couple more minutes with more WNXL.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, so I can't play it safe. Trying to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey.
Hey, what's up everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from Die and a BKI professor from like day negative 100, if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball? How do you get to the pro level? This is the way to do it. We've fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turd head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com or summer camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose Die, and see you later.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to now WNXL 2025. We're here in Cincinnati, actually Fairfield, Ohio, my hometown. I am super lucky to be joined by Camilla. Would you like to introduce yourself to the crowd?
Hi, guys. My name is Camila. I play for Tiki Zohana, and I'm from Miami, Florida.
Ariano.
Ariana. Yes, Ariano.
Let's be clear about that. She's been doing a great job today working the middle, crossing onto their brick, crawling down their snake, and shooting in the back like a duplicitous person. We want to take a moment to thank one of our sponsors. That's Ballsack. If you're here, head over to the booth. They've got every event. Their booth just keeps getting bigger with new product. This is their primary product, which is a pod filler. It's got a really cool pod filler that you just slide the pod in and slide it open, and it dumps into the pod. You can hang it off your tent wall. They've diversified because now they've actually come out with one that can lock onto your existing pod filler.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really, really cool. And these things are not expensive. I think this is $30. Also, they've hit the market with one of those strap bands so your straps
are amazing.
You don't have to have the knot behind your head. These are like $15. These are super cheap. They're probably going to sell out. And the last thing is they've come out with a microfiber internal for the ball sack, so that if you have broken paint, you can literally pour it in anyways, and it'll come out the other end essentially clean, and you can throw it in your washing machine. It's really cool.
That is actually really cool,
Yeah.
and if I tell my coaching staff about that, they're going to go nuts.
Go buy stuff. All right, Heroines on your left, Sirens on your right. Heroines 5 alive. It looks like we've already got bodies piling off for Sirens, though.
Yep. Oh, look at them pushing down the middle now. They were doubling up the home, but it looks like they already broke out on the heroine side.
Oh, another Siren walking off. 2 bodies left alive. This is very quickly falling apart for the Sirens. I feel
Heroine's
like
got a good push up the field on the Doritos side.
I feel like we've watched Heroine players almost walking to bunkers.
I've noticed that today. It does seem like they're just able to confidently move bunker to bunker, like with no pressure.
Leaving just that poor can, and she's going to get absolutely surrounded and diced up. All right, well, that was not a challenging first game for the Heroines. That's not exactly steel sharpening steel on that one. Things just did not work there for the Sirens. All right, there we go, and they make it official. That was a 1-minute game. This field is running way faster than I expected when I first looked at this field.
I will say when I was playing, it was running really quick. It felt like we had seconds to like pod back up, wipe up, and get back on the field.
Right, yeah. That was not the expectation. When I was looking at this field, on paper, and then I played it a little bit, I thought it was going to be a much slower field.
Yeah, we were surprised. We commented about that when we were in our pits. We're like, wow, the points are going really quick. Everything's just going quick.
Scores have been higher than I expected. I was really expecting to see a lot of 2-3 type of finishes, but mostly we're seeing 4 on 3
From
or
what
something.
I've noticed with this layout is if you just give up or you lose somebody that's containing the center, it's opens the entire game for the other team.
And it's so easy to get to that center.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to not let them do damage. All right, Femmes on your left, Northern Lights on your right.
Let's see. Because I know the Femmes tend to play very heavy center strong.
Yep. Oh, she's going to cross to their 50. She's going to drop and do that crawl. You're familiar with that crawl.
Yep. Oh, it's a grueling crawl. It can be grueling.
The question is, does the Northern Lights player in that brick look down even for a split second?
That's the question.
Oh, who sees who first?
I'm just wondering if that snake gets going.
Femme saw first. Now she's going to blow
and
up.
if that snake gets going,
she's still alive.
Oh, come on. They could trade or they could just, oh, there it is.
Even a trade at this point is a win for the Fems.
Yep, I think they did. I think that snake player is still alive over there with the is that the Northern Lights?
Yeah, Northern Lights snake player managed to live through that trade, non-trade. So that's a small bit of good news.
Oh, but the Fems are breaking out wide. They're getting wide over on that Dorito side.
Yep, we got Roxy in the snake Rito, and then we have another Fem player over into that corner. However,
oh, but they just lost Dallas in the back line from that Aztec. Oh, but they're pushing. They're up in the 50s.
So Northern Lights really took a punching there. Oh, and they lose a player making that move to their Dorito.
Oh.
Roxy, ill-advised move forward.
Just a little too rushed.
Yeah, and that leaves the mini Dorito really probably the worst bunker to be in a down
but at least she got out of there quick.
Yep, there you go.
Smart move. You do not want to get stuck in that baby Dorito.
Oh. Dare I say you'd have shaken baby syndrome? Is that too dark? I don't know. I'm forcing it. All right. Fem down to one player. They're in the D2. Northern Lights have the mini tempo on the Dorito side. They've got the inside wedge. I believe they might still have snake presence.
And they have the second Dorito as well here.
Yep.
Now the third Dorito on the...
So Northern Lights well in control of this one. Mm-hmm. Northern Lights honestly took a real hard punch in the mouth from that move by the Fems at the beginning of the game.
Oh,
no, ref,
circling
ref,
around.
Ref.
No.
No, it's calling
Ooh,
clean.
okay, good. She's clean. I was like...
Northern Light player coming off.
She just needs to close that point out. Oh. Get her. There we go. Point closed out. I think the Fems girl did not realize there was still a girl in the back temple.
She thought it was a one-on-one at that point?
So she wrapped around it to hide from the Lights girl going for the buzzer.
She just put herself wide open.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, good first point for Northern Lights. They're going to go 1-0.
I've been watching them since before I joined the WNXL. I would watch them and their games, and they've come a long way.
Yeah. And I would extend that to the whole league.
The whole league, yes.
Yeah, starting from where we were 5 years ago to where we are now, the level of play is so impressive.
Oh, no, my friends, when I first started playing, would make a joke about the WNXL, and I would get very offended. I was like, no. Yeah. We're new. We're starting. Let us get some time. Let us get some some notches on our belt.
I think at this point there's nothing. I don't see how you would even make jokes. The level of play has come up that far.
No, I know some of these teams out here those same guys that were making those jokes will get whooped.
Yep. All right, here we go. San Francisco Sirens on your left, down by 1 point. 14 minutes on the clock.
Is she clean? Because she went that was a wide dive.
I don't know about that dive.
That was real far from a bunker.
Yeah.
Oh, she's clean,
she's clean. Yeah, I don't think she even believes it. She's like,
I don't think so either.
Can I get a second check? Second opinion?
Oh, but she's going. And she's going to take the ground while she can.
Running ref coming over to this can. Checking the pack. Calling it clean. Okay. Sirens, good communication over here on this snake side.
Yeah, that's really good comms. Just letting each other know what they know and what they don't know. Just working out together. Get the picture, put it together. Oh, but with the heroines got some girl over there in the snake wing. Snake wing.
Yeah, good communications by Allison Cook over here.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure they're aware of just where almost everybody is.
Heroines in that inside snake wedge. They're at the home bunker. We have got Dorito 1 for the heroines. And snake Rito.
Yeah, I don't think the heroines have a center push other than that snake wing.
No,
because I don't think I can see anybody in the middle.
I agree. Move by Allison Cook up to the wedge. Oh. Unfortunately, Kelly Ludke is going to take a walk. Looks like she got just a little sloppy at just the wrong time.
I think that Dorito wrapped a little bit and was able to get her on that shot. That Dorito, was it the baby?
Very frustrated coming off field. Heroines now moving up to the D2.
They need to caution that Dorito side, though, the Sirens, because the Heroines are pushing.
Heroines are going to lose their inside wedge, though. That's Katie
the
Kelly
Sirens
taking
player
a walk.
got to be a little careful on that wire.
This is a bloodbath. Both teams are just dropping bodies left and right.
I see that. Yeah, they're just taking kills where they can get them.
Unfortunately for the Sirens, they're in a great position to close this out, but they just lost a lot of bodies here.
They have.
Now
I think they're at is 3 for the Sirens.
Yep.
Yep.
Their Doritos getting a check. Now they lost their can.
It looks like it's a 33 right now. Oh.
2.
They're 20. Yeah.
Yeah, Sirens are down to just their home and the Dorito 2. They're both looking outside, though, which leaves them vulnerable to a run-through in the middle if
it already leaves them vulnerable. One of the girls can just drop on her. The girl right here in the center can just drop on. Laser can just drop. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't see her name.
Yeah, no worries.
Laser can just drop down on the ground and crawl.
She can walk. She can cartwheel down the middle at this point. There's nobody left to oppose her.
Oh, yep.
Well, Divya trying to close it out up the snake. Well, for Sirens, that was a real lost opportunity because at about the midpoint of that game, they were in strong positions.
They had the dominance halfway.
Yeah, they really did, and they just got a little sloppy. It seems like the movement from this wedge over here on the snake side to the other team's Dorito 3 is like that's the commitment where you're not coming back. And what I mean by that is about half the time the player gets shot immediately moving it. About a quarter of the time they get there and die almost immediately at the other team's D3. And then maybe a quarter of the time they manage to stay alive. We're getting another gun check here by the refs from a Sirens player.
Oh, God.
Someone's
I do know
shaking.
Oh, there's the penalty.
There's the major going up. That either means the gun was extremely hot, like 320 area, or the rate of fire was too high.
Didn't seem like the rate of fire sounded too off from what we could hear.
You're
so
right.
It sounded probably was just hot. Oh, I think she's arguing because I think it chronoed normal when she walked on.
Yeah, well, I think they're gonna check it again with that chrono that she used coming onto the field.
Here we go. Northern Lights running gunning down the middle.
All right, Fem's on your right. Fem's down by 1 point. First light player walking off. By the way, we're now calling the Northern Lights Norlits. That's new slang I just invented.
Norlits?
Yeah, Norlits. That's if you're a Northern Lights player. I invented that. I get $1 if anybody uses it.
Let's see. They got one in the snake one.
Yep, we're at snake one. We're at the middle brick. We're at the Dorito corner.
I wonder
and
what's
home.
stopping her from continuing to push. Or just, it looks like her gun might be down or something. It
She's
doesn't
doing
look like
something.
she's shooting.
Yeah, she's doing something.
Oh, they just lost their home player.
All right, Lights player at the snake one is squeegeeing, and they lost their home. That might be Aaron taking a walk for the Lights. Yeah, that's Aaron Scott taking the walk. I told her specifically I would be calling them Norlits from here on out. All right, Femme Fatale up to that Dorito 3 of the other team, immediately paying dividends, plunking out that middle brick.
Oh, that poor snake. I think she's still fiddling with her gun.
She's doing something. I saw a squeegee floating around there a second ago.
Yeah.
Oh, the Dorito. Remember what I just said about that Dorito?
Ed,
the Femmes
you called
cross
it.
that Dorito, and it's so hard to live once you cross there.
It's almost like as if you're sometimes better off just staying where you are and letting your teammates kind of catch
Yeah.
up and close the game out.
Yeah, just draw the fire and let your teammates do the work.
Bingo.
Oh, that's going to be a blow up.
Eh.
I think she's completely gunned. She's
No,
gunned
she's
down.
No.
Oh, man. She was nice about it.
She was nice about it. She even, I think, shot her in the pack and not even in the back. So
super nice about it.
here, let me see. Does she?
But that's so disheartening. She spent so much
Yeah,
time
she
trying
shot
to
her
fix.
on the side of the pack. Yeah,
Oh,
that's disheartening.
you spend 5 minutes of a game trying to get your gun fixed just for that.
Honestly, I've been there, done that. It sucks, but you just gotta keep trying.
Yeah, what
and
else
you
can
never
you do?
know if your gun comes back up, it comes back up,
What-
and you're back in the game.
what
But if
else
you
can you
give
do?
up,
Hey, pro gun tech here. I'm not a pro, but gun tech. The tip: most of your hopper problems are either dead batteries or batteries dislodged. So if you're on the field, your loader stops working. Pull the tray out and look to see if any of the batteries are dislodged. That's the number one reason we have problems with
I
hoppers.
gave up with batteries. Batteries hate me. They always dislodge. I got an end charge.
Okay, so there's a trade-off there, right? No. Seriously. So the trade-off with having a rechargeable hopper is, on one hand, great. I never have to buy batteries again. The only downside is if you show up at the field and you forgot to charge your hopper, you are 100% hosed.
What I do, because I have ADHD, I will forget things.
Yep.
My brother's really good at remembering, so he always reminds me to charge it.
Okay.
But I always keep in my bag the battery pack thing that you replace it with, and a
Okay.
screwdriver,
Yep.
and a pack of little batteries.
So you can swap it out.
In case I'm
Good.
like, uh-oh,
It's very,
I
very
forgot.
smart. And I've seen so many players show up with a rechargeable hopper they forget to charge, and
They're
Been
just
there.
like, can I charge it at your? Yeah, you can, but it's gonna be 2 hours before you're ready to go.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Heroines on the left, 2-0 lead, 10.5 on the clock.
Whoa, that's an interesting route to get into that snake wing for the heroines. So she dove into the little mini W and then crawled into there.
Unfortunately for Sirens, while that's occurring, they just pulled a minor over there on their snake side.
Oh.
Heroines take advantage of it, move to the D2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Heroines now up to D3.
Yeah, you're right. Like you said, it looks like the heroines are really just, for the most part, walking up to bunkers.
Yeah, it's almost disrespectful. not being scared. Heroines now swarming down their Dorito side. Siren players peeling off.
And
That's going to be it.
Yep, and the girls are just finishing up the game, pushing down the middle and
Yeah.
everywhere. Oh. It's disheartening, especially when you're the team that has that happening to you. It hurts. It feels bad, but I hope it gives them like fuel to like go back home and like grind it out, because that's what happens to us. Like what happened to us in our first couple events, we got stomped, and honestly, we went back to work.
Yeah, turn that loss into anger and turn that anger into revenge.
We were frustrated, so we not that we're mad at anybody. It's
No,
just
I
like
know.
it's the game. We just
Yeah.
don't like to lose. So honestly, we just went back into the lab and started grinding.
There's a fine line. I've actually thought about this like sports psychology wise. There's a fine line, right? If you are emotionally devastated by losing either a game or a tournament so hard that it just ruins you, then you aren't durable enough to play any sport. However, if you don't care enough to be upset about it somewhat, then you're probably not competitive enough to really win at sports. So there's like this fine balance.
Hana cares.
Yeah.
Oh, we care. We cry. We're the type of girls, we'll cry, we'll wipe our tears, and we'll get right back to it.
Well, that's the thing. You're durable enough to take a loss without completely derailing yourself. That's the big thing. Wow, I'm just watching a bunch of players peeling off for Northern Lights. I'm not sure what's going on over there. Femmes are ready to roll. Northern Lights pulled their team off the field.
I think their coach was just talking to them for a second. Yeah, it looks like the coach is just talking to them.
Did they call a timeout? Probably not. We're still at 45 seconds. They have enough time to impart some wisdom.
And I think they all chronoed already.
Yeah.
Oh, this is really cool.
Yeah, you like the
really
pod
cool.
filler, the ball sack?
Yeah.
So thank you to Ballsack for sponsoring this program. They really do have some innovative product they've been working on, including the Ballsack. The version that now just fits on a standard pod filler, which is really, really cool. It makes the leaf maybe a little bit more portable.
And I'm going to see if I get myself one of those headband straps, because
Yeah.
it's really good, especially for those headbands that aren't made out of denim that you got a double knot.
Mm-hmm.
I hate double knotting, because then I can't like adjust it if
Yeah.
need be, like the single knot.
It pinches and it digs
Mhm.
in. All right, tied up 1-1. Femmes up the middle. And she looks like she's limping.
Right? But that doesn't seem to slow her down much.
No, she's still going.
100%.
But she might be playing injured.
Snake's already
Unfortunately
in the
for
three-
Norlitz, they're going to lose
minor.
a couple bodies to a penalty. Minor, 3 bodies are going to all walk off at the same time. Wow, that is just 2 bodies left alive for Northern Lights. Snake and
Quick.
D1. D1 again being that baby Dorito you do not want to be in.
And
Bodies
that
down.
unfortunately happened too early in the game.
Woof, that's rough. All right, Femmes, ball's in your court to finish this out. Femmes do lose 1 player over there on the Dorito side. Roxy going to go ahead and move up to her wedge.
And then Northern Lights has got to be careful playing that wire. She's sticking out a little bit, and
And Roxy's now in a position she can wrap. Oh, there's a
Ooh.
movement up to that brick. I don't think it's going to work out. I totally respect the attempt. When you're
they
down,
were down bodies. They had to make something happen.
yeah, I totally respect that. Roxy's
Can't get
gonna
mad at
launch.
that.
Really,
Coaching can't get mad at that. They're trying
No.
to make something happen.
uh-oh, there's a minor.
Oh, minor on who, though?
It might have been on the Northern Lights for talking. No, it looks like the Femmes are arguing. Nope, she's hitting the. I think Northern Lights might have just gotten a penalty for talking after the buzzer. Or,
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
after hit.
She is kind of walking off. She does seem like her body language kind of gives that she might be a little upset, but don't quote me on that. I'm not a
Perturbed?
psychologist.
I think you're a paintball psychologist. I agree with you.
Well, we'll find out when they come out on the field. If they come out with 4 bodies, we know that was a penalty for talking.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's not what the coach told them right before the game started when they came back over from the box. All right, thank you to another one of our sponsors, and that's Kinetic. Kinetic has some great packs that you can try out, and they have great team support if you want to sign on with a sponsorship.
I really love the addition of like paintball, like for a purpose.
Paintball, yeah.
It's so pretty, and it really gives a good energy to the sport.
All right, here we go. San Francisco Sirens on your left.
The Heroines, did you see? They tripled the home, but what they did is they ghosted one out. But I think she might have gotten clipped or something because she's coming back in for a check. So right now there's 3 girls crammed in the home.
And she's going to launch out of there, which is a little risky if she thought she had a hit.
Both of them launched out. 2 launched out from there. But I think that Heroines girl might have almost gotten clipped.
All right, Siren walking off, so 5-on-4 advantage for the Heroines. Sirens managed to move out to that Dorito corner, which is really just a launching place to go up to that D1.
Looks like, from how I see the ref crawling and moving, looks like the Heroines might have made a push up into the center.
Yep, center brick.
Hey, sometimes watching those refs gives people away.
Hey, the tower. We've seen so little play behind these towers
That
today.
is very true. I've seen more bounce shots off the tower than I actually have seen players going to it.
Trying to use it, yeah. All right, Sirens still with 4 bodies. Heroines doing the pushing at this point.
Seems like the Sirens have just kind of stayed on the back now.
I mean, you can make an argument for just trying to like cross it up and look for the Heroines to make mistakes.
And let them run into their paint.
Yeah, that's a possible outcome. The other thing you do is start launching yourself, but I don't see any of the Sirens in good positions to launch. Probably their D2 is the best position to move up.
And
now they lose their
lost
home.
Their home,
Yeah. We are at 8 minutes. The Heroines have every reason in the world to just kind of kill clock at this point. Heroines have correctly assessed the home player's death. Another player, a ref running into check, is going to pull the can player.
And that was a good move.
Oh.
Is that Nana? Yeah, I believe that's Nana. That was a good move from Nana. She ran down the Dorito side, stopped at the Viper, got the kill before she proceeded to get onto their snake side.
And then as a reward, her team tries to kill her.
I feel that one of the points, ironically, when I was crawling all the way down, my own teammate was shooting paint over my head.
Like,
For a
what's
second, my coach thought I almost got shot by my own
Mhm.
teammate. He freaked out. I was like, no, we're good, we're good, we're good.
The worst, and I've seen it happen a bunch of times, is a player gets shot by their own team somewhere they don't feel, like the pack, and then they go and hit the buzzer. And so they get a dirty hang because of their own team shooting them. I've seen it so many times. It's so heartbreaking.
We unfortunately did, I think, have a team killing one of our points.
It happens.
But it happens.
Yeah.
I'm running up the gut while we're all like shooting every which way. It happens. Can't
Mhm.
get mad.
Or, you're holding a lane and one of your teammates unannounced runs through your lane. I mean, that happens. That's not your fault.
Yep. I've done that one before when I was beginning to play. I was just holding a lane and some guy without saying anything just full send down the middle and I'm here like,
Not my fault.
guy.
Not my fault, bro. You
Not
ran
my
right
fault.
through my lane.
I'm so sorry.
All right, lights down by 1 point, 9.5 on the clock.
Here
Lights.
we go. Running. Oh, and they're going onto their side of the field.
Oh no, but she bumped the bunker.
Bunker,
That's a big tell to her opponent that she's in there with her.
And the thing is there's another girl from the Femmes that went to that same bunker. So they're on the same bunker right now. Now the question is, who's going to go get who in the middle?
Maybe she didn't notice the bunker getting bumped.
Maybe because they were both running in at the same time.
Yeah.
And they both kind of bumped it. Could be.
Because there's no way that you're not going to go bunker the person on the opposite side of the bunker from you. If you know they're there, you're
Mhm.
going to go do them.
I think they're unaware.
Yeah.
Because when we played the Femmes, if they knew, they were going to try. They tried to do that to us as well. It's just how the center's been playing.
Yep.
It's take them out.
Yeah. There's been a lot. There's been a bloodbath in the middle. A lot of trades through the middle on this field.
Oh yeah.
All right. This is Schellenberg back up to the Dorito, the Snake Dorito.
This is a fun layout for center players.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a field day.
such as you.
So normally I don't actually play the center. When I started with Ohana, I was on the snake side. Then we shifted me over to the D side. And then now we're just kind of like playing me everywhere, depending on, honestly, the layout. I don't really have a specific spot, which is fun. I like being able to play everywhere.
So 2 things just happened. Fem's player moved up to their wedge over on that snake side. Also, the Fem player in that middle brick
Tammy
crawled backwards into the inner wedge. It might have worked because Schellenberg's walking off for Northern Lights. Another Northern Lights coming off the back line.
And there goes Tammy up the middle.
Yeah, Tammy regains that middle brick.
Oh, they're going to start trying to go around.
This is not
see
coming
what
back
happens.
to this.
Let's see what happens. Oh, she's actually hit it.
Wow.
Wow. Oh, but she's going to...
Tammy's going to blow up the
hit
Dorito.
the buzzer.
She won't
The girl's
know.
still alive.
Doesn't matter. That was Aaron Scott, the last player left alive there for Northern Lights. She was between a rock and a hard place. There was no good outcome to that one for her.
Yep. Hey, it's not an easy spot. This layout does have some spots where you don't want to get caught in, and unfortunately, like when you're trying to make those bumps over the beams and you get stuck, it's just not always the best spot.
Yeah,
but
you're not coming back.
No, I got stuck trying to go over the beam on one of them. It happens. It happens. It's not always. It's great to the attack, but sometimes you can get stuck, and I see that. It's happening.
So
I've even watched the pros do it, get stuck sometimes when we were watching them practice.
Yeah. Overall, do you like this layout, or
I love this layout. It's actually really fun. Very different than the Vegas one when they did this similar kind of concept. That one was a little trickier.
Mm-hmm.
But this one, since it's very center push, it's really interesting because it's all about the crossing up, where normally you're always like on the wires, and getting like things like that. This is very much a cross-up type of layout, and it's very fun to watch because you literally are seeing girls running with paint flying over their heads.
Yeah, just below the horizon of the paint. By the way, if you want a geometry tidbit, this is what's called a point symmetry field. I know this is really boring to hear, but this layout doesn't have lateral symmetry or anything. Point symmetry means, imagine you build half a field, and then you put a pivot point right in the middle, and then you like swing a copy of it around that pivot point, and that's how you get to a field layout like
That's
this.
how I was explaining it to like trying to process the layout and trying to be like, how is it split in half? It's not split in half normally
It's not.
straight down the middle. It's almost split in a diagonal.
It's like I said, imagine taking a copy of the layout, putting a pivot point in the middle, and then rotating the copy. That's how
It
you
makes
get
it
to your...
really interesting because one thing is you're always playing the same way.
I've heard that too. If you're a righty or a lefty, you can always play the side that you like to play.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, did she get in there?
Which on turn makes your shots a lot sharper in practice because you get to practice the same side, the same shot over and over.
True.
So girls, a lot of these girls should be dialed in with those shots.
All right, 5 alive for both teams. Now, as I say that, first player, two players peeling off for Sirens.
And the Heroines already up in the 50.
They're on the verge of mercing out Sirens. They're down 4-0 already.
They lost one though. The Heroines did lose Alicia.
I don't like seeing her come off this cross shot. I think it's a kill there on that mini wedge, or that snake wedge. Now she's going to get the kill. There it is. All right. Well, Heroines are going to make that one look kind of easy. They're going to 5-0 this match. They're going to mercy kill it. If Rojas decides to hit the buzzer, she's a little hesitant. I guess there's no reason to worry about the clock because if you hit the buzzer and you're clean.
Sometimes it's also strategy, trying to just kill time off the clock.
Yeah, but it won't matter because once you hit the buzzer, now the game is over. It's 5-0.
5-0.
There you go. Okay. Well, congratulations on Heroines, to the Heroines. Well done. Northern Lights, you have 7.5 minutes, which is a lot of time. You're down by 2 points. That's not a huge deficit. I don't know. I'd like to just see a little bit cleaner, calmer play. Fems have been doing a better job launching kind of crazy attacks to upset the Northern Lights breakout.
Yeah, they're getting Lisette out and pushing hard with their players. I know they picked up Lisette, and she's added some legs to the team that has. You can tell on the side on their flanks. They're getting out wide. They're way more aggressive on their wides when on their plays.
When she's out there. All right, here we go. Fems on your left, Northern Lights on your right. Femmes up the middle and into the snake, both on the breakout. 5 alive. Are we 5 alive over? I think so.
And Femmes break, not Femmes, I do apologize. The
Lights.
Northern Lights did break out from the home.
Looks like Lights 5 alive also.
Seems like
Dorito.
it looks like they have a Dorito corner, home, a little mini temple over on the D side.
Snake mini wall.
Snake. They have someone looks like it's like the Snake 2, and they have a can. Yep, 5 alive.
All right. A little bit of change of game plan. Casey Erb now working this Snake Dorito here for Femmes.
Aggressive push from the D side over there. They went from the Dorito corner straight into the second Dorito.
Femmes lose what might be Tammy. No, that's not Tammy. Up through the middle. However, at the same time, Northern Lights going to lose one of their players. Number 8 taking a walk. And there is Lizette herself making the move up to that inside wedge. Casey Erb looking cross.
There's another one, unfortunately, plucked off from the Northern Lights. So it looks like there's just two lights left. But the Northern Lights girl was able to break out and get out from the home and try to see if she can widen up the field so she can cross up hopefully with her girl in the wing over on the Snake side.
Femmes now up into D3 on their side.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing. She broke out wide and looks like they're crossing up, seeing if they're able to at least contain.
Casey's looking to wrap here, although she's going to wrap right into a gun waiting for her. She gets gun dominance. Northern Lights player attempting to fight her way back out. Casey uses that as a moment to make her bump to the wedge. Femmes losing their Dorito 3 player.
Nope. And it doesn't look like the Northern Lights girl is aware that she bumped.
Casey switching, looking across. I think that tower is directly between Casey and the Northern Lights player in the wedge. So I think Casey might be able to wrap without worrying about that wedge. No, I'm wrong. Okay, the wedge now has vision on Casey.
My question is if the can that Femme player there in the wing? Yep, that's what I was saying. She starts playing the wrap and using the can a little bit to cover her as the blind.
Casey's going to make a bump into that Dorito.
Right
Let's
there.
see if it works for her. Again, this is a difficult place to live if you don't immediately get that kill on the inside wedge.
She didn't. That Northern Lights girl is still alive over there in that can.
Northern Lights
but
lose.
she did they took out that mini Aztec over on the Dorito side, leaving the Northern Lights in the.
So now Casey can fully play the backside. She dies.
You called it. That is a very tough bunker to live from.
Yeah, it's generally speaking has not worked out.
Now they're left on what is it? A 2-on-1?
2. I think you are correct. I think we're looking at a 2-on-1.
But I do believe they think she's in the Snake 3. I'm not sure if she hopped the beam and went over, or if she's still over in that. Nope. It looks like from what I think I see a pod pack. I think she's still in the wing.
She's now on the inside wedge. Ooh, Lizette.
Oh, that's aggressive.
Nice. She put on the brakes at just the right time to stop from overextending and getting blown up.
That because the Northern Lights girl just happened to turn around with the perfect timing, and if she would have overrun it, she would have caught her.
There's second Northern Lights player.
There's 2 lights.
Oh, Lizette gets the shot at her, and they're back down to 1.
Interesting.
Great sequence of plays out of Lizette.
Oh, wait, are we on a 1-on-1 now? Where'd the other Femmes player go? I think she got plucked off by that other.
Casey, I'm sorry, Lizette Barnes, slightly excited. Making the show R-rated.
Valid, that was a good snap battle there.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
Hell of a sequence there for Lizette. Well played. So
especially because I do not believe they knew there was 2 bodies. I think they believed there was only 1 body left.
Fooled me. Great work by Lizette. So 4-1 advantage, 3 minutes on the clock. We are in X-Ball.
This is apparently Kyle Spica instructing somebody on how to take the scout oath. I see 3 fingers in the air from number 27 in the picture. Or, yeah. BKI Paintball, you can use their online, if you join them and become a member, you can use their online video resource library for learning how to be a better paintball player. You can also attend some of their summer camps where they have pros like Kyle Spica show up and coach. It's a pretty cool event.
At my home field back in Miami, where I first started to play, we did have Ryan Greenspan come out with a couple of their of the Dynasty players, and they came out and they were able to give us a clinic. It was a great event. A lot of people came, and people learned a lot from them.
So we've also had Ryan Greenspan and Kyle Spica come up to AG Paintball in New Hampshire, and they've come in and done a clinic. I'm proud because I asked Greenspan a question that absolutely broke his spirit. At one moment, I said, Ryan, you're doing all these clinics, you're practicing, you're going to pro events. What percentage of nights do you sleep in your own bed? And he's like, oh.
That has to be heartbreaking because I know he has a family and two kids, right?
He's got a family.
He's got a little girl, and I think he just had a little boy, was it?
I'm not sure.
I think they just had maybe another baby. I'm not entirely sure, but...
Yeah, they got a restraining order. I'm not allowed to find out anymore. No. Yeah, no, he was like, yeah, that's a really depressing question that you asked me. I think.
And that daughter of his is so cute.
So adorable.
So cute.
I think he said like 30% of the nights he's home. That's
heartbreaking.
That
that's
is so
brutal.
rough. All right, Northern Lights coming back out. They're at a 3-point disadvantage with about 3 minutes on the clock. Again, the odds of tying up this match are really, really not good. Interestingly, they're coming out with 5 players. That tells me that there was not... No, I'm sorry. That was a few points ago with that questionable flag, whether or not they got a flag. Okay, so 5-on-5.
I don't think they did actually ever drop...
Enforce a
No, they
body?
don't think they enforced it. I think they actually checked it with the other chrono, and they were like, oh...
I see. Okay. So we might have a chrono discrepancy.
Probably.
All right, well, 3 minutes is a lot to ask of any team to win 3 points in a row here. I think it's unlikely. So, again, for Northern Lights, this is probably not about winning the match. It's probably about just trying to either learn or try out some game plans.
But you never know.
Sure, it's possible.
Ooh, up, and...
Lights cross the middle, and a minor
and
on
a minor
Fems.
for the Fems. Ooh, but they lost two Fems are gone, and only 1 Lights is gone. No, 3 Fems are gone.
3, yeah.
Hey, I told you.
Yeah, Northern Lights.
You never know what can happen.
Absolutely true.
And the Lights are good at sometimes. The Lights are good at surprising you.
Yeah, and they've correctly figured out the count, too. That was very confusing, but they got it. They know it's 2 alive.
I could see the confusion. They plucked 1 off, a minor, it could get a little confusing, but they cleared it up real quick, and they're going to close this point out from what it seems like.
So Schellenberg now up to this wedge. She's going to turn.
Yep, and maybe catch Dallas over in the snake.
She crosses that Dorito. Let's see if she can break the curse.
Yep, now they're pushing up the center. Let's see if they can get some of that pressure off their girl there.
So Schellenberg now needs to just relax a little bit. Don't try to come out and win every gunfight here.
Absorb the pressure.
Exactly.
Let your girls come up and finish it out.
And I don't love that the Fem Can player decided to move into the snake. And Schellenberg dies out of that Dorito.
She was wrapping it.
Yep. All right. That is it, though, for Fems. Northern Lights can walk this in. So, all right, good news, bad news. This was a 1.5 point. And that means they're still going to have to win 2 points in about a 1.5, and that's a lot to ask.
Okay, that's tight.
Yeah. Nice win.
The Northern Lights, they can surprise you.
Sure.
And they pull off some great plays, and they surprise you, and they can get some points on that board, and I'm just like, you go, girls.
It's within the realm of belief. Coach having a polite question.
Seems like they're arguing.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the distinguished state of Cincinnati, I contend that my client was not guilty.
I just see my coach wandering around. I wonder what he's doing.
I think you might have media exposure.
Hi. It seems like they're arguing. The coach is arguing with their head ref because I think he's saying the the girl just stopped the moment and she was like,
The penalty?
Yeah.
Well,
Because I do stop.
My counter to that is, did she stop when the actual hit occurred, or did she stop when she acknowledged it?
Because
That
forward movement can
be, yeah,
Mhm.
if it's far enough. And that's subjective to the ref's interpretation.
And I've reffed these events before. I ref the ones that I don't get to play. So I come out, I fly out, I referee with these guys. I've reffed the MVPSs back home, and I'm on the premier field reffing semi-pros. When you take a bump and you have that hit, as long as it's somewhere where you probably could have felt it, like your chest,
Yep.
your back, places where you could have felt the impact, and you still had forward momentum, and you still chose to take the next bump,
Yep, it's on you.
that's on you. That's a minor, unfortunately.
So I like to say to players, because I reffed a lot, and then I kind of hung it up a few years back. I'm like, I've done enough. So I kind of stepped out of the reffing after doing it for
I feel that.
about 15 years. Is that it's almost better to say what won't get you a penalty, and that is if you get hit and you call yourself out, great. If you get hit and a ref sees it and can get to you before you have an effect on the game, the ref's discretion is to not throw a penalty. However, if a ref looks the other way and looks back and you've got a hit on your hopper and your pack, whatever, you're going to get the penalty.
Yep.
Because the ref doesn't know when it occurred. He doesn't know how long you've been
Exactly.
playing with it.
I've had to explain that to people who've argued my calls with me when I throw minors, and he's like, "Oh, but I just got hit," and I was like,
Ooh, one of the Fems player going up the middle of the brick took a very, very awkward fall. I don't know if she hurt herself. She's playing on, but very awkward landing.
"Seems like she's just playing it off."
Yeah.
But it looks like the Northern Lights, their center runner up the gut, they did lose her. So it looks like it's a 54 at this moment.
So for Fems, they can just be in defensive mode now. Cross
Kill
up the guns.
burn the clock.
Yeah, we're under 60 seconds. They're up by 2 points.
All I have left, honestly, they could just burn the clock on them.
Yeah.
But this is also where the Northern Lights can see if what they can, just
You got nothing to lose.
You got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
Full send. Go do
hell,
something.
Run up the middle. You're not going to win by sitting in your bunker. Unfortunately, the
This
Lights.
would be the time to try those trick plays that you never get to see
Yep.
and see what happens on these low body situations.
You got really nothing to lose. Casey Erb moving up into the Snake Dorito. Northern Lights have lost another player on the Dorito side. We're down to 25 seconds.
And Tammy's pushing up the center.
Okay, so that was Tammy. She's not injured. She's moving. That's good. Good news.
Tammy's tough. A lot of years of paintball. She's a tough lady.
Yep. We're at 5 seconds. Tammy's not content to just sit back. She's going to try to push
No,
through. It's not going to matter.
She was hunting for it.
Yeah, Fems, there you go. 4-2. Congrats to the Fems. They're going to take this match. On the other side of it, congrats to the Heroines. Won their match with a mercy kill, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Well, that's going to wrap up our second to last game. We're going to take a break, come back. I want to thank you so much for joining us.
It was a pleasure. Thank you for
It
having
was
me.
wonderful. She is playing some incredible paintball this weekend. I really highly encourage you to watch more Tiki play and watch her go up the middle and do a bunch of chaos and damage. She's an agent of chaos. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be right back with a little bit more WNXL action for you. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test as a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra-lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new Nano Tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any debris, paint, or moisture from entering the bore and also produces a unique low sound signature. These barrel kits are compatible with all PWR inserts, including our own series from 679 to 691, and are also compatible with all PWR inserts, including those made by Planet Eclipse, Dye, and Inception Designs. Check them out at crbnpaintball.com.
Hey, what's up? I'm Brad.
I'm Sean.
And this is why you should choose No Hope Photos for your next event.
Media for the players, by the players.
I'm a trendsetter. I'm a trendsetter. Okay. Let go. Hey, okay, I know I'm here to stay. Counting on my wins, though. I can't play this game. It's like to go against us, get you out the way. Go hard, it's the only way to play. Let me say, I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Who can do it better? I'm a go-getter. I'm a trendsetter. Hey.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to WNXL action here in Cincinnati, here specifically in Fairfield, Ohio. I am Matt Falby. I'm joined by Dan Sensi, probably my biggest threat to my job here. He's been a co-host on this.
Nah, I don't want to sit in that chair all day.
This thing a lot.
It's hot out here.
All right, well, Miami Effect?
Yes, sir.
How'd you guys do today?
Overtime loss, 3-1 loss. So
Okay.
not a hot start to the event. But tomorrow's a new day.
Let's not talk about it then. Let's
Tomorrow's
focus on
a new day.
New Jersey High Rollers versus Suricatos here. High Rollers coming in second at the Tampa event, the Tampa Bay event. So they certainly come in with some power behind them. Suricatos being one of those kind of aggressive attacking teams I really enjoy watching.
Yeah, and the women are playing this field significantly more aggressive than the pros.
Than the pros.
Yeah, the pros are going 1-1 overtime. 1-0 overtime.
That is super conservative.
Yes.
All right, High Rollers on your left, 5 alive out of the box.
I'm seeing 5 alive for the Suricatos, and they cross.
Yeah.
Immediately going to the other team's snake wedge.
This is a sneaky play that only a few teams have figured out how to do. It's
Well,
not hard to do.
It should be because they're playing that cross up free.
She's going to get picked
and
up.
Yeah.
Ouch. But she already, look how much damage. 3 bodies peeled off from the High Rollers.
If you see a player going out there with 2 pods.
Yeah, that's a good point. So in
Probably.
practice, I did kind of that move. I just chucked my pack at the starting box and left it behind. Because why? I mean, it's a suicide mission.
Yeah, my opinion there is if you're going to go all the way to the wedge, you might as well go all the way to their snake too. Because then you'll just pick that person up.
Right.
You need to keep your ears open, listen to your teammates and go, hey, red alert, snake, whatever we're using. We are one-on-one, it looks like, though.
Right. Veda here kind of on her own trying to make it happen. She's in the Snake Dorito, which is a good position, but she's lost.
Oh, it does sound like there's a
She
team.
tries the pod trick. Does not work. Actually, a lot of players walked off for Suricatos also.
Yeah, I think we're in a one-on-one.
We might be already in a one-on-one, which is crazy. No, there's another one in the Dorito here for Suricatos, just being pretty quiet. So I think we're at a 2-on-1.
Do I hear a gun somewhere?
Yeah, Veda, however, is not aware of that other Dorito. So if the Suricatos could correctly relay the information, which I'm not hearing, there's an opportunity to run highway on the inside of the Doritos and go bunker Veda. Veda also might have just hit her last pod.
Yeah, she dumped 2 of them.
Yeah, she's got 2 empty pods, and she threw one at the bunker in front of her.
I think she knows that there's a threat up, heads up. But the pod coming off I don't see who this is. I can't see a number on her.
She's wrapping. She does take that wedge, but she's at a lot of danger now. Oh, that's got to hurt. That was like
she makes that move, gun up. Oh, that's going to be a trade. We're going to go for a no.
That would have been a trade. She had a really good game, just didn't know that player was coming at her.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, you can't really blame her because she had no teammates to tell her.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's not really her fault.
Yeah. Did the best you could, and you did get a kill on a 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Put yourself in a position.
But and then as a reward, you take maybe 4 right to the sternum there at close range.
Yeah, tournament paint. Feels fine.
Yeah, okay. There's still something called physics. Energy is still being delivered.
Love the play call.
All right. So on the backside of this, we're going to watch Dallas Vibe taking on the Immortal Angels. You're going to see a lot of Tejada attacking up the snake side here for Dallas Vibe today.
Has that been the move for them?
That has been the move for them, including sometimes she'll stand, I'll say crouch just outside of the start box, shoot a lane kind of standing in the open, and then make a bounce out to the snake. It's a very interesting run that she's gotten away with.
We're going for it again.
Oh, they're trying that move again. This is not going to work. That could be interpreted as a spin. That's a little dangerous from a penalty standpoint.
Yeah, those didn't feel good.
No. There's been a lot. There it is. There's the patented Tejada runaround.
Well, so I can't see it. We might be down to 2 players.
Yeah, Tejada's locked onto that home. Home player's in a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's now a 5-on-1.
Yeah, it's bad.
I believe it's a 5-on-1 now. So it's a great read by Tejada to swing all the way around.
If you're Sirens, I'm sorry, if you're the Angels, just save one ball to shoot yourself in the foot and get the hell out of there.
There is a snake 3. So Wilkins is on it.
Tejada wrapping. Interesting choice. She's going to try to go to that tower.
Yeah.
That was a bad choice. I don't know why.
She's trying to make too much happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the thought process is.
She's in a great spot here at the wedge.
Yeah.
Could keep an eye on the home. She could have talked across to her teammates, just say, hey, we're in great spots right now. We're 5-on-2.
Even if she just stayed there and absorbed gunfire from the home, it would have been doing a job. So a little too aggressive.
It would free up Sereno to make that move.
All right, Wilkins takes out that Dorito, and that leaves just the home for Immortal Angels.
4-on-1. The Angels went really, really short on this close side on our right, the Doritos on the break.
Doritos is kind of a tough push side, and even getting that Dorito corner can be a little dicey, so I could see that. By the way, just a warning to our viewers, if Immortal Angels manage to get a major, I'm going to switch to calling them Immoral Angels. I just want that to be known.
Boo.
I'm going full dad joke. I don't really care.
Boo.
Hey, I'm here to entertain myself as much as I am entertain anybody else. All right, Suricato's up 1-0.
Yeah, I wonder if the Suricatos are going to send it again.
I wouldn't be shocked. I see Allie rolling onto the field with what probably is a case and a half of paint on her back for the high rollers. Allie Belmore, she was a guest up here in the booth just a couple games ago.
Curtis has got a nice setup going there, too.
An enormous amount of paint. I think I've said this before. I go onto the field with about four pods, and I typically come off with 2. Well, maybe that's because I die early. I don't know.
You're
but
sending it to the other teams.
Good Lord. Gina Lopez again. That looks like it's about maybe 8 pods. I don't know.
Yeah, Protean just put out their flyweight 90 cubic inch tank.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, yeah, more pods.
Just dump. Keep pulling the trigger.
ICPL events, shooting 15 pods.
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, Suricatos on your left, high rollers on your right. 12.5 minutes on the clock, which is an eternity. This field has been running, and to your mention about the pros, this field has not only been running faster than the pro field, this field's running faster than I expected, looking at this layout before the weekend. I expected really long, slow, grindy games, 2-1, and that's not what's been going on over here.
So high rollers getting out to the corners, snake 1 and corner on the break, so 5 alive for them. They're in a great setup early in this. I'm going straight to snake 2.
Gina Lopez up the middle for Suricatos. Suricatos also coming into this snake Dorito. This is Rojas working the Dorito. Dorito snake. Suricatos still doubled up at home. Now making the move to the mini wall.
That was a long double up at what is a very small bunker.
Yeah, that home can get small real quick with
Oh.
blind shots coming in.
That's awful. All right, Rojas wrapping, shooting at the home herself. They're going to lose Lopez up the middle.
Looks like the high roll is trying to defend this snake out of the opposing snake side.
High roll is countered by going to the wedge on their snake side. I don't
love
think
that
anybody
she's
picked
looking-
it up.
She's going to grab free right now.
Oh, Rojas picked it up at the last second. She's thinking of the high roller player, thinking about dropping back. Instead, she's going to live behind her gun.
Yeah, you need to stay on that now.
She has to get the kill here. She's not going to be able to survive there. If,
she
she gets
does.
the kill. Big kill. For high rollers, she's in command position now with Rojas out of there.
Yeah, so we now have a 5-on-3.
And for the Suricatos, they're at home. They're in that backline temple, mini temple, and they're at the inside snake wedge. Not a great positioning on this one.
I'd like to see this snake wedge find a way into this Dorito, the snake Dorito. It's
a
a lot more defensible.
Yeah. I think what she could do is drop back and jump over the beam into the Snake 2 and then move into the Snake Dorito. Unfortunately for her, the D3 is now hot. Nobody has picked...
Their Dorito 3.
Yeah, exactly.
Dorito.
You're right.
Their
yeah,
Dorito 3.
good point. Good correction on that one, Dan. Nobody in Suricatos knows it. No idea.
That's a good read on the... I can't see who that is over there. That might be Ducks again. But yeah, real good read to see that wedge was shooting heads up and nobody was defending the zone and just taking the next spot.
And I love what Ducks is doing.
But again, nobody's defending against that again.
But she's not making a crazy move up the center. She's slowing it down. She now kills that mini temple. Home is in a ton of danger.
Again, and here's the next body.
All right, now the Suricatos know about it.
Oh, so the wedge
What is
is
she-
able to flip and switch and get the kill on her.
Okay. Veda did a lot of damage.
So there's 2 players now for Suricatos, and I think that should be... There's at least 3 for New Jersey.
So Jersey with advantage. A little bit of a lost body opportunity there for Veda. Again, she should have slowed down a little bit, maybe even just stayed at D3. Their D3. Starting to move up the middle by high rollers.
I'm curious if Vada knew there was a wedge at all.
Yeah. Post-game interview, baby. She's looking up the middle. Yeah, okay, so Suricatos looking in the middle. She might have gotten hit on the hopper.
Hard to tell with the green loader.
Yeah, good move.
The paint's been hedging more and more green recently.
It has, yeah.
I believe that's 84 glass.
Oh, she's going to throw her body away. Yeah, Sobe Glass kind of threw a button. No, she got the trade. That's a worthwhile trade.
Mm-hmm. Body, so now we have a 1-on-2, 1-2-3. 1-on-3 situation.
I would say that high rollers are really slow rolling. Hey, there's a pun. This finish. But honestly, 8 minutes on the clock. Really, it doesn't matter at this point. Time is...
I'm real curious here. I don't really hear the high rollers talking to each other.
No.
And there's one player over here, and they're in a bunker that everybody is in every point.
Yep. Shouldn't be hard to figure out.
And she's shooting her gun.
There's
hey, there's a backline temple shooting at me. Okay, what's the count? Okay, I'm on it on this side. You shoot it on that side, and then you just make it very difficult for her to gunfight at you at all.
If you put a gun from either side and then just leave your third player run up the middle, it's an easy bunker. Yeah, including that, the high rollers are barely shooting at her. There's really not much paint coming in at her.
And they did go out there with 40 pods each.
Right. Yeah, there it is. There's the hit.
So they have that. So it might just be a thing where they don't know the count.
I don't think they do.
Because
right now they're not standing up and casually walking down the field. They're looking around. They're trying to figure it out. But again, that's fine. There's still 7 minutes on the clock. They got all the time in the world. Big run through. Nothing to shoot at, I promise you.
Looks smooth, though.
Looks smooth.
Looks
Look at,
smooth.
I think that might be Allie walking up the middle. Look how many pads are on her back.
0?
0. She went onto the field with at least like 10.
I feel bad for the pod runners out here.
Yeah, that's true. It's usually it's the children that suffer the most from going onto the field with 10 pods, because the children are always your pod runners. All right, that was a long point. So rolling back on the field, you got Dallas Vibe heading to your right. Immortal Angels will be on your left. Vibe up by 1 point. 13.5 on the clock. So you got Jessica Askren heading out there. You've got Walter. Walter's been doing a lot of work up the middle today.
Luckett, 77. She's got a full pack.
Must be nice to have paint sponsorship. Looks like there might have been a bounce. Yeah, there's a bounce on the home player for Immortals. She's going to stay alive. Other than that, relatively pocket play.
It's like Tejada already in the snake, too.
Tejada's been super aggressive. And she's doing the same run pattern each game, so really she should be getting punished for it by now, but teams aren't figuring it out. Immortals dump out of that can into the snake. This is number 12. This is Mercedes Walter.
Yeah. Vibe is in my opinion, slightly better position with the snake wedge and the snake 2 versus the center juice box and the snake 3. Because I got to imagine Tejada's going to find her way into that snake 3 real soon.
Walter going to look cross. Does she pick up on that? Snake wedge. She picks up on its presence. She wisely backs off instead of trying to engage in a gunfight. She's going to lose with 2 guns looking at her.
Now Vibe just chipping away at the block. Little bite here, little bite there. Vibe now into the Dorito 2 in the center. Juice box.
This is a good grindy game. Neither team got really kills off the break, and now they're just going to fight their way at each other. Immortals, however, losing a player off the Dorito side or home?
I believe they're at the home.
Okay, so they lose their home.
I believe that's Crystal Welton in the Dorito side temple over there, who was there on the break. So would it be the home? And then
lose their middle.
Brick as well. I believe that came from Tejada out of the snake 3, who is now in the 50 wedge on the. I'm calling that the snake side. And she's going to wrap and get.
Oh, run through by Vibe. Tejada over there to the D2 of Immortal. Immortals
she just needs to absorb the gun. But
so much trouble.
Tejada trades with the snake 2.
This leaves Mercedes really on her own here in the.
I mean, that's
snake
literally.
Dorito.
She's not really on her own. She's really. She has no teammates left. She is in a 2-on-1. And probably.
Is she aware of the wedge this close? No.
She was not, in fact, aware of the wedge. So Dallas 5 going to go up 2-0 here.
Yep. I really enjoyed that point because it wasn't a flag, flipped the game or they got 2 lucky kills off the break. Both teams just went head to head and fought it out for about 3-4 minutes there.
Mm-hmm.
I love watching those games. It kind of sucks when you get like a minor out of nowhere and it instantly tilts the playing field. All right.
Yeah, I like how Vibe moved up the field just piece by piece, bit by bit until that side was blown open.
They had to fight for it. All right, this is something that's always puzzled me. Why is it when the shooting stops, right? Essentially the game is not really over yet because the buzzer hasn't been hit, but it's over because the shoots. Do the refs essentially stop checking players? And they wait until the buzzer is pressed to check players. So if a player, in my opinion, and I've certainly spent plenty of time reffing, if the shooting is stopped, all the bad guys are dead, and you're walking to the buzzer and you got a hit on you, that should be a minor all day long at least, maybe even a major.
Usually is.
But the refs essentially stop checking until you hit the buzzer.
And it's just like a cultural thing. And this is a great ref crew. I'm not talking about this ref crew. I'm talking about all ref crews everywhere. I don't really understand it. It doesn't make sense. The ref crews should still be looking at players walking casually, down the field. And if there's a hit, that's logically they were playing on. There's no other explanation than they were playing on if they have a hit on them.
The one that gets missed a lot is the inside of the pack. When you dive in somewhere and the pack flips up.
Yep. All right, high rollers on the left. 5 alive, now moving up the middle.
To the brick. Suricato's playing the temple cross. Now switching to heads up. Where are we at on the snake for the
high rollers? Still 5 alive, making their secondaries.
Jersey now in some real good spots. Crossing.
All right, Veda up into the snake Dorito now.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, no. That's a major. Oh, that is gutting. That is going to leave just 2 players left alive for high rollers, both over here on the snake side.
Mm-hmm.
There's really not much hope of spreading the field, quote unquote. They're going to have to play it out where they are. Oh, nice kill through the middle.
You're probing without using your teammates because there is a player for Suricato's in the snake 3. Oh, in the wedge even.
Yeah, in the wedge.
Yep.
So high rollers are forced to play the outside of their own wedge to try to live from that.
She by herself.
Well, there's a tactical drop back by the Suricato's from that wedge. I think she could have moved forward to their Dorito.
I absolutely think she could have as well. But maybe they don't
know the situation.
And she might catch a free one here.
Yeah.
Nope. So now Hernandez knows where she's at. Does Veda know? Veda knows.
Yeah, she knows. I believe we're in a 2-on-1 situation.
Retreat.
I like the movement by the Suricato's player. I just think she could have moved forward instead of backwards because she's moved into worse fighting positions. The snake is not where you want to be on a 2-on-1. And she would have been better off in the Doritos, and now she's going to lose her life.
Yep.
Again, I like the movement. When you're don't just sit there and die. I like it. I don't like the direction she went.
No, I don't mind it probably as much as you do.
I'm raging. I am fury. No, I'm kidding.
When she moved back from the snake 3 into the snake 2, that the center brick and wedge blocked her out, so she was essentially able to play a 1-on-1 against her own Dorito 1, which is a tiny little Dorito.
I hate the. I mean, if you're in a snake and anything more than a 1-on-1, even a 1-on-1. It's just an awful place to be. But you're right. She can isolate a gunfight, at least bring it down to kind of a 1-on-1.
And if Veda had moved forward into the wedge, at that point she could have moved back into the Dorito and continue to isolate because of that big center brick. So I don't hate it as much. If you move directly into the opposing team's Dorito, you're playing 2-on-1. Both of those bunkers can see both sides of that.
But you've also flipped the field on its side. I think you're a little bit better protected. I don't know. This is why I'm up here and not down there.
Oh. And the Angels losing 1 on the break, going to the backline temple.
5 alive. I'm assuming this is Tejada again. Of course it is. Again, almost openly, disdainfully running without cover.
And there's an Angels player looking that way, so
she just doesn't seem to care and gets away with it. Tejada goes to work
Angels
from this.
made a really good fill from the home into the backline temple now to play that cross. Because there's very few bunkers that are good at stopping the center gap.
Maybe this snake Dorito might be the best place to stop a run through in the middle.
I don't necessarily mean a run through, but when I can't see who that is, unfortunately, but when the Angels lost their Doritos side wide person, nobody can see the brick-to-brick move.
Right, Wilkins.
Nobody can see it, and she could have just gone and got a free kill on her opposing brick. And that would leave Tejada by herself over here now with the entire thing. Nobody defending. That's one of the reasons why the pros are playing so very, very slow, is they're going there on the break, and then they're just launching 14 pods diagonally down the field.
All right, Vibe has slowed down a little bit, which they can do. They're up 2-0. 8.5 minutes off the clock. If they can peel off 2 or 3 minutes and get the point, that's a huge win for them. Ooh, she gets Sereno, gets away with that run.
She gets it, lives.
Yeah. Now it's just that can desperately living, and you've got the mini temple.
Yep.
To the Angels.
On 5.
It's bad. Bad situation.
Well, no, 3 on 5. It appears there's a snake 3 as well. So they're kind of at an all stop now, the Vibe is.
Michaela Wilkins locked onto that snake Dorito.
Did Tejada get shot?
Yes, she made that risky move through the middle.
See? Okay.
2, 3. So 4 alive for Vibe.
3 for the Angels.
Yep.
The Angels are now in snake 3, the snake side can, and the backline temple.
Wilkins locked onto that. Now he's going to be launched to try to take that D3, that snake Dorito.
Gets him clean.
She takes her. Is she clean? Yeah, she's clean.
There's a lot of pressure now going to be on this.
Overextension.
Can't see who that is. Wilkins, maybe? Making great moves.
Yeah, Wilkins closing it out over there on the Dorito side, the snake side.
Very well played.
Yep.
Just chipping away at the block.
Again, we've
one
seen
body at a time.
We've seen some good, just like heads up paintball that hasn't been influenced by a flag or something like that. These are good games. It's slowed down a little bit, but that's because again, it's not free kills with a flag or something.
So 2-1 with about 4 minutes to go in this match.
Plenty of time for Suricatos. Now,
here's the thing.
Yeah.
On a slower field that I think is a slower field.
Sure.
Do you blow the horn quickly if you're the Suricatos and lose bodies?
There's a point of no return. And I don't know where that is, but there's a point of no return. So if you're the coach of Suricatos, you figure out what do I need to possibly win 2 points time-wise, and then that's the line in the sand. If at that time, whatever let's say it's 3 minutes, if your players aren't winning the match, you got to towel, right? Mm-hmm. But if you go too far, then there's no coming back.
Yeah.
Even if you're down 1 on 5, you just at that point have to let your player.
Get a launch again.
Oh, did she get hit?
She
No, I
did
think Lopez is alive.
But Suricatos do lose 1 on the break. And she's going to be matched now. And that temple plan heads up. Always makes me a little sketched out because now nobody again can see the gap between the bricks.
Yep,
she's the only one.
Somebody wants to go through.
So if New Jersey wants to come through and just take a trade and be up 4 on 3 and then stuck in the back, they can do that. Okay, so now she's switched over and is playing cross.
Suricatos getting a check. She's called clean. Now we lose Lopez up the middle, so that's 3 alive for Suricatos. Here's where that question you were talking about. At what point do the coach towel? Mm-hmm. It's probably now.
If they don't pick up a body, I would think in the next 30 seconds. It's 5 on 3.
I would towel right now. You're 3 on 5 against a team that knows they need to grind the clock.
And they're in great spots. They're in the center brick.
Yeah. So if you let this
in this Dorito corner.
All right, I like this. At least Suricatos all realize that I would towel. Yeah, now you got to towel.
It is 2 on 5.
Yeah, and we're now at 2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
This is not a field that you're going to win 2 points in 2.5 minutes.
They're
most
in the spots.
likely.
And trying to listen to New Jersey here. See if they're aware of the clock situation. Hey, we're up a point, 2 minutes to go, and it's 5 on 2. There it is.
Yeah, that's a late towel. That's kind of the worst of both worlds. You've lost too much time to come back in 2 points, and you, of course, didn't win the point.
I agree with not toweling when I saw my players moving. Right?
Yeah, yes.
I'm like, okay, we're moving.
All right, we're trying.
But
Yeah.
once we hold up and we lost the second center player,
towel out.
I wish that the towel system was a little quicker because you still have to hold it up there for like 3 seconds.
Yeah. I mean, that's because they don't want we don't want an accidental towel.
Intentional.
That's a nightmare.
But it would be great if we had computers or something that knows that it takes 3 seconds to like hold it, and then that got re-added.
Yeah,
so,
that's true.
So once it's official, you can just pull that back.
Yeah, that's true.
Look at all the pod runners.
Yeah, the child-based pod running system in full effect.
Oh, and Vibe only starting with 3 players. That is interesting.
There was no penalty.
Did they get a major?
No.
So they only started with 3
I think they
players.
just weren't organized.
Just wanted to do a favor?
I think that maybe they weren't organized. We've unfortunately seen a lot of points here with teams late to the box or
they have
starting
a lot
down.
of staff down there, and they have a timeout.
It's not excusable. It's not excusable. I'm not making any.
It's better than 0 players.
True, true. But use the timeout. All right. Well,
6 minutes left. 3 points.
If Immortals,
the window is slowly closing.
Well, if Immortal wins this, they're only going to be down by 2 points with probably say 5 minutes on the clock. That's fine. Immortals, of course, if they lose this, then they're in an awful.
But Vibe is in great spots to slow this down as much as possible. The Snake 2, the Backline Temple, and the Dorito 1. If the Dorito 1 moves to the Dorito 2 and lives there, I actually think it's going to be very difficult.
Well, you get your wish. You just move to the D2.
Now, if she chooses to stay and not engage with the center brick, I think it's going to be very difficult now for anyone on the Angels to move forward because that Dorito 2 can see directly across the entirety of the field.
Well,
oh no, the Angels getting a minor. So now it is a 3-on-3.
All right, so 3 players left alive for Immortal Angels. Can I now call them Immortal Angels for getting the penalty? Am I allowed? Can I have permission?
Yeah, this is because of the setup. This is Vibe's point.
Oh, they're going to lose their mini brick.
Now
that leaves Mercedes Walter out here on the Dorito side. Now a run.
Did she get a key? Did she get?
No,
she
she's
missed
alive.
the shot, and Tejada coming up wide.
Blows up that brick.
And
Mercedes Walter.
Walter is going to be in a world of hurt here.
Is she hit?
She is now.
Well, she is now. Yeah. Good job finishing that off. Oh, the ref is going to have a conversation.
Let's get a quick little warning.
This ref staff is really good about talking to players about behavior on the field.
I didn't see anything.
No, because I don't have a problem with her returning.
Had no idea if she was hit or not.
Yeah,
and that's bang bang.
Yeah, the player she was shooting at the Dorito, Walters, had not indicated she was on the ground, hands down. She didn't indicate whether she was out. I don't think that was a sportsmanship issue. And I am an absolute softie when it comes to sportsmanship stuff. I don't think that was an issue.
Yeah. It wasn't to the back of the head.
No.
It was just, hey,
I have to finish this. I can't hope that you're dead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
No. All right, once again, thank you to our long list of sponsors. You what makes this happen. This is not a paywalled service. We're free to the public to watch, allowing people to watch from home. So thank you to the sponsors for making it happen. And thank you to Committed Paintball. We're going to see, hopefully we'll see Anthony D'Ambrosio join us at some point this weekend.
Goes, crosses. Oh, and losing the temple. We got a shot here.
Yeah.
We have a shot.
This is big.
Now, she needs to keep going here.
She can wrap and do a lot of damage to that home.
She's good. She blows them apart. Blows the next one apart.
Home lost. That just leaves Snake 1.
It is the Snake 1, and the Snake can help your teammate out now.
Yeah.
Help your teammate out. Somebody, Cercado, swing the field.
Right? No, she's going to keep doing it on her own.
Mm-hmm. She's going to get should absolutely
I don't know. They don't know she's there. They don't know she's there.
They know.
Oh, well, they don't know she moved.
But this is why I advocate for continuing to the Snake, too. Your shots are just as good.
Right. Oh, good blow up there.
Oh, Veda's going to get a free kill.
Yeah, that's a free kill. Still, the damage that number 15 just did was amazing.
Now we're at a minute 24. This is taking a little bit too long. That's probably going to run to her
we're
death.
Just running down the field now.
Yeah, that's running to her death.
Your teammates got to talk to each other and go, hey, there's still a Snake 1. They know there's a Snake 1.
Yep.
Work together.
I
Get
think
some paint
this
in the air.
Is this Veda? Yeah, it's Veda. Veda is actually winning this match by living this long.
Like, it's a free kill. She's looking the other way.
Yeah.
And misses the shot.
Oh, misses the shot. There it is. Okay. That said, we're now going to be at like 45 seconds.
But I want you to make a note here. Daniela, and I can't see who that is, didn't connect at all.
Yeah, communication-wise.
Whoever this is, not Daniela, knew that there was a Snake 1. I think she said something for one time, and Daniela never talked back. Okay, yeah, Snake 1. I'm on the other side of the field. I should push the issue here. She was in that wedge playing the wire for 20-ish seconds. And we are short on time here.
Way short on time. Well, they've now put themselves in an awful situation. They're about 45 seconds on the clock to win a point. It's possible. Is it probable?
They could have won that one in 45 seconds.
Yeah.
They absolutely could have.
Bit of a wasted opportunity there.
I think it was maybe Bianca who went to the opposing wedge and shot 3 of them in the first 15.
It was amazing.
And then was able to get another one.
Game should not have been as long as it was, considering all the damage that she did. All right, Dallas 5 up 4-0. For Immortal Angels, this is a pride situation. They just cannot. They don't want to go home. Well, not go home. They don't want to go home to their hotel.
Yep.
Losing this 1-5-0.
Yeah, Dallas Vibe is shooting that Snakeside, the Dorito back temple really effectively now that Angels have lost them again.
All right, to Immortal Angels' credit, they finally caught Tejada trying to do that looping outside run, and they blew her up. That's a nice kill for them.
Referee's getting into the Angels, though, and a minor.
Oh, God. And they lose up the middle, the brick.
So it's now a 1-on-4.
Jeez. And I mean, toweling, don't towel, it doesn't matter. The clock doesn't matter anymore. If you towel, you're going to lose by mercy.
Yeah. That's never a good look.
No. I mean, I guess you
getting one.
Oh, hey, okay.
Getting one.
So it's like 3-on-1.
Yeah, it is now 3-on-1. Out of the Snake 3.
You need to get a kill with a towel. With a
forward right now
with a penalty.
Wouldn't see it. Nope. Now that.
Yeah, there's Gates sliding down the side.
And 5 is clearly in 0 rush.
Yeah, they could go story time right now.
Angels just lost their last player. Goes down the wire from, I can't tell who that is. Salinas and Gates here. You always want to just verify this one.
Sure.
You got 3 minutes. You don't need to take 3 minutes, but maybe 20, 35.
You've got time to double check yourself for being, any hits, which is what they're doing right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no reason to rush this.
And this is, I think, part of your point. A lot of times there's going to be a player to be like, oh, that looks a little sketchy. Don't hit the buzzer. I will.
Mm-hmm.
If the referee at that point should look at that.
Yeah, exactly. If a player walks up and goes, whoa, I shouldn't push the button, as a ref, that player's telling you, you better check me because I probably played on with a hit. Or at least something worth looking at.
Not that I would do it, but you might be better off just shooting your teammate in the pack and actually eliminating them.
I have done that on the field. I've had a teammate that I looked over, I saw a hit, I saw a ref coming.
Yeah,
I screamed at my teammate to get off.
Yeah. So when you're at the box,
sure.
Instead of saying, hey, that's questionable, just shoot him.
Just shoot him, get him out of there.
Just shoot him in the pack.
But do you understand what I'm saying? There's no reffing doesn't stop just because the people stop shooting each other. You are still eligible for penalties. Right. I never understood that. Even with the best reffing crews in the world, there's just like a culture that we have where we stop caring about hits.
Okay, so again, the high rollers on our right. Cercados on the left. Let's see what we pull out of the box. We're going to get some runners.
All right, Cercados.
Okay, Cercados making.
No, they lose one. Starting to push.
And the center box.
It's going to lose that. That's fine. I mean, this is a low percentage play. They're going for it.
The box, but I love the aggression.
Yeah.
And they're picking up kills. They are, in fact, picking up kills. We're going to get
possible. We're going to trade with the middle. That's fine. We're at 23.
We would have liked to see the trade there for them, but.
All right, just one player left alive for Cercados. Now the hope is dimmed, especially because we're at 15.
She's sitting there.
Yeah.
Potential for a penalty.
It would have to be a major.
But clean.
Yeah. This is going to time.
There's an argument there, like if I'm a player and I think I might be hit, I'm out.
Yeah,
I'm leaving.
Absolutely.
15 seconds left. I'm leaving.
Absolutely. Suricatos had a great opening push to that, and then it just kind of petered out, and they just kind of died out. So
yeah, I would have liked to see Bianca there with about 15 seconds left, just launch to the break, shoot them in potentially the back. I couldn't quite see where she was pointing because the wedge was facing this way. So,
all right. Well, that is going to wrap up the last game of the day. Dan, you're a closer. That's what I need on this broadcast is closers. You're a closer. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Our broadcast day is over. I am Matt Falby. I'm joined by Dan Sensi of Miami Effect. Dan, thank you for calling the last match.
Absolutely. Love doing it.
And we'll see you again soon. We will see you people home tomorrow, back here tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Media for the players, by the players.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Ryan Greenspan here from San Diego Dynasty, and the BKI Pro Paintball Summer Camp is going on July 23rd to the 27th. It is the best paintball experience of your entire life. You get to eat, breathe, sleep, and play paintball for 4 straight days and learn from some of the best pros in the entire league. Check out more information at bkipropaintballcamp.com, and I'll see you guys there.
Hey, what is up? Nick Slowiak here from Dye and a BKI professor from day negative 100, if that makes any sense. Here to tell you about the BKI Summer Camp coming up July 23rd to the 27th at Boston Paintball in Maynard. Listen, I get asked about how do you get better at paintball? How do you get to the pro level? This is the way to do it. We've fast-tracked a lot of young and upcoming players. Trent Nitta's one of them, little turret head, likes to overshoot people, made it to the pro level. Got a lot of other guys, Colton Dahl, Ben Sloffer, guys that have come through our program and gotten exponentially better coming to the summer camp, testing themselves out not only against their peers, but us pros, because some of us aren't afraid to play against you. I'm talking about you, Greenspan. Step it up. So if you want more information, head to paintballcombine.com. or summer camp. Lori, help me out here. It doesn't matter.
BKI Pro Paintball Camp.
BKIProPaintballCamp.com, or you can head to BKI Paintball and you'll find more information there on our Facebook. But get signed up for it, July 23rd to the 27th. Trust me, you want to get better at tournament paintball, this is the way to do it. Be there, be square. As always, choose die, and see you later.
What's going on, everyone? Walker here with Carbon Paintball. Are you still spending a couple $100s to design your team jerseys? That's crazy. Go over to teams.crbnpaintball.com to create your jersey right now for just $19.95. Right when you sign up on the team program, all we're going to ask for is your logo, primary patterns, colors, secondary accents, all that stuff, and we're going to take that information, and within 48 hours, we're going to kick you back a 3D mock-up of your team jersey. Now, there's no minimums. You guys can order one jersey. There's no packages required. You guys can build one if you want, but just go to teams.crbnpaintball.com and start now and save yourself some money for better gear.
Inside you somewhere lies a Hydra. An immortal, multi-headed monster born for the battle. But the Hydra mentality buried inside you must be cultivated through chaos. Rather than just surviving or remaining unchanged, the Hydra mentality allows an entity to improve, to thrive, to multiply its strength when exposed to stress and uncertainty, to strengthen with every challenge the world throws your way. Every time the Hydra gets its head cut off, experiences a loss or a failure, it becomes stronger by growing two heads in its place. The Hydra must seek war and discomfort in order to become the best version of itself. Be like a Hydra. Seek out difficult challenges, power through every hardship, and understand this stress test is a blessing which makes you stronger. This is the Hydra way.
Hey, it's BRNT with CRBN, and I have our new IC PWR Nano Barrel System here. This kit includes our famous ultra lightweight injected carbon fiber back with our new nano tip, which features over 700 microports. This microporting prevents any